Wow, I woke up and found 5 more wives beside me. Mid-July, the peak of summer. Inside an apartment in Jiangcheng Garden Community, a strong stench of alcohol lingered in the air. Xingyi clutched his throbbing temples and struggled to sit up. What greeted him was a dilapidated room, dirty, chaotic, and dimly lit. Yellowed food stains covered the table, and dozens of empty beer bottles were scattered beneath it. Where is this? Xingyi looked around in a daze, completely confused. Wasn't he just at the company's celebration party before going to bed? How did he end up in this dump after just one night's sleep? Mommy, Nana is hungry. A soft child's voice suddenly echoed through the dim room. Then, rustling sounds came from behind him. Xingyi's bewilderment deepened. He turned stiffly toward the sound. On the nearby couch, a little girl with 2 pigtails stared at him with wide, frightened eyes. Her tiny hands clutched tightly onto a woman's clothes, and her small body trembled. The woman, too, was shivering and curled up with the child, shrinking together into the corner of the couch. In the dim lighting, Xingyi squinted hard to see their faces clearly. And at the moment he did, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. He was forced to shut his eyes, overwhelmed as he digested the foreign fragments. The room went silent again. When Xingyi opened his eyes once more, they were filled with disbelief. He had transmigrated into a parallel version of Blue Star. And the person he now inhabited was also named Xingyi. A different version of himself in another world. Was he Xingyi number 2? Their backgrounds were remarkably similar, diverging only after university. In his original world, Xingyi became a lyricist and composer after graduation. Not famous, but he had written some niche songs and lived a comfortable life. But in this world, this Xingyi had taken part in a boy band talent show after graduating. Thanks to corporate packaging, he managed to debut. Then he started dating Xia, a top-tier young idol at the time. As a shallow, company-crafted trainee who relied solely on looks, a public relationship was a career death sentence. Unsurprisingly, both of them were forced to quit the entertainment industry. They did enjoy a brief period of romance afterwards. During that time, they had a daughter. Combining characters from both their names, she was called Xingyi, nicknamed Jiu Nana. After the baby, they got married. But once their honeymoon phase ended, daily life quickly wore them down. This Xingyi became self-destructive, drinking heavily, losing control, and even resorting to domestic violence. He blamed Xia for ruining his career and took out his anger and frustration on his wife and daughter. Just before Xingyi transmigrated, this man had been on yet another drunken rampage. And then passed out cold. Bastard. Having absorbed the memories, Xingyi cursed under his breath. He took a deep breath, struggling to calm the burning rage in his chest. This version of Xingyi, there was no better word than scum. A useless man who pinned all his failures on others. Back then, Xia had genuine talent as a singer, while he had been nothing but a pretty face. If anyone dragged someone down, it was him dragging her down. Yet she never blamed his mediocrity, and he was the one who lashed out first. Xingyi raised his head, a complicated look on his face, and stared at the mother and daughter curled up on the couch. In his original world, he hadn't even been in a relationship. Now he transmigrated into someone who had a wife and a child. Talk about skipping levels straight from zero to full-blown dad. Xingyi frowned, unsure of what to do next. On the couch, Xia held Nana tightly in her arms, trembling under his gaze. She instinctively clutched the girl closer. Her eyes welled with tears, but she refused to let them fall. She stared at this demon of a man, teeth clenched, determined not to cry. She had thought about leaving with Nana. But as an orphan with no relatives, no money, and with everything financially controlled by this man, she had no way out. She had even considered ending her life. But she couldn't bear to abandon her daughter. Nana was only 3. If she died, what would happen to their child? So every time she got hit, she endured it. She didn't even dare to cry out loud, for fear of frightening the child. Sigh. After a long while, Xingyi let out a deep sigh. Well, since I'm here, I might as well stay. Maybe. I was meant to transmigrate just to save this poor mother and daughter from that beast. He rubbed his nose and muttered, feels like I'm scolding myself the whole time. What bad karma is this? He grabbed the dining table and slowly stood up. A wave of weakness hit him. The original owner's abuse had wrecked this body. This is hell difficulty from the start. If possible, Xingyi just wanted to scream at the sky. Why me? He switched on the light. A warm orange glow lit the room. Old furniture, tattered couch, and an overwhelming stench of alcohol. He scratched his head, speechless at the mess. First, he opened the windows to let the air in. Then, relying on the original memories, he found a large woven sack and began silently cleaning up the empty bottles. Xia still didn't move, holding Nana tightly on the couch. But a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. That demon never cleaned up after himself. He would always drink and then sleep. This was the first time she had seen him like this. After quite some effort, Xingyi gathered all the bottles into one place. Without bothering the mother and daughter, he went to the kitchen, grabbed a rag, and wiped down the table. By the time the entire apartment was spotless, he was drenched in sweat. Still smelling the lingering alcohol, he opened the windows wider. Then, he carried bags of garbage downstairs trip by trip. After the final trip, his entire body ached. He checked the time, 8 p.m. Then glanced at the filthy kitchen and sighed. All right, one step at a time. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he fetched clean clothes from the bedroom and walked into the bathroom. Xia stared at the closed bathroom door. Hearing the sound of running water, she finally allowed herself to relax just a little. Her tense body began to ease. She looked around the now clean apartment in disbelief. He even threw away the rest of the alcohol. What's going on? Had he gone insane? She didn't dare believe he had changed. A devil is still a devil. How could such a man suddenly become kind? Mommy, I'm hungry. 3-year-old Nana wasn't a fussy child. She was smaller than other kids her age. Even though her belly was flat from hunger, she just looked up at her mom with big, round eyes. Be good, Nana. Mommy will cook something for you in a bit, Xia whispered as she stroked her daughter's hair. She could only wait until the devil went to sleep. Then she could cook for herself and the child. Nana obediently nodded, then turned her head with her mom, both of them watching the bathroom door. Even this tiny girl understood. Only when daddy is asleep can she eat. Chapter 2, Has the Devil Changed? After taking a comfortable hot shower, Xingyi felt even more exhausted. He changed into clean clothes, pulled his phone from the alcohol-reeking old ones, tossed them into the washing machine, and then walked to the mirror, staring at his reflection. His long hair hung over his eyes, his face pale, and his chin covered in scruff, clearly unshaven for days. He looked like a stereotypical shut-in. Xingyi had to push his hair back with his hand to see his full face clearly. You could tell cleaned up, this version of Xingyi was actually pretty handsome. After all, he used to make a living with his looks as a heartthrob celebrity. The bathroom door opened, and Xingyi stepped out. He clearly saw the mother and daughter on the worn-out sofa shrink back in unison. Xingyi shook his head and ignored them. He opened the front door and walked out. Xia froze, her eyes filled with despair. Did he go out to buy more alcohol? He hasn't had enough tonight. Looks like Nai and I are going to sleep hungry again. Biting her lip, Xiao's face turned pale. She looked down at her frail daughter, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Don't cry, Mommy. Nai's not hungry anymore. Little Nai, thinking her mom was crying because she was hungry, quickly reached out her tiny hand to clumsily wipe away the tears from Xiao's face. Xia bit her lip harder, and the tears fell even more. After a while, she finally managed to speak in a trembling voice. Be a good girl, Nai. Mommy will help you fall asleep. When you're asleep, you won't feel hungry anymore. Tomorrow morning, Mommy will get up early and make you something delicious, okay? Okay. Mommy, don't cry. Xia gently picked up Nai. Her wounds ached as she moved, and her long-term malnutrition caused her vision to blur for a moment. But she still forced herself to stand and slowly carried her daughter into the bedroom. Only when she lay down on the bed did she feel slightly better. She softly hummed a lullaby, coaxing little Nai to sleep. As Nai slowly closed her eyes, Xia thought about the hardships of the past 2 years since her marriage. Her heart ached bitterly, and she finally made up her mind to leave this hell tomorrow. Even dying outside would be better than being tortured to death by this devil. Click. The sound of the front door lock turning snapped Xia Xiao out of her thoughts. Her body trembled again. Instinctively, she covered Nai's ears and listened carefully. That devil bought more alcohol again. Xingyi opened the door and, out of habit, glanced at the sofa only to be slightly stunned. They were in the bedroom. But they haven't eaten yet. He looked at the food in his hands, dazed for a moment, then quietly placed it on the table and walked toward the bedroom. Xia Xiao's body tensed as she heard his approaching footsteps. She quickly shut her eyes, pretending to be asleep, silently praying he wouldn't come in, that he would just go drink, get drunk, and pass out on the sofa like always. But the next moment, a knock suddenly came. Knock knock knock. Ahem. I brought you two some food. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'll sleep in the side room tonight. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xia Xiao's eyes snapped open. Then she heard his footsteps slowly walking away, the door to the side room open, and then close again. The room fell silent once more, the only sound being Xia Xiao's tense breathing. At some point, little Nai opened her eyes too. She had clearly heard Xingyi's voice and was now curiously staring at the closed bedroom door. That smelly dad, didn't he come back to the bedroom tonight? And, did he say he bought food? Thinking about the food made her feel even hungrier. She swallowed hard and looked at her mom with hopeful eyes. The situation was just too strange. Xia Xiao didn't know how to react. She didn't trust him, but what he said seemed to be true. Looking down and seeing her daughter's hopeful eyes, Xia Xiao finally gathered her courage, tiptoed to the bedroom door, and slowly opened it. The warm orange light from the living room spilled in through the crack, along with the rich aroma of food. Xia Xiao peeked toward the table. There, steaming bowls of white rice and for dishes 2 meat, 2 vegetables sat neatly. Her eyes instantly turned misty. The food blurred in her vision. He had really bought food for them. But instead of feeling happy, Xia Xiao was filled with fear from the depths of her heart. Why is he doing this? What does he want now? Patter patter patter. Perhaps drawn by the smell of food, little Nai came running barefoot, her short legs moving quickly as she pressed against the doorframe and peeked out. Her eyes instantly lit up, and her mouth began to water. But she didn't move without permission. She just looked up at her mom with wide, blinking eyes. Looking at the food on the table and her daughter's eager gaze, Xia Xiao closed her eyes helplessly, took a deep breath, then forced a smile and picked up Nai. Shush, Nai, let us eat quietly, okay? Nai's eyes sparkled as she nodded quickly. Xia Xiao stroked her daughter's hair, carefully carried her to the table, and sat down. The aroma made her stomach growl uncontrollably. Nai immediately grabbed the chopsticks, scooped up a mouthful of rice, and with her other hand grabbed a drumstick and took a big bite. Clearly, she'd been starving. Xia Xiao's eyes filled with sorrow as she gently patted Nai's back and told her to slow down, though she herself hadn't picked up her chopsticks. Nai looked up, her big eyes curving into crescents. She lifted the drumstick and mumbled. Mommy, here Tilda. MHM. Mommy will eat 2 there's more on the plate. Looking at her sweet, thoughtful daughter, Xia Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. She nodded heavily and took a bite of the delicious chicken leg her daughter offered. How long had it been since she'd experienced something like this? She didn't know what made her do it, but she turned to look at the closed side room door. Inside, Xingyi of course heard all the noise from outside. He let out another deep sigh. Since he transmigrated, he'd sighed more in a few days than the original owner had in 30 years. This original body owner had really screwed things up, leaving him with nothing but frustration and sighs. After sighing again, Xingyi started thinking seriously. He had just gotten a haircut and bought some food. Only then did he realize there was barely 1,800 yuan left in the household account. If he had transmigrated any later, this family would have been completely broke. I need to make money. Fast. Xingyi clasped his hands behind his head, leaned against the bed, and stared quietly at the white ceiling, thinking. A moment later, he suddenly sat up straight, eyes lighting up. Right. How did I forget? This is a parallel world. Chapter 3. Daddy cooks for Nana for the first time. Xingyi was excited. He reached out for his cell phone and kept flipping through it. After a while, a smile broke out on his face. This world was indeed just as he remembered. The cultural heritage and entertainment industry were completely different from his own world. Especially since the entertainment level of this world is quite poor, some pop songs that make Xingyi frown can occupy the hot song list. Any of those famous songs from the original world would be a blast in this world. Xingyi held the phone tightly, thinking quickly in his mind, and classic songs from the original world slowly emerged in his mind. As he thought about it, Xingyi gradually couldn't hold on any longer and could only drag his exhausted body slowly into sleep. The next morning at 6 o'clock. Xingyi's fixed biological clock made him wake up on time. He opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of him blankly. It took him a long time to remember that he had traveled through time. The days in summer always rise so early. The light of the early sun shines through the curtains onto Xingyi. He gets up, opens the window, looks at the strange city outside, and takes a deep breath of the fresh morning air. Since time travel is a fact, live your life well. Xingyi stretched, turned around, gently opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. The worn sofa was still across the living room, and the dining table and the kitchen were spotlessly clean. It should have been cleaned by Xie after dinner last night. Xie used to clean everything in the house, and now she keeps the house clean as always. After a night of ventilation, the smell of alcohol in the room was reduced a lot. Xingyi stood there and thought for a while, then tiptoed into the bathroom to wash up. Xingyi knew that Xie usually got up at 8 o'clock in the morning to cook, because Xingyi used to sleep until after 10 o'clock before getting up. Only after he got up and finished drinking could the mother and daughter eat his leftovers. Alas Tilda. Xingyi sighed again subconsciously, and then washed up quickly. Xie in the room had actually woken up. She vaguely heard some noise coming from the bathroom outside, but she didn't dare to go out. She didn't know why this devil suddenly got up so early today. It seemed that he had become abnormal since he woke up drunk yesterday, and Xie couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. The sound of washing outside disappeared, and the door of the room opened and closed. Xie pursed her lips and stared at the bedroom door, somewhat curious as to why he had gone out again. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement outside. Xie glanced at Xiao Nanar, who was still sleeping beside her. After thinking about it, she plucked up the courage to quietly get out of bed, opened the bedroom door and walked out. The smell of alcohol in the room had become very thin, and fresh air blew in through the window, accompanied by the smell of hand soap wafting from the bathroom, which smelled very good. This situation made Xie feel unreal. She hadn't smelled such a fresh scent for a long, long time. It turns out that this comfortable feeling can be found at home again. Xie came to the window, looked at the outside world, and was unconsciously stunned. It was not until this moment that she suddenly remembered that she was only 24 years old. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the room opened again. Xie was startled awake. Then, she subconsciously tensed up her whole body and turned around mechanically. Xingyi also stood there in embarrassment. He didn't expect Xie to have woken up. After he washed up, he found that there was no vegetable at home, so he just bought some meat, vegetables and rice. They were both stunned, and only then did Xingyi see clearly the appearance of his wife in front of him. She was very beautiful, much more beautiful than those internet celebrities in the original world, especially her almond-shaped eyes, which seemed to be able to speak. However, now these almond-shaped eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. Moreover, she was too thin, and her face was extremely pale, probably because she hadn't seen the sun for a long time and was malnourished. Seeing this, Xingyi felt pain, hatred and embarrassment in his heart. It was too cruel. Such a beautiful wife was abused like this. The original owner deserved to die. Ahem, good morning. I'm going to cook first. Xingyi was the first to break the awkwardness. He lowered his head and dared not to look any further. He quickly walked into the kitchen carrying the dishes. Xie was still in a daze. The next moment, her gaze followed Xingyi's figure to the kitchen. Seeing him washing vegetables and rice skillfully, Xie could not believe her ears and eyes. He actually greeted me. And? When did he learn to cook? What's more, he actually cut his hair and shaved his beard. He looked like a new person, especially his eyes. There was cleanliness, shame, and a bit of love in them. Isn't that what his eyes should have? Xie silently looked at the busy figure in the kitchen, and a great feeling of grievance came over her heart. She bit her lips tightly, her eyes gradually moistened. What was this? Pity herself. A guilty conscience. Har. Isn't it funny? The devil actually has a conscience. Do you believe it? Mom told her. Little Nana woke up at this time. Perhaps she couldn't find her mother, so she ran out barefoot with an anxious look on her face. When she saw Xia Xiao in the living room, little Nana ran over and hugged Xia Xiao's legs. Then her little nose smelled the fragrance of food. She sniffed, turned her head and looked towards the kitchen with big eyes. Xingyi in the kitchen naturally also saw the little guy. He grinned at the little guy, but he didn't expect that little Nana shrank back behind Xia Xiao in fear. Xingyi touched his nose helplessly, and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, as if there was not enough oxygen, which was very uncomfortable. Well, he was a novice in love, and the difficulty was hell from the beginning. He really didn't know how to make a child happy. After a while, the food was ready. Xingyi took off his apron, washed his hands, looked at the two people who were still standing stiffly in the distance, and said in a muffled voice, "Wash up and come over to eat." Little Nana was obviously swallowing her saliva, but she didn't move. She just stared at the delicious food on the table with her big round eyes. Xia Xiao looked at the scene in front of her with some horror. He doesn't drink anymore? And he wants us to go over for dinner? What should she do? Xingyi was somewhat expectant at first, but when he saw the two people's defensive looks, the expectations in his heart sank to the bottom of the sea. He was silent for a moment and sighed. You guys eat first. After saying that, he stood up and walked into the side bed. Xia Xiao didn't move. She watched the door of the side bedroom being closed. She looked down at the expectation in her daughter's eyes and sighed in her heart. Xiao Nana, wash your hands and go eat. On the dining table was the millet porridge made by Xingyi, which was golden and very tempting, as well as two side dishes and a small bowl of stewed eggs. The moment she saw the stewed eggs, little Nana's eyes suddenly lit up and a childish smile appeared on her face. She held a small spoon and turned to look at Xia Xiao. Mom, is this what Dad made for Nana? Xia Xiao was speechless for a moment. She looked at her daughter's expectant eyes and finally nodded. Seeing her mother's response, little Nana's eyes suddenly brightened. She couldn't wait to scoop a spoonful of egg custard into her mouth, and the smile on her face became even brighter. This is the first time Daddy cooks for her and it's so delicious. Xia Xiao just ate her meal in silence. The food smelled delicious, but she was struggling and confused in her heart. Her gaze unconsciously shifted to the closed door of the bedroom. Chapter 4, You Are My Life. Xingyi sat at the desk in the side bedroom. He was actually very hungry, but he knew that the woman and the two women outside were not able to sit at the same table with him to eat. Alas! What a sin! Xingyi shook his head and put these out of his mind. He took out his mobile phone, opened the Douyin platform in this world, and cancelled the account which still had a few thousand fans left. He took a look yesterday and found that the Douyin platform in this world has become more and more complete, with more and more users, which is equivalent to the level of the original world around 2016. Xingyi registered a new account. After thinking about it for a while, he finally decided to name it Xingyao. Naming it after his daughter was the new life he wanted to give the mother and daughter. Xingyi himself didn't he have any big pursuits. In his original world, he was already 30 years old and had entered middle age. He had experienced almost everything he should have experienced. Now that he has traveled through time and returned to the age of 24, he is very open-minded. In this life, he will settle the mother and daughter down and give them a rich life. Whether they separate or divorce later, he wants to go out and travel, live for himself, chop wood and feed horses, travel around the world, face the sea, and see the blooming flowers in spring. Thinking of this, Xingyi finally smiled. He habitually clicked on the hot search list on Douyin, and the next moment, his brows furrowed. What kind of garbage is this? When did a catchy song like "Temporary Holding the Pig's Feet" become a hot search? The song kept repeating, like a magic sound lingering in the ears, leaving Xingyi speechless. But it's better this way, because this way the songs I produce can become a big hit. Xingyi had a plan in mind. He found some pieces of manuscript paper that had been covered in dust for a long time from his desk. These were all left by Xia Xiao. The original owner couldn't write songs, but he had a nice voice and he covered a few popular songs when he debuted. Xingyi spread the manuscript paper flat on the table, humming a familiar tune softly, and quickly writing the 6-line score on the manuscript paper with the pen in his hand. Xingyi in the original world was a lyricist and composer. Now it was just a matter of time and space transfer. This little thing was not difficult for him at all. In just a short moment, a complete music score appeared in front of him. Xingyi picked up the music score, nodded with satisfaction, and spread out another piece of paper. The lyrics of this music score also appeared on the paper. Mission accomplished. Xingyi couldn't wait to take out a guitar from the closet, tuned it, and then sat at the desk with the guitar in his arms to gather his emotions. The next moment, Xingyi closed his eyes and gently swept the strings with his fingers. The melodious sound of the guitar rang out in the quiet room, and Xingyi's gentle voice also rang out. I woke up crying because I dreamed about you leaving. Look at the night wind blowing through the windowsill, can you feel my love? The song drifted slowly and Xingyi was immersed in it. This song was his favorite when he was in school. He really liked the view of love in the lyrics. Unfortunately, he didn't meet such love until he was 30 years old. As the sound of guitar came from the room, Xia, who was eating silently, was suddenly stunned. She turned her head to look at the closed door with surprise in her eyes. He also plays guitar? How is that possible? That guitar was his, and Xia knew it very well. He couldn't play the guitar, at least he couldn't before, and Xia also knew it very well. But what is happening now? Along with the sound of the guitar, Xingyi's singing voice slowly came. Xia was even more stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. Even little Nana, who was eating happily, was attracted by the singing. She stopped eating with the spoon in her hand and looked towards the closed door of the room where she was lying on her side. Little Nana, with her big eyes blinking, tilted her head and looked at that place. Little Nana knew that this was the voice of her father who was cooking for her for the first time. So gentle. It was the first time she heard her father speak so gently. When we grow old, will you still be by my side? Look at those vows and lies, slowly drifting away with the past. Even if Xia had never heard of this song, she could still feel its power, with such a beautiful melody and such pleasant lyrics. It was hard for her to imagine that this was being sung by a demon. The sound of the guitar was still gentle, and Xingyi's singing was still lingering in her ears, but the beauties, both young and old, sitting at the dining table were all stunned. Until the next line of the song started. How many people have admired your youthful appearance, but who is willing to endure the ruthless changes of time? So many people have come and gone in your life, but I will always be by your side as long as you are here. Hearing this, Xia could no longer bear it. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly and tears fell one by one. 2 years, 2 whole years. Because of the fear she suffered every day in the past 2 years, she hasn't listened to music for 2 years and hasn't left the house for 2 years. Every day he faces the daily necessities of life and the mess in the house, and he is slowly turning into a demon. Now that I finally mustered up the courage to escape, what did he mean by singing this? What did he mean by his sudden change? Xia was a little overwhelmed. She was confused again. She was afraid of the future and the changes in the person she was in. She was afraid that this was just a momentary dream. Once the dream is shattered, everything will return to the starting point. The singing stopped at this moment. Little Nana also noticed her mother crying. She climbed onto Xia's legs in panic, stretched out her little hands and tried hard to wipe away her mother's tears. Mom, don't cry, Nana will cry for you. Little Nana thought her mother was in pain again. She helped Xia wipe her tears, raised her little face, pulled open Xia's collar and blew air on her. Below the collar, Xia's back was covered with scars. Xingyi naturally didn't know what happened between the mother and daughter outside because of his song. At this moment, he had opened Douyin and clicked to record the video. He did not show his face in the video, only the area below his nose was exposed. He hugged his guitar and cleared his throat. Ding dong ding dong ding dong tilde. This time, Xingyi was obviously much more formal. He played and sang the song completely again. When the song ended, Xingyi saved the recording and cut out the unnecessary time at the beginning and the end. Finally, Xingyi extracted the audio, added lyrics and music, and submitted the copyright ownership online. After everything was done, he edited a title. You Are My Life is an original song written and composed by me, dedicated to everyone. I hope you like it and give it a thumbs up and support. Click to upload. Ding tilde. Video uploaded successfully. Tilde. Xingyi let out a breath, finally it was done. Next, let us just wait quietly for the public's response. This song is a king bomb in this era. Xingyi had no doubts about whether this song would be a hit or not. He was confident in it. It would be unjust if it didn't become a hit, as it won the Golden Melody Award on the song charts. The original singer Shui Munyanhua won the Best New Artist Award for this song. Now, as a newcomer, even if I don't win the Best New Artist Award, I should be able to make a name for myself. He put the guitar back into the closet, then touched his empty stomach and scratched his hair. I wonder if these two have finished eating? Oh. I'm so hungry. What a sin. Chapter 5 Xingyi's Change. Xingyi, who was rubbing his stomach, finally couldn't wait any longer. Man is like iron and rice is like steel. He would feel hungry if he didn't eat for a meal. He gently pushed open the door, leaving a gap. He looked out like a thief and happened to see Xiao carrying Xiao Nanai away from the dining table. Her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. She obviously saw herself as well. After standing there in a daze for a moment, she quickly returned to their master bedroom with the child in her arms. Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door and walked to the dining table. Finally I can eat. Xingyi looked at the food on the table that was obviously left for him, and felt happy. Then he picked up the millet porridge and started to swirl it in big mouthfuls. Perfect. It's worthy of my craft. It feels great to be full. After clearing all the food on the table, Xingyi patted his bulging belly and burped with satisfaction. After cleaning up the dishes, Xingyi, who had nothing to do, walked around the room and looked at the layout of the house. This is a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house, only 70 square meters. It was bought by the couple together when they got married, and the household items were also decorated at that time. In the past 2 years, the family has not bought any new things, and these things are already looking a little worn out. The house was not big and was quiet, with only the occasional sound of Xingyi's footsteps, so it seemed a little depressing. Xingyi shook his head, returned to the sofa and sat down. It's hard to imagine how Xiao lived with her child in such an atmosphere for 2 years without going out. This feeling is like being in prison. Even Xingyi, who had just traveled through time, couldn't bear it. It's mainly about the atmosphere. How can there be any homely atmosphere here? Xingyi also knew that he couldn't change anything in a short time, so he could only curl up on the small sofa and fiddle with his phone. He was asking how to maintain a home, how to make a child happy, and how to be a good father. There were so many different answers online that it made Xingyi scratch his head, but he still insisted on reading on. After all, it was his first time being a father, and he was afraid that he wouldn't do well. At this moment, the door of the master bedroom was suddenly opened again. Xingyi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little head popping out from there, with 2 pigtails on the head shaking. It was little Nana. She tilted her head, staring at me with the same almond-shaped eyes as her mother, and was looking at me curiously. The innocence and clarity in these sparkling eyes made Xingyi's heart melt. It's just that Nana's face is too thin, just like her mother's. It would look better if it were rounder. Yes, before, the mother and daughter could only eat leftovers all day, and the little one couldn't eat the food mixed with wine. The original owner didn't give them money, so they could only go hungry one day and full the next. When Xingyi saw Xiao Nanai, he subconsciously wanted to smile, but before he could open the corners of his mouth, he saw Xiao Nanai was so scared that she quickly closed the door and ran back. Xiao's clear voice was also heard in the room. She was coaxing the child. The smile froze on his face and Xingyi touched his nose innocently. It seems that I will still have something to worry about in the future. Time passed quietly, and 4 hours went by while I was scrolling through the phone. During this time, I could hear Xiao coaxing the child from time to time. By noon, Xingyi's head was already dizzy and swollen, and his mind was full of messy parenting knowledge. He put down his phone, rubbed his temple, and stood up. It's time to make lunch. Just at this moment, the bedroom door was opened, and Xiao, with an expressionless face, walked out of the bedroom holding a pile of clothes. She seemed not to see Xingyi standing in front of the sofa, and went straight to the bathroom. Ji Yuxingyi's body clearly stiffened when he saw her come out. Is she going to do the laundry? Ji Yuxingyi suddenly remembered that the clothes he had changed yesterday were still in the washing machine. Thinking of this, Ji Yuxingyi also quickly walked towards the bathroom. Xia was very nervous. She didn't expect Ji Yuxingyi to still be at home. Usually at this time, he would have gone out to drink with his friends. She heard Ji Yuxingyi's footsteps approaching her, and suddenly she became more nervous, her heartbeat began to accelerate, and her body trembled slightly. Well, my clothes are still in the washing machine. Can I take them out and hang them out to dry first? Ji Yuxingyi's familiar voice sounded from behind. Xia, who was bending over to open the door of the washing machine, was startled. She staggered and shrank back into the bathroom. Be careful. Ji Yuxingyi couldn't help but say one more sentence. Xia then realized that he was asking for her opinion. She avoided his gaze, not daring to look at him, but still said, okay, you take it first. Yes, thank you. Ji Yuxingyi clenched his fists, his hands were shaking a little, and his eyes were filled with anger and heartache. He just clearly saw the purple-red bloodstains under Xiao's neck. Although he had the memory of this beast, when he actually saw it with his own eyes, he really couldn't imagine why there would be such a beastly person in this world. This made him, who had never bullied a woman before, feel extremely angry and sad. Ji Yuxingyi was tidying up the clothes in the washing machine. He didn't continue looking at her. At this moment, his thoughts were racing in his mind. I'll make lunch later, remember to call Nana out to eat. Xiao. Nana fell asleep. Wait. I'll wake her up later. Xia shrank back again, looking extremely flustered, even her speech was somewhat incoherent. Ji Yuxingyi knew that his presence would only put pressure on her, so he touched his nose helplessly, picked up the clothes from the washing machine and quickly went to the balcony to hang them up, then walked into the kitchen. Xia was still standing there in the bathroom holding her clothes until she came to her senses when she heard the sound of fireworks in the kitchen. She put the clothes into the washing machine tremblingly, but her eyes unconsciously drifted towards the kitchen. What happened to him? He started cooking for himself and the kids again. Xia touched her nose subconsciously, and then suddenly froze again. When did he develop this habit? Xia just stayed in front of the washing machine, listening to the sound of the drum turning, feeling extremely complicated. Until all the clothes were washed, she took out the clothes and went to the balcony to hang them up. The man was busy in the kitchen. Xiao Nanai didn't wait for Xia to call her. She woke up by herself, and still pushed the door open with her bare feet, her two little hands still rubbing her sleepy eyes. The next moment, when she saw Ji Yuxingyi busy in the kitchen, her beautiful big eyes lit up, and then she curiously lay down beside the kitchen door frame, looking at Ji Yuxingyi's back. Xia hung up the clothes and turned around to see this scene. Little Nana's face was full of anticipation, while Ji Yuxingyi was busy in the kitchen. Xia's spirit suddenly collapsed. She quickly turned around and leaned against the wall, covering her face with her hands, slowly squatted down, and tears fell silently. This was a scene that only appeared in her dreams a long, long time ago. Chapter 6 First Interaction. Ji Yuxingyi still did not eat at the same table with the mother and daughter. After bringing the food to the table, he hurried out of the house. Hearing the sound of the door, Xia wiped the tears from her face, bit her lip, stood up, hugged Xiao Nana and walked to the dining table. There were still 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes on the table, as well as 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of steamed eggs. Xia stared at the delicious food on the table for a long time before slowly sitting down. No one knew how complicated her mood was right now, not even she herself knew what she was thinking. The food was just as delicious as the breakfast. The little guy had already enjoyed the egg custard. But the mother and daughter's peaceful lunch was soon disrupted by the sound of the door opening. They subconsciously raised their heads and saw Ji Yuxingyi carrying a large bag and pushing open the door and walking in. Little Nana moved closer to Xia, with the small spoon for scooping steamed eggs still in her mouth, still motionless. Her big eyes followed Ji Yuxingyi's movements. Ji Yuxingyi lowered his eyelids, not daring to look at the frightened mother and daughter. He just walked to the sofa, put down the bag in his hand, and then spoke, his voice a little muffled. I bought you some ointment, remember to use it. I also bought a toy for the child, I don't know if she likes it, but I saw other little girls have it, so she should have it too. Xia did not respond. Xingyi was silent for a while after he finished speaking. He intertwined his hands and pinched his knuckles secretly. I know you won't believe me, but I still have something to say. I won't drink anymore, and I won't hit you anymore. You and Nana don't have to be so scared at home. The child is still young, and this atmosphere at home is not good for her. Xingyi finished speaking in one breath, and he felt that the depression in his heart was relieved a lot. He didn't wait for Xiao's response and quietly walked back to his side. Xiao watched his figure disappear, and when she saw that the door was closed, she didn't know what to say. In just one day, facing this man's sudden change, she still couldn't let down her guard. Xingyi in the bedroom was in an even worse mood at this time. His eyes were red, and it was obvious that he had cried outside. If possible, he would rather not have traveled through time and not know what happened here. But now it has come to this, he has no say in matters of time travel, and he feels very uncomfortable about being transported to this scumbag's body, and he even has thoughts of self-harm. Especially when he saw the scars on Xiao's body, Xingyi's suppressed heart became even heavier. Who says men don't shed tears easily? It's just that men haven't reached the point of being sad. After only staying in this house for a short day, his heart was suppressed to the point of collapse. He really couldn't understand why someone could have such great malice towards his own relatives. After dinner, Xiao still left some for Xingyi. She washed the dishes for herself and Xiao Nana, looked at the bag on the table and thought for a while, and finally took Xiao Nana's hand and walked towards the master bedroom. She really couldn't accept this sudden kindness. Who knows if this was a trap he set to numb herself, and she was already used to the pain in her body. I just don't know if there is anything here that he is trying so hard to get. She was afraid that after accepting his benefits, he would reveal his true terrifying face. After experiencing a brief day of tenderness, she was extremely afraid that the previous days would come back again, and she even had a hint of anticipation in her heart. Will he always be like this as long as I don't accept his kindness? I just hope he can stay like this for one more day, one more day. Xingyi heard the door of the bedroom next door closing. He knew that the mother and daughter had finished their meal, so he got up and walked out of the room. Then he saw that the bag on the coffee table was still unopened and remained quietly in its original place. Xingyi pursed his lips and sighed. He didn't know what to do, so he could only sit down and eat. At this time, the door of the master bedroom was unexpectedly opened again. Little Nana poked her little head out again, staring at me while I was eating with curiosity. Xingyi tried to grin and smile at her again. This time I finally got what I wanted. The little guy was not scared away, and was still looking at me curiously while I was eating. Xingyi felt a little relaxed, and his depressed heart was healed a lot by this soft and cute little baby. He put down the chopsticks in his hand and called to Xiao Nana in the most gentle voice of his life. Xiao Nana. Xingyi's sudden words scared the little girl, causing her body to tremble slightly. However, she still did not shrink back. Instead, she turned her head to look into the master bedroom, and then, as if encouraged by something, looked at Xingyi again. A tender and soft child's voice came from her mouth. Dad. Hearing this voice, Xingyi's whole body trembled, his eyes instantly became moist, and the smile on his face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. This was the most beautiful melody he had ever heard since he traveled through time. Little Nana tilted her little head and looked at her father, who was crying and laughing in confusion, as if wondering why someone could laugh and shed tears. Xingyi responded to the little guy with a soft hum. Then he stood up, walked to the sofa, took out the doll he had just bought from the bag, held it in his hand and shook it gently in front of Xiao Nana. Little Nana blinked her big eyes, and seemed to be moved. She looked at the doll in Xingyi's hand, then turned her head to look into the master bedroom. It took her a long time before she walked towards Xingyi reluctantly. At this moment, Xingyi's heart was beating like a drum. He looked at the little girl, who was like a little angel, taking small steps with her bare feet, approaching him step by step. He even stopped breathing, for fear of scaring the little guy who was finally taking a step towards him. Little Nana only knows that her father will make delicious food for her. Now that she has her favorite toy in her hand, it seems that he will not be mean to her and her mother anymore. She walked to Xingyi, raised her little face, sniffed hard, and then showed a happy smile. Dad doesn't stink anymore. Happy. Little Nana, do you think the doll in Daddy's hand is pretty? Look at her two braids, they are similar to Nana's, and her little skirt, do you like it, Nana? Looking at this little adorable baby, Xingyi frantically searched for the parenting knowledge he had seen on his mobile phone. He spoke to little Nana in an extremely gentle and serious manner. Little Nana moved her little hands, as if she wanted to take the doll from Xingyi, but she still didn't muster up the courage to stretch out her hand. She just stared at Xingyi with her big, shiny black eyes. Xingyi's eyes were always on Xiao Nanai, so he naturally saw her action, so he slowly squatted down until he was level with Xiao Nanai. He gently placed the toy in Xiao Nanar's hand. When his fingers touched Xiao Nanar's small hand, Xingyi felt his whole body softened. The lethality of cute babies is evident. Xingyi, who became a father for the first time, was quite satisfied with his performance. Chapter 7: The Diffusion of Video. Little Nana finally took her favorite toy. Her gaze moved from Xingyi to the doll. She touched the doll's soft long skirt with her little fingers, and her eyes immediately curved into crescents. She got her first gift after the first meal her father cooked for her. Xingyi felt mixed emotions as he looked at the joyful expression of the little guy in front of him holding the toy. Especially when I saw Nana's dry and yellow hair, her thin face, and the clothes she was wearing that had been washed to a white color and was obviously much smaller than hers. Xingyi's heart felt like it was being pricked by needles for a moment. She is only 3 years old, an age when she should be pampered, but now she is so happy because of a small toy. Xingyi gritted his teeth and quickly wiped his eyes, forced a smile, and quietly watched little Nana playing beside him. The sunlight shines through the curtains onto Nana's face. Her two round almond-shaped eyes are shining under her fringe. Her long eyelashes are fluttering like little fans, and her pretty nose is slightly wrinkled from time to time because of the smile on her lips. At this moment, there was nothing else in Xingyi's eyes. Xiao in the master bedroom was even more nervous at this time. She didn't know whether this was right or wrong. But she agreed with what Xingyi had said before. The child was still young and she should not grow up in such an atmosphere. Letting the child get close to Xingyi was the best she could do now. Little Nana outside laughed like a silver bell from time to time. Xiao couldn't help crying when she heard it. She just sat quietly on the bed, wiping her tears silently. Not long after, little Nana seemed to be sleepy from playing. She hugged the doll tightly, glanced at her father who was still smiling at her foolishly. Her little face showed a conflicted expression for a moment, then she turned around and ran back to the bedroom. Xingyi just stared blankly at the little guy's figure disappearing, touched his nose, and smiled silently. It seems that I have to buy a pair of suitable slippers for this little guy. It is not a good habit to always go barefoot. Time passed slowly. Xingyi was still the one who prepared dinner, which consisted of 3 dishes and a soup. As usual, he let the mother and daughter finish their meal first before Xingyi started to finish his meal. Xingyi went to bed early today. He decided to start morning jogging from tomorrow, otherwise his body really couldn't take it. He would be exhausted after going out to buy things in the afternoon. So Xingyi fell asleep at 8 o'clock in the evening. It was 8 o'clock, the time when most people were relaxing. In a science and technology university in Jiangcheng, Xiaoming was lying on the bed, browsing Douyin out of boredom. After browsing for a while, Xiaoming yawned. The videos pushed to him on Douyin were really unbearable to listen to. Oh, it's boring. There's nothing new in the same old story. He continued to swipe his fingers on the phone and decided to swipe 2 more times before going to play games. Ding dong ding dong ding dong tilde. Suddenly, a gentle guitar sound came from the mobile phone. Xiaoming unconsciously stopped swiping his fingers and looked at the screen. There was a thin boy with no face shown, holding a guitar and strumming the strings. This melody is great. Xiaoming nodded and continued listening. I woke up crying because I dreamed about you leaving. Look at the night wind blowing through the windowsill, can you feel my love? What the hell is this? It sounds unexpectedly good. Xiaoming sat up and turned up the volume again. Xingyi's clean and gentle singing voice echoed in his ears, making Xiaoming's eyes light up. How many people have admired your youthful appearance, but who is willing to endure the ruthless changes of time? So many people have come and gone in your life, but I will always be by your side as long as you are here. Wow! Treasure song. What is the name of this song? Xiaoming swallowed his saliva. He was sure that he had never heard this song before, so he clicked on the author's personal homepage. She is a newcomer named Xingyi. This song is his original creation. You are with me all my life. What a great song to have you in my life. Xiaoming quickly returned to their video interface and listened to their whole song again. He was immersed in the singing again, as if the girl next to him had accompanied him from his youth to old age, and no matter how she changed, he still admired her. From youth to old age, always faithful. Xiaoming was completely moved by the song. He quickly clicked the like button, wrote a lot of comments, and then forwarded it to the girl he liked. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and clicked the forward button again, forwarding it to the class group. How can such a good song be buried? What Xiaoming didn't know was that there were many people repeating his actions. Wang Gang is a white-collar worker in a company. He is currently sitting in his car playing Douyin. His home is upstairs, but he doesn't want to go home. Since getting married and having children, his wife has become particularly nagging. Every time he worked hard outside all day, he couldn't even have some free time when he got home. He could always hear his wife scolding him while she cooked. Something like how much money that man makes, or how obedient that child is. Things like this. He had long been tired of his wife and felt irritated every time he looked at her face. It really is true that when a woman becomes a shrew, she looks ugly no matter how you look at her, so every day after get off work he would stay in the car for a while, enjoying this moment of peace and quiet. Browsing the various beauties on Douyin, he often thought how great it would be if his wife became like this. As Wang Gan was thinking this, he moved his fingers gently again. Suddenly, a gentle guitar sound came into his ears. He looked at the video and saw a boy holding a guitar and playing it. He wanted to just pass by, but the next moment, the boy spoke. Because I dreamed of you leaving, I woke up crying. The voice entered Wang Gang's heart from his ears. He was stunned for a moment and his fingers stopped unconsciously. Wang Gang fell silent until the song was over. The sound of guitar sounded again and the song was sung again, but Wang Gang's thoughts drifted far away. That was when he had just met his wife. Her face gradually became clear in his mind. She had been pursued by many people, but she finally chose him. He remembered his wife's every smile, her beauty, and the vows he made when he got married. Whether she is rich or poor, healthy or sick, beautiful or faded, successful or unsuccessful, from now on, he is willing to love her, comfort her, respect her and protect her. For a lifetime, until death. He recalled the happy expression and encouraging eyes of his wife when she often prepared little surprises for him when he was not satisfied with his work. So when did you start to feel bored? Was it from the time when I was so absorbed in work that I didn't pay attention to her? Or was it from the time when she said something to me every time I came home drunk? As he thought about it, Wang Gang suddenly burst into tears. Since when did I start to ignore the person I once loved the most? The singing continued. Wang Gang quickly clicked like, then turned off his phone, started the car and left the parking lot. When he came back, he hurried upstairs. Opened the door, closed the door, and see the familiar figure in the kitchen. Why did you come back so late today? Didn't you call me? The food is getting cold. Hearing this familiar nagging voice, Wang Gang smiled. He quickly walked into the kitchen, put one arm around his wife's waist, and rested his face on her shoulder. Hate it. What are you doing? The child is still at home. Wang Gang looked at the wrinkles at the corners of his wife's eyes and her hands that were rough from doing housework for a long time, and suddenly smiled. Then he took out a bouquet of bright red roses from behind him, which were as beautiful as she was back then. Wife, I love you. It's great to have you. Chapter 8 Slowly Changing Life. In just one night, the song You Are With Me All My Life became a huge hit on Douyin. Jiu Xingyi's gentle voice coupled with the gentle melody of the guitar captured one fan after another, and the number of likes and comments also rose at a rocket-like speed. More and more people, either because they received forwarding messages from friends or recommendations from people around them, clicked on the video out of curiosity, were instantly attracted to the song, and became part of the army of recommendations. The heat continues to build. Later on, not only Douyin, but even Weibo started to talk about it. At 10 o'clock that evening, this video successfully ranked 5th on Douyin's hot search list. Douyin headquarters at this time. There was a knock on the door of Operations Director Yang Xuanlin's office. She had just finished a day's work and looked at the visitor with a frown and a serious expression. Xiao Li, a technician who pushed the door open, held a tablet in his hand, looked at the usually decisive boss in front of him, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Director Yang, I have a special situation to report. A video on the platform has been on the hot search list in just 2 hours, and is now ranked 5th. Yang Shulin didn't care. She still frowned and waved her hand to take the tablet handed to her by Xiao Li. Why are you panicking? This isn't the first time this has happened. Tell me, which internet celebrity has released a new video? He's not a big internet celebrity. He's a new account that was just registered today. And this video has not been pushed by us. The video content is just a song. Xiao Li spoke cautiously while observing Director Yang's expression. He knew that Director Yang hated being disturbed during her break. He is also gambling on the value of this video. Because he just listened to this song, to be honest, he was also attracted by this video. After hearing what Xiao Li said, Yang Shulin's face turned surprised. A new account. A song? It's ranked 5th on the trending search list without any streaming. As she spoke, she sat back in her office chair and clicked on the Douyin trending search, and then the surprise in her eyes became even stronger. 4th on the trending list. I want to see what kind of song this is. After the song, Yang Shulin fell silent. This was the first time she had heard such a beautiful song on Douyin after working there for so long. Yang Xianlin clicked on the author's homepage and looked at his name. Xingyao. A very nice name. Xiao Li, you did a great job. Help me push this video so that more people can see it and make sure it's number 1 on the trending search list tomorrow. Also, you are responsible for continuing to follow this account. If there are similar songs next time, you don't need to report to me, just push them out directly. Xiao Li nodded vigorously, happily took the tablet and left the office. He knew. He made the right bet. After Xiao Li left, Yang Shulin listened to the song once again in its entirety. It still sounded so beautiful. Yang Shulin tapped her fingers lightly on the table a few times, as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, she picked up her phone, edited the private message, and sent it. The next morning at 6 o'clock. The number of likes for this video on Douyin has reached a terrifying 500,000, and the number of comments has reached more than 200,000. You have to know that for some big internet celebrities, it is already very impressive if they receive hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of comments. So this comment conversion rate is really ridiculously high. Xingyi's number of fans exceeded 1 million overnight. With just one song and one video, he became a millionaire blogger overnight and became an overnight sensation. Of course, most of these fans are fans of this video. If Xingyi does not produce songs of the same quality as the one in this video in the future, he will soon be forgotten by most people. Xingyi got up at 5 o'clock. He didn't know yet that his song had become a huge hit. After quickly washing up, he walked out of the house for his morning exercise. This body was in even worse condition than he had imagined. After running for just a short while, he was already exhausted and out of breath. He had to stop and rest every 20 minutes. He ran and stopped like this for an hour and finally ran 5 kilometers. This was the plan he had set for himself for today. After resting for a while and doing a few sets of push-ups, Xingyi slowly moved home. When I got home, it was already 7:40 in the morning. As soon as Xingyi opened the door, he ran into Xia, who was coming out of the bathroom. There were water droplets on Xia's hair on her forehead, and she was wiping it with a towel. She was startled when she saw Xingyi, and her expression was a little panicked. She looked at the sweaty Xingyi and felt a little at a loss, but still said in a panic, I didn't know you were out, I'll go cook now. Xingyi was stunned for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed by this situation, but he still answered quickly. Is Nana-chan still asleep? Xia pursed her lips, lowered her head and hummed, her heart beating faster. The sunny aura on Xingyi after the exercise made her feel uncomfortable. She was used to seeing his decadent and ugly appearance, so the sudden appearance of Xingyi being so sunny made her feel flustered. She subconsciously avoided Xingyi and walked quickly towards the kitchen. Go and look after Nana-chan. I'll cook after I take a shower. Is there anything you want to eat? Xingyi's slightly flattering voice sounded from behind. Xia paused, and after a while, a soft trembling voice came out of her mouth. No. No, just do whatever you want. I'll go see the kids. After saying this, Xia quickened her pace and ran into the bedroom as if escaping. Xingyi looked at the closed bedroom door, shrugged helplessly, hummed a song and took a comfortable hot bath. Ji Xingyi had consumed a lot of energy this morning. After taking a shower, he felt extremely hungry. In addition, his alcohol addiction came back. Ji Xingyi felt very uncomfortable and saliva kept coming out of his mouth. He could only drink hot water madly while cooking to relieve the pain. Xiao Nana also got up at this time. After Xia washed her, she leaned on the kitchen door frame and watched Ji Xingyi cook, holding the doll that Ji Xingyi gave her yesterday in her arms. Ji Xingyi turned around and saw the little guy. He grinned at Xiao Nana like an aunt and asked softly, "What do you want to eat this morning, Xiao Nana? Daddy will make it for you." The two braids on Nana's head shook slightly. She tilted her head and thought seriously for a long time, then her big eyes narrowed. Steamed eggs. Nana loves steamed eggs. Okay. Then steam the eggs. Ji Xingyi answered lovingly. He stretched out his hand to rub Xiao Nana's little head, but then quietly retracted his hand because he was afraid of scaring the little angel in front of him. Take it slow, there's no rush, Ji Xingyi thought to himself. Xiao Nana was obviously slowly accepting him, which gave Ji Xingyi hope. He was in a good mood and even his alcohol addiction and hunger seemed to have gone away from him. The breakfast is still rich, with white porridge, wraps, 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, and of course the steamed egg ordered by Nana. As usual, Ji Xingyi returned to his small bedroom and let the mother and daughter eat first. However, what was better than before was that there was obviously more laughter while the two were eating outside. Chapter 9 Shopping. Lying on side. Ji Xingyi lay on the bed and picked up his mobile phone which he had set to silent mode, wanting to see the effect of the video. As soon as he unlocked his phone, Ji Xingyi was shocked. Oh shit! That's a lot of notifications. In the notification bar of the mobile phone screen, the notification messages of video likes, reposts and comments have all reached 99 plus. Ji Xingyi crossed out all these notifications with some trembling. He had a feeling that his song would be popular, but he really didn't expect it to be so popular. It's so terrifying. Luckily I turned on the mute mode last night, otherwise the notification sound alone would have kept me awake all night. Ji Xingyi swallowed his saliva, clicked on Douyin, and opened his homepage. The number of over 1 million fans on the page almost blinded his eyes. Even though he had seen a lot of ups and downs, he couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. You have to know that the Douyin platform in this world is different from the original world. Even in the original world, there are only a few bloggers who have over 1 million followers overnight in the mature Douyin platform. With excitement in his heart, Ji Xingyi continued to click on the video. More than 2 million likes and nearly 1 million comments made Ji Xingyi unable to stop smiling. Become famous with one song. It seems that no one in this world has achieved this except myself. Moreover, when Ji Xingyi saw it, the comment section was full of positive reviews and praises, and many people were calling for him to come up with 2 more good songs like this. Sure enough, good songs are timeless. The good songs from the original world were not buried in this world, but blossomed with their own brilliance, and successfully made it to the top of Douyin's hot search list. Ji Xingyi also noticed that many internet celebrities were already covering his song, and even several cover videos had made it to the hot search list. However, they all indicated that they were the original creators, so Ji Xingyi didn't pay any more attention to it. Returning to his personal homepage, Ji Xingyi looked at the private chat interface of his account again. It was basically all advertisers seeking cooperation and various guild recruitments. Ji Xingyi ignored them. It was impossible for him to sell goods, not in this lifetime. He is a man with the world in his head. How could he possibly promote products just to make money? He would never do such a stupid thing of draining the pond to catch fish. Then it's time to see the benefits. Ji Xingyi opened the Douyin backend wallet, and the profits he saw made him grin. Without taking any advertisements or pushing any videos, in just one day, the revenue generated by this video from traffic alone reached a staggering 320,000. This is the profit after paying taxes, which is very nice. Phew tilde. Ji Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the profits. Now that I have money, I don't have to live such a tight life anymore. When he had only a little over 1,000 yuan in assets, he was cautious even when buying vegetables. He couldn't imagine what a family would do if something happened with only this little money left. Now that he had this first pot of gold, he naturally felt much more relaxed. After transferring the proceeds to the bank card, Xingyi waited until the two people outside finished their meal and the door rang before he quickly pushed the door open and went out to have breakfast. After morning exercises, his appetite was noticeably bigger, and he didn't feel full even after finishing all the food on the table. But fortunately it's breakfast, so it's not advisable to eat too much. After washing the dishes, Xingyi grabbed his cell phone and hurried out of the house. The community where he lives now is located in the old city area of Jiangcheng. This neighborhood is now quite old. The reason why he bought a house here is because it is cheap. He and Xia got married not long after they started working, and they did not have much money. When they got married, they were still looking forward to moving to a better house in the future. Unfortunately, 2 years after their marriage, Xingyi not only did not find a job, but also squandered all their savings. He even sold Xia's cell phone to buy alcohol, and all the money in the house was controlled by him. Coming out of the dilapidated neighborhood and joining the crowd, Xingyi walked straight towards the shopping mall in his memory. The shopping mall is not far from the community, only 2 streets away. It is called Blue Sky Shopping Mall. It looks tacky, but it has all kinds of goods. This was also Xingyi's first time here. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a domestic big brand mobile phone store called Moe. Maybe because most people are at work, there are few customers in the store. A young female clerk is painting her nails boredly at the counter. When she saw Xingyi coming in, her eyes brightened up and she quickly walked towards him. She even felt happier to see such a handsome guy coming so early in the morning. "Handsome guy, do you want to buy a cell phone?" Xingyi nodded in response, looked around the counter, and then selected a sky blue mobile phone. The female clerk hurriedly picked up the phone that Xingyi had chosen, and her smile widened. "Handsome man, you have good taste. The phone you chose is the latest product in our store. It is not only beautiful in appearance, but also has a 100x zoom. It is also the world's first phone that supports satellite calls." Xingyi nodded, thought for a moment and said, "Are there any mobile phone cards for sale here?" "Of course. Handsome guy, are you going to use it yourself? If you want, just apply for a card here. Now if you apply for a card and recharge it for 100 yuan, you will not only get 100 yuan of phone bills, but also 600 minutes of free talk time, 100 free text messages, and 50 G of exclusive traffic." The female clerk introduced the product more enthusiastically, and she spoke until her mouth was dry. She didn't expect that this handsome guy not only wanted to buy a mobile phone worth more than 6,000 yuan, but also wanted to apply for a card here. "This way my commission will increase, and I will be very happy." Xingyi didn't have the heart to interrupt her introduction until she finished, then he said, "It's not me who wants to apply for a card, it's for my wife." "Oh tilde." The female clerk was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xingyi again, feeling inexplicably disappointed. Alas! How could such a young guy enter the grave of marriage so early? It turns out that all the good men are from other families. They buy their wives mobile phones worth thousands of dollars without blinking an eye. The female clerk thought so, but she didn't hesitate to continue, "The handsome man's wife is so lucky. I think your wife will like this phone. But if you want to apply for a mobile phone card, your wife still needs to come in person with her ID. Okay, then please help me put this phone away." Xingyi scratched his head. He didn't expect that real name authentication was required to buy a mobile phone card in this world. He could only ask the clerk to pack up the phone first. After a while, the phone was wrapped, and Xingyi scanned the code to pay, then hurriedly left the mobile phone store with the warm farewell of the female clerk. He still had a lot of things to buy and had already wasted a lot of time here. Xingyi worked until 10:30 in the morning, and then he returned home happily with the large truck that was specially used to transport goods in the mall. Sure enough, the life of rich people is all about shopping. This feeling is so refreshing. Chapter 10: A New Home. After Xingyi left home, Xia took Xiao Nanai out of the bedroom. After Xia cleaned the house from top to bottom, she sat on the sofa and looked at the blue sky outside the window. After 2 days of ventilation, the smell of alcohol was no longer in the house, and fresh air blew in through the windows from time to time, making her feel extremely comfortable. Little Nanai was lying next to Xia, fiddling with her new doll. Her big eyes had already curved into crescents. She had smiled more often in the past 2 days, and she looked much more cheerful. This was something Xia would never have dared to think about in the past. Looking at the happily playing little Nana, the corners of Xia Xiao's mouth unconsciously curled up a little. Days like this are so nice. Then Xia Xiao was suddenly stunned. She touched the corner of her mouth in disbelief, and then saw the ointment still quietly on the coffee table. Are you laughing? It turns out that I can laugh. Xia Xiao fell into deep thought, and the only sound in the living room was the sound of little Nana playing. Crack tilde. The sudden sound of the door lock turning woke Xia Xiao from her thoughts. Little Nana quickly got up and crawled into Xia Xiao's arms holding the doll. There was a noise outside, and Ji Yuxingyi's familiar voice also sounded. Hey! Slow down, slow down. Don't scratch it. Stand it up and move it inside. Xia Xia was a little flustered. She quickly picked up Xiao Nanai and wanted to go back to the bedroom, but her eyes couldn't help but look outside the door curiously. Ji Yuxingyi and a strange man first appeared in her sight. They were carrying a cream-colored cloud-style sofa into the room. When he saw Xia Xiao, Ji Yuxingyi's eyes lit up and his face was filled with joy. Could you please pour me a few cups of hot water? I'll let the masters take a break after we're done. Oh, okay, I'll go pour it right away. Xia Xiao, who had not had contact with outsiders for a long time, was a little at a loss, but she reacted quickly and walked quickly into the kitchen holding little Nana. The smile on Ji Yuxingyi's face became even wider. Although he was now sweating all over, he was still full of energy. He and his craftsmen moved the newly purchased sofa into their house, and moved the old sofa out, and then the TV, refrigerator, green plants. Time after time, he seemed tireless, doing the work himself and carrying the things together with the masters. The house changed instantly after the new pieces of furniture were put in. The originally old appearance was suddenly renewed and exuded a vibrant look again. Xia Xia stood in the kitchen and watched all this happening as if she had seen a ghost. The look in her eyes changed from shock to disbelief, and then to confusion. She held Xiao Nana with her hands unconsciously tighter. Little Nanai was originally looking at the furniture in front of her with curiosity with her big eyes, but when Xia Xia hugged her tighter and tighter, her big eyes turned to look at her mother. A look of grievance emerged on her face and her little mouth pursed. Mom is bad. She hurt herself. Fortunately, Xia Xia reacted quickly, changed to a comfortable hugging position, and kissed Xiao Nana's face apologetically. Then, while coaxing little Nanai, she looked at Ji Yuxingyi who had just finished his work in the living room. He was bargaining with the masters, and finally sold all the discarded old furniture for 800 yuan. Xia Xia felt a little painful. Although the furniture was a little old, they were all in good condition. 800 was really a loss. But what she was more curious about now was where did Ji Yuxingyi get so much money? According to her calculations, the family should be struggling to make ends meet. After seeing the masters off, Ji Yuxingyi returned to the living room carrying a big bag and looked at the fruits of his labor with satisfaction. A cream-colored sofa, a pure white coffee table, a 75-inch ultra-high-definition LCD TV, a 1.8-meter floor-standing air conditioner, a 550L cross-door refrigerator, and 2 pots of green plants in front of the balcony. The originally small living room suddenly became full. Compared with the previous simple living room with only a sofa and a coffee table, it can only be described in one word. What a difference! This is the taste of home. Ji Yuxingyi picked up a towel and wiped the sweat off his face, put the bag in his hand on the new coffee table, and sat down on the soft sofa. The mother and daughter were still standing there stupidly in the kitchen. Little Nana had been put down by Xia Xiao. She hugged her mother's thighs and looked left and right like a curious baby, obviously exploring these new things in the house. Seeing the little guy like this, Ji Yuxingyi had a smile on his face, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. He took out a big pink toy from the big bag on the coffee table and placed it on the table, but his eyes were always on little Nana. Sure enough, after seeing the toy, Xiao Nana's attention was immediately attracted to it. She stared at the toy and couldn't take her eyes off it. One of her little hands was still tightly holding the doll, and the other hand was holding the hem of Xia Xiao's clothes. She leaned her head forward slightly, trying to see clearly what toy Ji Yuxingyi was in his hand. The look of wanting to come over but not daring to do so made Ji Yuxingyi feel a lump in his throat. Other people's 3-year-old children should be jumping happily into their father's arms at this moment, right? The original sense of accomplishment disappeared in an instant. Ji Yuxingyi secretly clenched his fists, then loosened them. He stretched out his hand and waved to Xiao Nanai, looking at her lovingly. Xiao Nana, come here quickly and see what daddy bought for you. Little Nana didn't run over immediately. She first raised her little face to look at her mother. When she saw Xia moved her lips but didn't say anything, she followed closely and walked over. Xingyi had already unpacked the toy, revealing its true appearance. He looked at Xiao Nanai standing still in front of the coffee table, and then said, "Wow, it's the princess's room. What should I do? The princess's room is so messy, Xiao Nanai, do you want to decorate the little princess's home with daddy?" When little Nana heard what Xingyi said, her eyes sparkled with obvious desire. She moved her little body closer to the sofa, until she was next to Xingyi's legs, and while holding onto the soft sofa, she looked at the pink princess house on the coffee table. Xingyi smiled gently at this time, picked up the little princess in the princess room, shook her in front of Xiao Nana, and sighed delicately, "The little princess hasn't dressed up yet, daddy doesn't know how to do it, Xiao Nana, can you help daddy dress up the little princess beautifully?" As Xingyi spoke, he handed the little princess to Xiao Nanai. Xiao Nanai blinked her big eyes, glanced at Xingyi, and then tentatively raised her little hand until it touched the little princess in Xingyi's hands. Xia, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but hold her breath, her eyes fixed on the little hand that Xiao Nana stretched out. Xingyi kept smiling. He put the little princess into Xiao Nanai's hands and tried to hold Xiao Nanai's small hand with his big hand. Until the soft little hand was held in his palm, the corners of Xingyi's lips slightly raised. He then picked up the little princess's pink dress again, held little Nana's hand in one hand, handed her the dress with the other, and his words of tenderness rang out again. "I'll leave it to Nana to dress the little princess. Daddy is so stupid. Can Nana teach daddy? Dad's hands are so warm, even warmer than Mom's." Little Nana looked at the little princess in front of her, then at the aggrieved Xingyi, and suddenly smiled. He told her daddy is so stupid. Nana, come and teach daddy." The little girl's white teeth were exposed when she smiled, and her almond eyes turned into two crescent moons. She leaned on Xingyi's thigh and took the little skirt that Xingyi handed to her. He put it on the little princess with clumsy movements. Xingyi also laughed. He humbly accepted the little guy's teachings and learned how to dress the little princess. At this moment, this small room suddenly became bright. Chapter 11: A Warm Home. The laughter of the father and daughter echoed in the living room. This was the first time since she was 3 years old that little Nana had played in her father's arms and felt her father's unique warmth. This is also the first time that Xingyi takes care of a baby. He enjoys the joy of having a cute baby at home. For him, who has been single for thousands of years, this is undoubtedly a good start. Xia leaned against the door frame, quietly watching the beautiful scene in front of her, her eyes moist. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear of interrupting this dreamlike scene. For the first time, her once steadfast heart began to waver. If it could go on like this, maybe it would be nice. The father and daughter didn't play for long. Little Nana was still decorating the princess's room under the guidance of Xingyi. Xingyi looked up and saw Xia leaning on the kitchen door frame in a daze. The sunlight outside just happened to shine on her thin body through the gaps in the curtains. Her light blue shirt, which was washed to a pale white, was extremely dazzling at this moment, causing Xingyi to squint his eyes. The mother and daughter really look alike, not only their eyes, but even the clothes they wear, which are obviously a size smaller, are very similar. These seem to be parent-child outfits. Xingyi suddenly remembered in a trance that this was indeed a parent-child outfit. Xia had bought it secretly without his knowledge on Nana's second birthday. Later, it was discovered by the original owner, who beat her and sold the phone. The original owner also had one, but he had long since used it as a rag and thrown it into some garbage dump. Xingyi fell silent when he thought of this incident. The next second, Xingyi staggered to his feet, covered his mouth, ran to the bathroom and started vomiting frantically. Xingyi only now realized how disgusting and angry a person with a conscience would feel when looking back on this behavior from a first-hand perspective. How can you know the pain of others if you have not experienced their suffering? This sudden change scared the mother and daughter outside. Xia was so frightened that she trembled. She quickly walked to the sofa and hugged little Nana in her arms. Little Nana struggled to get into Xia's arms, fearing that if she was a little late, her father who had just vomited would suddenly jump out and beat and scold her and her mother like before. In the past, every time my father made this kind of noise, he would be like a man-eating tiger, which was scary. After a while, Xingyi walked out of the bathroom in embarrassment. His eyes were bloodshot and red. Looking at the frightened Xiao and Xiao Nanai, he felt even more uncomfortable and his stomach couldn't stop churning. But he still suppressed his discomfort and said to them weakly, "I'm sorry to scare you, I just feel a little uncomfortable." He was uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. The memories in his mind of the original owner's actions made him feel nauseous uncontrollably. Especially when he thought about himself occupying his body now, Xingyi felt as if there were millions of ants crawling all over his body. Seeing Xiao and Xiao Nanai still looking at him warily, Xingyi sighed heavily, walked around Xiao who was holding the child and walked silently into the kitchen. He picked up the vegetables and started washing them. "Nana may not have had enough fun yet, take her to play for a while, I will make lunch." The sound of the water was very soft and Xingyi was very serious. Xiao took a close look at Xingyi's profile. This profile looked so familiar yet so strange. Finally she nodded, holding little Nana and sitting where he had sat before. Little Nana secretly poked her little head out from her mother's arms. After discovering that her father was still the gentle father, a smile finally appeared on her little face again. The parent-child activity between the father and daughter ended unexpectedly and turned into leisure time for the mother and daughter. There was smoke rising in the kitchen and soft voices outside. Until lunch was ready, the aroma of food wafted through the living room. Xiao saw that after he brought the food to the table, he quietly returned to his side. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, but she couldn't say a word. While eating, little Nana held a small spoon in her mouth and suddenly turned to look at her mother, her little brows furrowed with a puzzled expression on her face. "Mom, why doesn't Dad eat with us?" Xiao was chewing a piece of stir-fried pork. This was her favorite dish. She seldom ate it before or after her marriage because Xingyi couldn't eat spicy food. Hearing her daughter's question, Xiao unconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of the side-lying body, then turned back to look at her daughter with a puzzled look on her face, and she suddenly smiled. This smile is like a blooming spring flower, so beautiful beyond words. "That's because Mom and Dad aren't ready yet." The little girl didn't understand and her brows furrowed even more. Her little head didn't comprehend what her mother said at all. Xingyi was in a daze in the bedroom. He knew that his sudden vomiting was due to psychological problems, but he could not change anything. Even though he kept comforting himself subconsciously that it was not his fault, it still could not change the fact that he was who he was. Xingyi had no choice but to take out his mobile phone and flip through Douyin videos to divert his attention. His videos were still at the top of the trending search list, and many of the comments below were urging him to release new songs. But he has no such thoughts now. Making money is a means, not an end. The video is still slowly generating revenue, although this revenue will gradually decrease, and may even disappear completely within a few days. But the money he has now is more than enough for his family's daily life, so he doesn't need to release new videos for money. At this time, the sound of washing dishes was heard outside. Xingyi put down his mobile phone, pushed open the bedroom door and walked out. There was still food left for him on the dining table. Xiao was washing dishes in the kitchen, while little Nana ran to the sofa again and fiddled with her new toys. The doll that Xingyi had given her before was also placed in the princess's room by her, and lay side by side with the little princess on the small sofa in the princess's room. When she saw her father coming out, little Nana was not as scared as before. She just rolled her eyes and looked at Xingyi, and the expectation in her eyes was obvious. The little guy wants his dad to continue playing with him. Xingyi smiled, walked up to her and gently touched her little head, but he did not play with the little girl. Instead, he sat on the sofa and turned to look towards the kitchen. Seeing that her father had no intention of playing with her, little Nana pouted in disappointment. She supported herself on the edge of the sofa and sat down on it, leaning against Xingyi and playing by herself. As soon as Xiao came out of the kitchen, she saw Xingyi staring at her. She couldn't help but feel nervous. She didn't know where to put her hands, so she could only helplessly pinch the corner of her clothes. Seeing Xiao's humble and submissive look, Xingyi couldn't help but frown and sighed silently in his heart. It was because of her gentle and reserved nature that the devil in the past could bully her so confidently. Thinking of this, Xingyi's slightly frown relaxed. He took out the newly bought mobile phone from the coffee table and placed it on the table, still looking at Xia Xiao, with a gentle tone. I bought you a cell phone. See if you like it. I also have something to discuss with you. Can you come over and sit down? Xia Xiao had her head down, but after hearing Ji Yuxingyi's words, she raised her head and looked at Ji Yuxingyi. The first thing she met was Ji Yuxingyi's clean and clear eyes, and then she saw the brand new cell phone box on the table. Xia Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, softly after a moment, then slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. Is there something you want to discuss? Chapter 12, Leaving the House. Their voice was so soft that Ji Yuxingyi had to prick up his ears to hear it clearly. Ji Yuxingyi did not answer, but picked up the mobile phone box on the table and opened it. He took out the new sky blue cell phone, removed the protective cover, turned it on, and the pleasant startup ringtone rang. Ji Yuxingyi simply set it up and handed it to Xia Xiao. Here's the phone for you. You need to apply for a SIM card yourself. I've saved my number in it. If I'm not at home in the future, you can call me if you need anything. As Ji Yuxingyi spoke, he took out a wad of money from his pocket and placed it in front of her. This is the cash I just withdrew. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, take the kids out for a walk. It's not good to stay at home all the time. Buy whatever you want, especially clothes. I see that both of your clothes are much smaller. Also, get a bank card. It's not safe and convenient to carry cash. Ji Yuxingyi muttered to himself, saying everything that was on his mind in one breath. Xia Xiao raised her head and stared at the man in front of her, listening to his mumbling, her eyes slowly turning red. Seeing that Xia Xiao had not yet taken the phone, Ji Yuxingyi touched his nose helplessly. Don't you like this phone? I think the color is good and it's the latest model. If you don't like it, you can buy another one you like. Xia Xiao shook her head and looked at Ji Yuxingyi deeply again. No, I quite like it, thank you. Her voice was still very soft, a little choked, and with a slight tremor. The two of them suddenly looked at each other. Ji Yuxingyi glanced away awkwardly, but he felt relieved in his heart. I'm glad you like it. You're welcome. Okay, I'm going to eat first. After saying that, Ji Yuxingyi stood up, walked quickly to the dining table and started to eat with relish. In fact, Xia Xiao was still wondering where Ji Yuxingyi got so much money to buy these things, but Ji Yuxingyi didn't say anything, so she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask. She picked up the new phone on the table and took a look. The sky blue phone case was very textured, and the phone box also came with a special charger. Ji Yuxingyi even bought earphones and put them aside. They were pure white in-ear headphones. Little Nana at the side also put down the toy in her hand, and leaned over to look curiously at the new phone in her mother's hand. Xia Xiao raised her hand and touched the little guy's head. The big and small stared at the phone and began to study it. Because he sweated a lot in the morning, Ji Yuxingyi wanted to take a hot bath after eating and washing the dishes, but the mother and daughter stayed in the living room today, so he felt embarrassed to take a bath at this time. He could only return to his side-lying position with some depression. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather outside was finally not so hot anymore. Xia Xiao sat on the sofa and hesitated for a while, then picked up the money on the table and led Xiao Nana out of the house. Little Nana hasn't been out for a long time. She likes to go out and play, but her mother never took her out before and her father didn't allow them to go out, so she seemed unusually happy this time. The little guy was holding a doll in one hand and holding his mother's hand in the other, jumping all the way, with his big round eyes looking around everywhere. Everything outside was new to her. It's just that Xia Xiao felt a little restrained. She walked faster unconsciously. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the road, she felt inexplicably inferior. Especially the ill-fitting clothes she and Xiao Nana were wearing, which made her always feel that other people would inadvertently look at her twice. The mall was not far away, she vaguely remembered that she only had to cross 2 streets to get there. This place has changed a lot from the shopping mall she remembered. In just 2 years, it seems to be decorated more exquisitely. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a mobile phone store with a counter for applying for mobile phone cards. Xia Xiao hesitated for a moment and then led the child in. There were a lot of people in the store, and the clerks all seemed busy. Xia Xiao, who hadn't communicated with anyone for a long time, stood there in a daze. Fortunately, a female clerk noticed her and Xiao Nana, and took the initiative to come forward and touch Xiao Nana's head, then said with a smile on her face, "Little boy is so good, beautiful girl, do you want to buy a mobile phone?" Hearing someone praising Xiao Nana, Xia Xiao also smiled and shook her head. "No, I have a cell phone, and I want to get a SIM card. Can I get one now?" The female clerk still had a smile on her face as she guided Xia Xiao to the counter while talking. "Sure, this way please. We have several packages for you to choose from, but can I ask what brand of phone you have? If you use our brand of phone, you can get a discount when you apply for a SIM card." Hearing about the discount, Xia Xiao's eyes lit up. She quickly took out her phone from her pocket and handed it to the female clerk, asking softly, "Is this okay? It looks like it's your brand, and I just bought it this morning." The female clerk was stunned, and she looked at Xia Xiao carefully again. There were only 2 of the latest model mobile phones sold today, and since he came to apply for a SIM card, the female clerk naturally thought of Xingyi from the morning. So this mother and daughter are the wife and children of the handsome guy in the morning? But why are they both so thin? And their clothes are obviously ill-fitting. Doesn't that handsome guy look like someone who treats his wife and daughter badly? And this couple is so beautiful, this shouldn't be the case. The female clerk was a little confused, but she didn't ask any more questions. She exclaimed with a smile on her face, "Wow! So the handsome guy who came to buy a mobile phone this morning is your husband? You are so lucky. This is the latest model of mobile phone here. With this phone, you can apply for this package, recharge 100 and get 100 free, and get 600 minutes of free talk time." The service was still enthusiastic, but this time the service target changed from Xingyi to Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao was so dazed that she paid the money and successfully applied for the card. The enthusiastic voice of the female clerk was still echoing in her mind until she walked out of the mobile phone store. So horrible. However, she actually said that Xingyi was a good man. Xia Xia really wanted to tell him, why not take such a good man home? After buying the mobile phone card, Xia Xiao applied for a bank card and deposited all the money she had into it. After deducting the money for the mobile phone card, she had 4,900 left. This time, Xingyi gave her a full 5,000. Walking out of the bank with her mobile phone and bank card, Xia Xiao looked at the tall buildings around her and suddenly felt alive. Now she can take her children away, find a job to support herself and her children with the money, and even pursue her dreams again. The sudden freedom made Xia Xiao stand there in a daze for a long time. Until a childish voice sounded in her ears. "Mom, Mom, can Nana have an ice cream?" She came back to her senses instantly. Little Nana beside her was still holding her hand, her round eyes staring straight at the ice cream shop not far away, and her saliva was about to flow from the corners of her mouth. Xia Xia smiled, and her smile was so bright and brilliant. "Okay, but you can only eat one. Otherwise your tummy will hurt." "Okay." Nana loves Mom the most. Chapter 13, Coaxing the Little One to Sleep. The mother and daughter finally went out. Xingyi took a nice bath. He had no idea that Xia Xiao outside might never come back. After taking a shower, Xingyi began to prepare dinner. He plans to make some noodle soup as the staple food for the daily 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. But because he didn't know when they would come back, Xingyi was afraid that the dough would clump together and not taste good, so he didn't make it now. After serving the dishes on the table and cutting the noodles and placing them on the chopping board, Xingyi returned to the living room, fell on the sofa, picked up his mobile phone and started browsing parenting tips. What should I do if my child doesn't want to eat? Just give him a beating. This won't work. Cross it out. Little Nana is so well behaved, how could she not eat? Besides, such a cute little girl, he couldn't bear to touch her even a finger. Xingyi was so tired of scrolling that he yawned and looked at the time in the upper right corner. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening, why haven't the mother and daughter come back yet? Xingyi suddenly sat up straight. No way. Could something have happened to the mother and daughter? Xingyi was a little nervous. He quickly stood up, put on his shoes and prepared to go out to look for the mother and daughter. But as soon as he opened the door, he happened to meet them coming back from outside. A fragrant breeze blew in from the door. Xingyi was completely stunned. At this moment, Xia Xia was humming an unknown tune, walking with a relaxed pace, and the corners of her mouth raised to show that she was in a good mood. She was holding a few handbags in her hands. Xiao Nana was holding the corner of her clothes with one hand, and in the other hand she was still holding the doll he had given her. What stunned Ji Yuxingyi the most was that they both had changed into new clothes that fitted them well, and their pleated long skirts danced gently in the wind under their white shirts printed with small flowers. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make their horse. The big and the small seemed to have suddenly changed after going out, and Ji Yuxingyi didn't dare to look them in the eye, although he didn't dare to look her in the eye anyway. The two pairs of cute almond eyes were obviously stunned for a moment when they saw Ji Yuxingyi. The next moment, little Nana came up to him sweetly and called him Dad. It was obvious that little Nana was in a very happy mood after having gone out for fun and changing into new clothes today. The word Dad almost made Ji Yuxingyi's soul fly away. He responded with a trembling voice, then squatted down and rubbed Xiao Nana's hair. This cute kid is so unfair. The key point is that at this moment, little Nana is cute and adorable, and cute with a childish mischievousness. This instantly defeated Ji Yuxingyi, and his originally nervous mood instantly relaxed. He picked up the cute little guy and walked into the house first. Dad, can I make you noodles today? The kind with 2 eggs. Okay. Nana likes to eat eggs. Nana loves Daddy the most. Xia Xiao outside the door was disheveled in the wind. The little guy just said that he loved his mother the most, but now he betrayed her? Xiao Nana didn't have to wait long, the noodles with egg were ready soon. Ji Yuxingyi brought the noodles to her, scratched her little nose, then turned around and walked towards the bedroom as usual. Ji Yuxingyi just turned around, but he didn't expect the little guy to suddenly grab the corner of his clothes. Dad, can you have dinner with Nana? The soft voice sounded again. Ji Yuxingyi turned around and met Xiao Nana's expectant gaze. He hesitated and secretly glanced at Xia Xiao who was sitting next to him. Xia Xiao didn't say anything, nor did she look at him. She seemed not to have heard what Xiao Nana said, and she just slurped the noodles in front of her. Ji Yuxingyi was somewhat speechless. This situation was really difficult to deal with. If you want to kill me or cut me up, just tell me straight away. What did he mean by not saying anything? Ji Yuxingyi, who had been single for 1,000 years, really couldn't understand what the woman in front of him meant. He could only try to test her. Then I will stay and have dinner with Xiao Nana. Yeah. Dad, sit. Sit next to Nana. The one who answered him was Xiao Nana, who happily patted the chair on the other side. Ji Yuxingyi touched his nose, brought another bowl of noodles from the kitchen with an unnatural expression, and sat next to Xiao Nana. Mom sat on the left, Dad sat on the right, and little Nana in the middle was surrounded by her parents for the first time. She had a smile on her face the whole time. She even ate her meal with extra effort and finished a full bowl of noodles. In the end, Xia Xiao was afraid that the little one would be too full and stopped her from eating anymore, so the little one gave up. But after dinner, little Nana's wish to have her parents play in the princess house with her was dashed. In the end, only Ji Yuxingyi was left to play with little Nana. After dinner, Xia Xiao returned to the master bedroom alone. Ji Yuxingyi could understand this. Xia Xiao must have gone through a great psychological struggle to get him to sit at the table and eat with her. Ji Yuxingyi put himself in Xia Xiao's shoes and thought about it. If I wanted to live in peace with my enemies after being treated like that in the past, I would definitely not be able to do it. No. If it was me, then the original Ji Yuxingyi would definitely not even have a body to be found now. Just chop it up and feed it to the dog. I played with little Nana until 9 o'clock in the evening. Little Nana was so sleepy that she nodded her head from time to time, but she still didn't want to go to bed. During this period, Ji Yuxingyi also discovered a very serious problem. That is, Xiao Nana is now 3 years old, but the little guy still can't take off his shoes by himself. You know, a normal 3-year-old child is old enough to go to kindergarten. Ji Yuxingyi knew that this was caused by the previous unhealthy family environment and he couldn't be hasty, but he still felt extremely distressed. It was at this time that Xia Xiao walked out of the bedroom. She didn't say anything, but just silently stared at Ji Yuxingyi and Xiao Nana on the sofa. The meaning in her eyes was clear. Ji Yuxingyi understood immediately. He picked up Xiao Nana from the sofa, kissed her on the face, and said with a smile, "Xiao Nana, it's time to go to bed. Daddy will play with you tomorrow, okay?" Little Nana's eyes, which were about to squint, opened slightly. She looked at Ji Yuxingyi's face, then turned her head to look at Xia Xiao, and then suddenly buried her little head in her father's neck. "Nana wants to sleep with Daddy tonight." The sudden words made Ji Yuxingyi a little overwhelmed, and also made Xia Xiao's face slightly darker. I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Ji Yushini looked at Xia Xiao with innocence. This was the little girl's own idea, and it was not instigated by him. Xia Xiao secretly clenched her fists. This ungrateful little bastard, it was a waste of her time to take care of her. After just 2 days, she was corrupted by the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. In the end, the little girl succeeded. Xia Xiao simply washed her and the little girl happily crawled into her father's bed. Little Nanai hugged Ji Yushini's neck like a koala and didn't want to let go, and Ji Yushini let her hug him like this. This was the first time Ji Yushini coaxed his baby to sleep. He recalled the parenting experiences on the internet and gently told little Nana a bedtime story. Today, Dad is telling me the story of the Snow Queen. A long, long time ago, there was a beautiful country. The king had 2 very lovely daughters. One of them was called Elsa. This was also the first time that little Nana slept in her father's broad arms, and the first time that her father told her a bedtime story. From the first time her father cooked for her and the first time he bought her a gift, now there are 2 more firsts. Xiao Nana felt extremely satisfied and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 14 Dao Lele. The next morning, Xiao Nanai was still sleeping soundly, but Ji Yushini still got up early. He quietly pushed open the bedroom door and walked into the living room, ready to go out for a morning run. The next moment, he rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe it. The ointment on the coffee table in the living room was gone. Ji Yushini's eyes gradually lit up, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Today he left home in a happy mood. It took Ji Yushini more than 2 hours to run, take a shower and cook in the morning. After making breakfast, he had another task for the day: wake up his daughter. Little Nana was awakened by Ji Yushini's gentle voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the moment she saw Ji Yushini, a cute and innocent smile gradually blossomed on her face. The little guy stretched out his soft arms, as if asking his father to hug him. Ji Yushini immediately reached out and gently picked her up, put on the new clothes he had just bought yesterday for her, and then carried her out to wash. Ji Yushini had learned how to take care of children from videos, but theory is only theory after all. Now that he was putting it into practice, he realized how difficult it was. The little guy's body was too delicate, and he didn't dare to use force, so he seemed clumsy throughout the whole process, especially when he was tying the little guy's hair. He seemed even more overwhelmed, and after working for a long time, he could only tie it crookedly in the end. Dad is a big idiot. Little Nana saw her crooked hair in the mirror and pouted to laugh at Ji Yushini. Ji Yushini pinched her little nose, causing little Nana to giggle, and she also stretched out her little hand to pinch his nose. When Xia Xiao came out of the bedroom, she saw this warm scene between father and daughter. She didn't say anything, but quietly walked into the kitchen and brought out breakfast. Perhaps she herself did not even realize that the corners of her mouth had already slightly curled up inadvertently. After the family of 3 had a simple breakfast, Ji Yushini did not return little Nana to Xia Xiao, but continued to take little Nana to the sofa to play in the princess house. But this time, while playing with Xiao Nanai, Ji Yushini inadvertently instilled some very simple numbers into her little head, numbers from 1 to 10. After discovering little Nanai's problem, Ji Yushini secretly made a plan to cultivate the little guy's independent learning ability through daily play. Starting from simple numbers to some common sense in life, he will slowly teach little Nana. Obviously, this is not something that can be achieved overnight, but fortunately, little Nana is very smart. It's just that no one taught her these things before. Now, under Ji Yushini's unintentional guidance, she quickly remembered some of the knowledge. Moreover, Ji Yushini discovered that since Xia Xiao came back yesterday, she seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Although she was still silent, there was obviously a more vivid look between her brows that had never been there before. It was as if she did not go back to the bedroom at this moment, but sat on the other side of the sofa fiddling with her mobile phone, looking at herself and the child from time to time. This is a good sign, which makes Ji Yushini feel much more comfortable. Xia Xiao downloaded WeChat, Weibo, Douyin and other software while observing the interaction between the father and daughter. At this time, she also discovered that Ji Yushini was teaching Xiao Nanai imperceptibly. She watched him calmly, feeling a little sweet in her heart. She had wanted to teach her child for a long time, but her family environment and their lives were already difficult, so she had no ability to teach little Nana like a normal mother. Xia Xiao withdrew her gaze and looked at the phone screen. This is indeed the latest model of mobile phone. The software download speed is very fast. Several softwares have been downloaded in just a few seconds. The moment Xia Xiao logged into her WeChat, an unread message popped up. It was the assistant who had followed her for 2 years. Dao Lele. There are only a few people on her WeChat, including Xingyi and a few people from her previous company. Dao Lele had been sending messages non-stop from the time she got married until 2 days ago, mostly asking about her recent situation, but she had never been able to reply. Looking at this series of messages, Xia Xiao felt a little warm in her heart and replied immediately. I'm sorry, Lele, I haven't been able to reply to your message before. I'm fine now, don't worry. Within 2 seconds of sending the message, the other party sent a reply. Sister Xiao. You're finally alive. I thought you wouldn't want to talk to me anymore after you got married. Woohoo! Sister Xiao, you don't know that since you disappeared, rumors have been everywhere in the company, especially that annoying Liu Qian, who has been so arrogant in the past 2 years. She says bad things about you to everyone she meets, saying that you deserve it. It's really infuriating. Seeing Lele's message, Xia Xiao pursed her lips slightly. Liu Qian was right. She really deserved it. When he was in the company before, he always suppressed Liu Qian. It was understandable that Liu Qian would behave like this after retiring. But this little assistant of mine is still as lively as ever. Lele, how are you doing lately? Is your life going well? Xia Xiao did not respond to Lele's words, but asked about her recent situation. Very good. Sister Xiao, don't worry, I am an indestructible cockroach. It's just that I miss Sister Xiao. Wu tilde Sister Xiao, will you come back? Xia Xiao was stunned for a moment, with a hint of desire in her eyes. Will he make a comeback? She turned her head to look at Ji Yuxingyi, then at Xiao Nanai. After a moment, the desire in her eyes slowly faded away. Probably not. But, Lele, if you miss me, we can find time to meet up. At this time, in the Qianmai Entertainment Building in the center of Jiangcheng City, a little girl about 1.6 meters tall put down the heavy objects on her shoulders. Her chubby little face was rosy, and there were 2 dimples on both cheeks. At this moment, she wanted to jump up with excitement, and her hands were tapping on her cell phone with excitement. But soon, a sharp female voice woke her up from her happiness. Dao Lele. Are you being lazy? Get to work. Do you still think you're the assistant of the popular actress? If you don't want to do this job, get out of here. Dao Lele looked up. The owner of their voice was a woman with a foxy face. Her face was raised upwards, and her slender willow leaf eyes were full of disdain. What are you looking at? Why don't you take the equipment to the recording studio? Can you afford to compensate me for delaying my recording? Dao Lele rolled her eyes at the woman and secretly sighed, but still picked up the equipment on the ground and walked towards the recording studio. Okay. Sister Xiao, I have a day off this Saturday, please contact me when you are free. Xia Xiao looked at this message and finally a smile appeared on her face. She looked through WeChat again, and seeing there was no other information, she switched back to Weibo. Her last update on Weibo was 2 years ago, in which she announced her retirement from the entertainment industry. The number of fans that originally numbered in the hundreds of thousands has now dropped to a few thousand. In addition to zombie fans, there are actually some old fans who often leave messages to show their concern for him. I casually flipped through the hot searches on Weibo, and they were all recent gossip, but there were actually a few that were talking about a song that had become very popular recently. I Have You in My Life. A magical song, a mysterious singer gained over 1 million fans overnight with just one video. Xingyao? Who is he? In-depth analysis, take you to review the latest treasure song. A song that soared to the top of Douyin's hot search list overnight. Listen now. Xia Xiao was quite curious about what the latest popular song sounded like, so she looked for the title and clicked on it. The post contains a long review by the blogger, full of words praising the song, and a link is attached below. Xia Xiao clicked on the link, and the phone screen automatically jumped to a video interface of Douyin. A familiar figure appeared on the screen and a familiar guitar melody sounded. Then, a familiar song echoed in the living room. Because I dreamed of you leaving, I woke up crying. Chapter 15, An Outburst of Courage. The living room suddenly became quiet, with only the singing echoing in the ears of the 3 people. Ji Yuxingyi turned his head away awkwardly, and little Nana threw herself into Xia Xiao's arms with her big eyes blinking, looking at the phone screen. Xia was completely stunned. Wasn't this familiar singing voice the one that came from the room 2 days ago? So Xingyi was recording a video that day. It was little Nana who spoke first. She pointed her little hand at the phone screen and looked up at Xia, her big eyes full of curiosity. It's Dad. Dad is on the phone. Yes, it's Dad. Xia touched the little guy's head and responded. Only now did she understand why Xingyi had so much money to replace the furniture for his home. The number of likes had reached millions, how could he not have money? She turned her head to look at Xingyi's well-defined profile, her eyes filled with inexplicable complexity. After getting her mother's answer, little Nanai jumped into Xingyi's arms again with even more joy. She held her father's face with her two short hands, her big eyes full of light, and she spoke in a baby voice. Dad is so gentle. Nana also wants to sing and go into the phone. Two soft little hands pressed on his face, Xingyi's eyes gradually melted. He also held his daughter's little face with his two big hands and asked softly, Nana, do you like singing too? Like? Xiao Nana narrowed her big eyes and answered without hesitation. Xingyi's smile became even brighter. Okay, then Dad will teach Xiao Nana to sing. When Xiao Nana learns, she can sing it on the phone, okay. Little Nana kept nodding her head, then happily kissed Xingyi hard on the side of his face. Xingyi, who received the reward, immediately smiled happily. Under the admiring eyes of the little guy, he quickly ran back to his side and took out the guitar. Back on the sofa, Xingyi tuned the guitar. He turned his head and saw Xia and Xiao Nana staring at him without blinking. Xingyi's face turned red, which was rare, and then he stroked the strings of the piano. Today, Daddy has created a nursery rhyme just for little Nana. Daddy will sing it to Nana first. Next time, Daddy will sing a line and Nana will follow suit, okay? Yeah. Xiao Nana nodded happily, her little face full of anticipation. This song is called Courage Burst. Listen carefully, Nana. After saying that, Xingyi gently plucked the strings of the piano, and a light melody sounded in the living room. Xiao Nana's sense of rhythm was surprisingly good. She shook her head and swayed gently to the melody. Xingyi couldn't help but sway his body along with the little guy. Looking at the father and daughter who moved in unison, Xia's eyes gradually softened, a smile quietly emerged on her face, and she actually joined their rhythm. Let's get started. After the prelude ended, Xingyi hurriedly informed Xiao Nanai, and then a cheerful song came out of his mouth. I planted a seed in my heart, Dalar tilde. It can make small wishes come true and has magical powers tilde. I heard every kid wants it. Get ready, let us explore together tilde. The cheerful guitar sounds and Xingyi's cheerful singing filled the living room. The little girl does have a talent for musical performance, and she kept moving along with Xingyi's singing. Her big eyes are bright and her movements are cute. It's almost melting Xingyi's heart. When Xia started singing, her almond-shaped eyes were completely fixed on Xingyi. That look seemed to want to see through Xingyi, flashing with a strange light. Xingyi didn't notice, he just smiled at the little girl and swayed his body along with her movements. The singing continues. This seed is about to sprout in my heart tilde. Every day I work harder for it. Mom and Dad say every dream is great tilde. Brothers and sisters, charge together. For the first time, their whole family was immersed in a sea of joy. At this moment, even the living room became bright. Xingyi's voice was very light this time, like a naughty child playing in the room. The song seemed to take away all their troubles and leave only joy. Okay go come, okay go come tilde will stick to our thoughts at the moment. Okay go come on, okay go come on tilde burst of courage. Following the song, little Nana clenched her fist and made a Superman gesture. Xingyi also put down the guitar in his hand, followed the little guy in making gestures, and then stretched out his finger and gently touched Xiao Nana's pretty nose. His eyes were full of doting and his voice was gentle. Xiao Nana, do you know what okay go is? Okay go tilde it means the courage to move forward. Little Nana threw herself into Xingyi's arms, and her two short little hands tightly wrapped around his neck. Dad, Nana likes this song. Nana likes a dad like this. Dad, please don't go back to being the way you were before tilde. Xiao Nana's soft voice rang in his ears. Xingyi opened his mouth slightly, and his eyes suddenly filled with tears. He hugged Xiao Naner tightly in his arms, buried his face deeply under Xiao Naner's clothes, and smelled her milky scent. "Yeah. Dad will never do that again." The voice was hoarse, yet firm. Xia Xiao couldn't see Ji Yuxingyi's expression at the moment. She was already in tears at this moment, but there was a smile on her face. She knew that the old days would never come back again, never again. It was Ji Yuxingyi who first calmed down. He put the guitar beside him and held little Nana on his lap. "Nana, let's learn a song now. I'll sing a line and you'll sing along with Dad, okay?" "Okay." Xiao Nana agreed very quickly. The following time became a teaching time between father and daughter. Ji Yuxingyi sang slowly one line at a time, and little Nana followed behind him and learned one line at a time. It turns out that children's songs should be sung by children. The lyrics sung by Xiao Nana are much more interesting than those sung by Ji Yuxingyi. Who wouldn't be confused when hearing that tender and soft child's voice? Perhaps she inherited the excellent musical genes from her parents. Little Nana learned the song very well. Although she only sang along for the first time, her tune was completely correct, but her singing of the lyrics was not smooth. Little Nana obviously liked singing very much. Ji Yuxingyi taught her patiently and she learned patiently. For the whole morning, the singing of the two echoed in the living room. Seeing the two of them immersed in learning songs, Xia Xiao silently started to make lunch. But the food she cooked was obviously not as good as Ji Yuxingyi's, so during the meal, little Nana kept shouting that she wanted to eat food cooked by her father in the future. This made Xia Xiao jealous and she rolled her eyes at the little guy, feeling even more indignant. "You have no conscience. It's only been 2 days and you've been bribed." This kind of family atmosphere makes Ji Yuxingyi feel very comfortable. Although atmosphere is something that cannot be seen or touched, Ji Yuxingyi can feel it clearly. The atmosphere at home now is what a real family should be like. In that depressing environment before, I'm afraid even a dog wouldn't want to stay there any longer. Chapter 16. I don't allow yellow-haired people within 100 miles. Xiao Nana learned very quickly, and in just 3 days, she was able to sing the entire song, Outburst of Courage. And the version the little guy sang was the best version Ji Yuxingyi had ever heard. Perhaps it was because a loving father always sees beauty in everything. Ji Yuxingyi felt that little Nana's singing was even better than the original singer's. At Xiao Nana's strong request, Ji Yuxingyi also took a video for Xiao Nana and sent it to Douyin. Little Nana in the video is wearing a pink princess dress and a bow on her head. Her little body sways with the music, she is so cute. Ji Yuxingyi's face was all smiles during the filming, with an expression of pride that read, "This is my daughter and I'm proud of her." Xia Xiao, who was watching the fun on the side, inadvertently saw Ji Yuxingyi's expression and almost laughed to death. This was the first time she saw him like this. During these 3 days, because of Ji Yuxingyi's good performance, Xia Xiao's relationship with him has eased a lot. At least Xia Xiao will now take the initiative to talk to Ji Yuxingyi. No one expected that the second video on Xingyao's account would be a nursery rhyme. The song is still original and still so beautiful. At Douyin headquarters, Xiao Li discovered this video as soon as possible. After watching the entire video, he gave it the highest level of support without thinking twice. Such a cute little kid, such a beautiful song. Xiao Li had a big smile on his face, with his mouth stretching all the way to his cheeks. It would be unjust if this video didn't go viral. He is the one in charge of this account, and he can foresee that his commission this month will increase significantly again. So happy. Immediately afterwards, Douyin's hot searches exploded again. The storm of having you in my life has not yet completely subsided, and the storm of courage has already begun. This time the video gained popularity even faster. In just one afternoon, the number of likes reached 5 million, and the number of comments was outrageous. This also resulted in Ji Yuxingyi having to silence his phone again at night, sitting on the sofa holding little Nana and happily scrolling through the comment section. Everyone in the comment section is talented and speaks nicely. Ji Yuxingyi can't stop scrolling. "If I had a daughter like this, I wouldn't allow anyone with yellow hair within 100 miles. This is the comment with the most likes. Like father, like daughter. The father started with a song called, I'll Have You All My Life, and the daughter followed with a song called, Courage Burst. In the next video, isn't it time for the mother to appear? This is the comment with the most replies. If I had a daughter like this, I would be willing to eat shit. This is the third most popular comment, and the one liked by Xingyi himself. Naturally, this song became popular on Douyin. Countless parents posted photos of their baby daughters. They imitated little nonners shaking heads and singing with courage bursting out. In an instant, Douyin was completely occupied by cute kids. This night also became a carnival night for the cute kids. The instigator, Xiao Nanai, had already fallen asleep in Xingyi's arms. A child's world is always so pure. If you are just a little bit nice to her, she will forget all your past faults and accept you again. The next day, Saturday. Xingyi had just finished his morning run. He wiped the sweat off his face and opened the door. He saw Xiao coming out of the bathroom wearing her newly bought suspender nightgown. She had obviously just finished a shower and was blowing her hair. Her pretty face was slightly red from the hot air, and water droplets were dripping from the ends of her hair. Her 2 shoulder straps hung loosely on her snow-white shoulders. The nightgown seemed to be a little big, and Xingyi could vaguely catch a glimpse of the whiteness underneath. This was the second time Xingyi saw her after taking a shower, and he felt a little embarrassed. The two of them stared at each other, and a line of poetry suddenly popped up in Xingyi's mind: nature's origin is not created, but the lotus emerges from clear water. This line of poetry was just right for Xiao at this moment. Seeing Xingyi staring at her like a fool, Xiao subconsciously covered her chest. Her face gradually became red, and even her earlobes began to turn red. Even though they have been married for more than 2 years, they now feel like a newlywed couple. Morning, tilde. Xiao tried her best to calm herself down, greeted Xingyi, but her steps towards the bedroom couldn't help but quicken. Morning. Xingyi simply replied. Xiao didn't say anything else and ran back to the bedroom as if escaping. Xingyi smiled helplessly. He was quite confused just now. After all, he was a single guy. Seeing such a scene so early in the morning was quite a shock. However, he would not have any improper thoughts about Xiao. Although they already have children, Xingyi only cares about his own business. On the one hand, he has always been serious about the issue of love, otherwise he would not have never been in love at such an old age in his previous life. Secondly, Xiao must hate him so much that she wouldn't have time to be interested in him. When it comes to love between men and women, they have to be in love with each other. Xingyi shook his head, getting rid of the random thoughts in his mind, and walked into the bathroom humming a song. Bathing, cooking, and waking up Nana are the 3 daily routines. When Xingyi pushed open the bedroom door, Xiao Nanai was still sleeping soundly, her mouth slightly open, lying on Xingyi's big bed with her arms and legs spread out. After a few days of normal eating and sleeping, Xiao Nanai's complexion became much more refreshed. Although she was still as thin, her mental outlook was visibly much better. Xingyi sat by the bed and watched for a while, then leaned over and gently pinched the little guy's nose. Nana, get up and eat tilde. The little guy lying on the bed pouted and opened his eyes slightly. When he saw Xingyi, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Then she slowly stretched out her short hands and hugged Xingyi's neck. Dad tilde. There is a hint of coquettishness in her babyish voice. Xingyi smiled, reached out to pick her up, walked out of the bedroom door, and put her on the stool in front of the sink. The little girl has been washing her face and brushing her teeth by herself these past 2 days. Xingyi has been supporting her by her side, squeezing toothpaste for her and bringing her a towel and so on. Little Nanai is very smart, and she learned this skill after Xingyi taught her for only 2 days. Xiao also walked out of the bedroom at this time. She had changed her clothes into a white shirt with small flowers printed on it and a pleated long skirt that she had just bought 2 days ago. She also tied her long hair up high behind her into a small bun. Her youthful and beautiful appearance made it hard to tell that she was the mother of a 3-year-old child. Seeing Xiao like this made Xingyi's eyes light up and he nodded secretly. This is the vitality that people in their 20s should have. But she is still too thin. She would look better if she were a little rounder. Xiao was still a little nervous and her cheeks blushed slightly. This was the first time she dressed like this at home and she didn't know if it looked good. She looked up at Xingyi, who was still taking care of Xiao Nana, then calmly walked to the dining table and sat down. His eyes seemed to light up just now. Does that mean he is still pretty? Wait. Why should I care what he thinks? Xiao puffed her cheeks angrily and stirred the bowl with her chopsticks carelessly. She was angry at herself for not doing enough. At this time, Xingyi also sat down with the washed little Nana in his arms. Little Nana called out, "Mom," sweetly, then picked up her special little spoon and scooped up the golden millet porridge in front of her. "Can you go out with us today?" Me. Xingyi, who was enjoying the food with his head down, suddenly heard Xiao's words. He looked up at Xiao, then pointed at his nose and asked with a puzzled look. Xiao nodded without looking at him, but her earlobes were already bright and juicy. "Okay." Xingyi agreed very readily. Chapter 17 Meeting Lele. Xiao Nanai changed into the same shirt and skirt as Xiao, while Xingyi wore a decent casual suit. When a family of 3 walked from the community to the street, the rate of people turning back to look at them soared to 100%. Everyone was attracted by the good looks of this family of 3. At the same time, they were also curious. Why had they never seen such a good-looking neighbor living in the community? Little Nanai was holding her father's hand in one hand and her mother's hand in the other, jumping around, with a big smile on her little face. She never thought that one day she would be able to go out holding her parents' hands like other children. At this moment, little Nana felt that her happiness seemed so great that even the big princess house couldn't contain it. Although the weather outside is a bit hot, the family of 3 didn't seem to feel it. From the upturned corners of their mouths, it can be seen that they are in a good mood at the moment. On the road, Xingyi stopped a taxi. He first carried the little guy into the back seat, then very gentlemanly let Xiao sit in the back seat and closed the door for her. He himself sat in the co-pilot seat. They were going to Yeater Plaza in the city center today. Xiao and her former assistant Dao Lele had an appointment to meet at a milk tea shop there. The reason why Xingyi and Xiao Nanai were brought along was simply because Dao Lele wanted to see the little guy, and the little guy had become Xingyi's little follower in the past 2 days, and was inseparable from him, so Xingyi was purely benefiting from the little guy. It takes more than 40 minutes to drive from here to the city center. Little Nanai held Xiao's neck the whole time, looking at the passing scenery outside. For the little girl, this was her first time traveling far away, and everything she saw was new to her. The driver first marveled at the good looks of the family, then suddenly felt that the little guy in the back seat looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him, so he talked to Xingyi from time to time. Xingyi chatted with the uncle very familiarly, and the atmosphere in the car was not so dull. The car quickly arrived at the destination, and it was not until the family of 3 disappeared from sight that the driver, who was parked on the side of the road waiting for the next order, opened Douyin out of boredom and suddenly realized what was going on. The little baby boy just now seems to be the cute baby who has become popular on Douyin recently. This discovery made the driver beat his chest and stamp his feet. His daughter is a loyal fan of this cute baby. Since the video came out, his daughter has watched it 10 times a day and sings the song all the time. "I didn't even ask for a photo. If my daughter knew this, I would definitely lose a few hairs." Yeater Plaza is the most prosperous place in the center of Jiangcheng City, not far from Dao Lele's workplace and residence. After 2 years, she was able to see Sister Xiao again. Dao Lele was very excited. She bought a few cups of milk tea in advance, sat in her seat, and stared at the door of the milk tea shop, looking forward to it. She had worked with Xiao for a year and a half before, and they were like sisters. Xiao was really good to her, but it was a pity that Xiao got together with Xingyi afterwards. She also didn't understand why Sister Xiao insisted on being with that man who seemed to have no good qualities. She couldn't figure it out and tried to persuade her, but Xiao seemed to be determined and wouldn't listen to any advice. Dao Lele was daydreaming in her mind when she suddenly saw a familiar figure walking in from the store door leading a bouncing little kid. Her eyes lit up, and she stood up suddenly, waving her hands. "Sister Xiao, here." When Xiao heard the voice, she looked up and saw Dao Lele waving her hand. A smile broke out on her face. Lele really hasn't changed. She is still so lively and cheerful. As they came closer, their eyes were filled with joy and tears. The 2 sisters, who had not seen each other for a long time, could not suppress their emotions. Dao Lele looked at Xiao carefully, her eyes became even redder, she grabbed Xiao's hand, and her little mouth pouted. "Sister Xiao, you've lost a lot of weight. Is it because that man treated you badly? Where is he? I'll help you teach him a lesson." Xiao pursed her lips, shook her head, sat down with Dao Lele, and then held Xiao Nanai and sat down beside her before she spoke. "Lulu, don't worry. I'm fine now. Ji Xingyi, he treats me well now. What about you? Is your work going well after I left? I'm fine too, Sister Xiao, you don't know how much I miss you. The two asked each other about their recent situation. Little Nana looked at the young aunt opposite with her big eyes, her eyes full of curiosity. The two sisters hadn't seen each other for a long time, so naturally they had many topics to talk about. After chatting for a while, Dao Lele shifted her gaze to the little girl. The little girl had been well behaved beside her just now, and Dao Lele was only busy reminiscing with Xia Xiao and hadn't looked at her carefully. Now, when she took a closer look, her eyes immediately lit up. Wow! She looks just like Sister Xiao. They are just like each other. Especially those big, lively eyes. You can like this little guy at first sight. Especially, little Nana smiled sweetly at Dao Lele at this time, and Dao Lele was instantly captured by the little guy. Wow! Sister Xiao, is this Xiao Nana? She looks like you. So cute. As Dao Lele spoke, she left her seat, squatted in front of the little guy, her eyes shining, and reached out to touch the little guy's face. Then her brows frowned slightly again. The little guy was as thin as Sister Xiao. Dao Lele was extremely angry now. She was sure that the good-for-nothing man must have been bad to Sister Xiao and the child. Back then, Sister Xiao had been raised by her to be plump and beautiful. How could she be like this now? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She now wanted to question the man face to face, so she raised her head and looked at Xia Xiao. Sister Xiao, didn't he say he would come too? Where is he? Xia Xiao could also feel Dao Lele's hostility towards Ji Xingyi, but she didn't know how to say it. Should she say that he had changed? Wouldn't that be equivalent to telling Dao Lele that Ji Xingyi had treated her badly in the past? She didn't want others to know about this, especially Dao Lele, who was like a sister to her. She could only smile awkwardly. Nana wanted to eat ice cream, so he went to queue up to buy ice cream for the child. Dao Lele naturally saw the look on Xia Xiao's face, and she suddenly became even angrier. Her sister Xiao was originally a gentle and cold person, and now this gentleness and coldness was mixed with a bit of cowardice, which she could feel. For fear of scaring the child, Dao Lele could only snort coldly and return to her seat, but secretly she gritted her teeth and wanted to kill Ji Xingyi. Sister Xiao. Dao Lele was about to speak, but suddenly stopped, her eyes gradually became sharper, and she looked towards the door of the milk tea shop. Xia Xiao was stunned and her expression became even more embarrassed. She thought that Ji Xingyi's arrival was the reason for Lele's hostility. Just as she was about to turn around to see, a slightly shrill voice sounded from behind her. Dao Lele, you still have time to drink milk tea, have you finished the work I gave you? Chapter 18 Conflict. Liu Qian. Are you done yet? Today is a day off. Dao Lele's face looked grim, and she stared at the person who was speaking like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Xia Xiao turned around and saw the person coming. It was a slim woman. She was wearing a baseball cap and a mask on her face. There was a gleam of brilliance in her slender willow leaf eyes, and she raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw her. Is it Liu Qian? Xia Xiao was slightly stunned. She was a popular young actress in the same company as her and she was also a talented singer. It's just that at that time, Liu Qian was always dominated by Xia Xiao. When Xia Xiao was in the company, she always called her sister Xiao. When people leave, the tea gets cold. Xia Xiao understood this truth, so she didn't care about it. Hey Tilda, isn't this Sister Xiao? Sister Xiao is not at home taking care of her husband and children. Why is she out looking for Lele? Liu Qian had a smile in her eyes, but her words were full of sarcasm. She just came out for a walk, but she didn't expect to meet Dao Lele and Xia Xiao. Before Xia Xiao could say anything, Dao Lele beside her got angry first. Liu Qian. Mind your own business. It's not a workday now, stop being so sarcastic. Sister Xiao, let's go. There's a mad dog barking here, it will only affect our mood. After Dao Lele finished speaking, she picked up Xiao Nanai, took Xia Xiao's hand and was about to leave. But they didn't expect that Liu Qian would stand in front of them first, with a gloomy look in her eyes. She looked at Xia Xiao, raised her eyebrows slightly, and smiled again. Hey! Sister Xiao, why are you so thin? Are you having a hard time? If you are having a hard time, tell me and I will give you some. I am kind-hearted. Look at Lele. He is doing odd jobs for me now. Isn't his life pretty good? Don't you agree? Lele. Dao Lele's face turned pale and she looked at Liu Qian in silence. Xia suddenly turned her head and looked at Dao Lele, her eyes full of disbelief. Lele is doing odd jobs for Liu Qian. Didn't she tell me that she was still working as an assistant for someone else and that her work was going well? You know, odd jobs are about hard work. How could the company let Lele do this? But now was obviously not the time to ask questions. Xia turned her head and looked at Liu Qian with anger in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly. She could just endure being bullied, but she couldn't accept being bullied by Lele. But just as she was about to speak, Dao Lele spoke first. My contract with the company will expire at the end of the month, and I will naturally resign then. I just hope that someone doesn't fall harder the higher he climbs. If Sister Xia comes back, I'm afraid I'll wake up in my dreams. Liu Qian was stunned when she heard this. She did have some trauma towards Xia. After all, Xia had suppressed her for a whole year and a half. Who knew her during that time? But Liu Qian soon laughed, and she looked at Xia with contempt. Come back? Har, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Is there any company that dares to sign a washed-up artist like this with a child? Speaking of children, Xia. Your child is pretty good-looking. You can consider training her into a new generation of popular actress. Liu Qian spoke with disdain on her face, and she even got so carried away that she wanted to pinch Nanner's little face. Stop. Stop it. Take your dirty hands away from me. I promise that if you dare to touch her, I will make you cry without a place to cry. Two voices sounded at the same time. One was Xiao's. Xiao Nanner was her Achilles heel. Even if she was gentle in nature, she would not allow anyone to hurt Xiao Nanner in front of her. A mother is strong. Even Xingyi couldn't touch little Nanner at that time, because she took the harm on herself. Another deep male voice came from the door of the milk tea shop. It was Xingyi. There was a fierce look in his eyes and he was holding 3 ice creams in his hand, which were bought for Xia and the other 2. Xingyi walked quickly to Xia, handed the ice cream in his hand to the 3 of them, then turned to Liu Qian, blocking Xia and Xiao Nanai behind him, and spoke in a cold voice. Which one are you? Liu Qian was startled and took 2 steps back involuntarily. The angry Xingyi gave people a strong sense of oppression. But when she calmed down and looked at Xingyi carefully, she suddenly laughed. It turned out to be this pretty boy, this useless waste. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you. What? Do you still want to hit someone in public? Xingyi frowned and looked back at Xia with a questioning look, obviously asking where this shrew Xia came from. Yes. She is a singer from my previous company. I didn't expect to meet her here. Maybe others are not afraid of the angry Xingyi, but Xia is a little scared. When she saw Xingyi looking at her, she lowered her head slightly. Seeing Xia like this, Xingyi frowned even more tightly and sighed in his heart. He didn't ask Xia anymore, but turned around and stared down at Liu Qian. Singer? I'm sorry, I've never heard of you, and I don't know you. I just know that you're blocking our way now, so please get out of the way. Xingyi spoke very seriously, and there was nothing wrong with his words. However, they sounded so harsh to Liu Qian's ears that she raised her voice even more sharply. Har. You should know your own weight. Do you think I don't know that you always try to curry favor with Jiao Cheng and Xu Bin from the boy band Flower Boys, and treat them to drinks every day? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty in front of me now? Jiao Cheng. Xu Bin? Xingyi thought about these 2 names carefully and finally remembered who they were. The members of the boy band the original owner was in wanted to make a comeback after he retired. He did often invite them to drink and try to curry favor with them, but they just ignored him. However, these were all things that Xingyi did before. What do they have to do with me, Xingyi? I don't know the 2 you mentioned. Thank you. A good dog doesn't block the road. If you keep pestering me like this, don't blame me for calling security. Yider Plaza, as the largest commercial plaza in Jiangcheng City, certainly would not allow anyone to cause trouble here. Liu Qian was choked. She glared at Xingyi fiercely and kept cursing him in her heart, but she still moved away obediently. Xingyi pulled Xia up behind him, motioned Dao Lele to follow, and walked straight outside. Just as she passed by Liu Qian suddenly spoke to Xia. Alas, what a pity. Someone can no longer sing. Xia Xiao, my new song will be released on Huayin at the end of this month. Har har. After saying that, Liu Qian actually laughed happily. How can you, Xia Xiao, compare with me? Liu Qian's sarcastic voice echoed in the ears of several people. Dao Lele wanted to rush up and slap her right now. She knew that Sister Xiao liked to sing, but now she couldn't sing. What she said was simply murderous. Ji Yuxingyi paused for a moment. He looked at Liu Qian deeply, then continued to walk out with an expressionless face. Xia Xiao didn't say anything, but just pursed her lips slightly. However, at this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded. The voice was crisp and firm. Mom sings better than you. You're a bad aunt. Chapter 19 Amusement Park. It was little Nana. She was waving her little hands, pouting her mouth, with an angry expression on her face. Mom's singing is beautiful. Nana has heard it. When Mom sings a lullaby to me, it sounds better than Dad's. Everyone was stunned. No one expected the little guy to speak up for his mother at this time. Ji Yuxingyi was stunned for just a second, then rubbed the little guy's head with a smile. Awesome. She is indeed my daughter. She is much more capable than her mother, the punching bag. Ji Yuxingyi was still a little angry, but when little Nana spoke, the anger in his heart was immediately thrown out of his mind, and the only thing in his eyes and heart was this little guy. Without paying attention to Liu Qian's reaction, the few of them left this place of trouble. At noon, a group of 3 people came to a restaurant with a cute little baby. Ji Yuxingyi, holding the child, walked in first after being welcomed by the waiter. Xia Xiao and Dao Lele were chatting in the back. Dao Lele obviously disliked Ji Yuxingyi. She looked down upon him all the way and even rolled her eyes at him for no reason. If Ji Yuxingyi hadn't behaved well just now, she wouldn't even want to pay attention to this man. After they sat down, Ji Yuxingyi handed the menu to Xia Xiao and Dao Lele. After they simply ordered a few dishes, Ji Yuxingyi ordered some dishes that Xiao Nana liked before returning the menu to the waiter. Little Nana is still a little shy. Although she has become much more cheerful in the past few days and has become much closer to Ji Yuxingyi, she still behaves very well when facing outsiders. This is quite similar to Xia Xiao's personality, but also a little different. The little girl is obviously more lively. Children's nature is to love playing and want to communicate with others, so there is curiosity and exploration in her eyes when she treats these strangers and things. It's just that the experience 2 years earlier made her more sensible than ordinary children, so sensible that it's heartbreaking. Ji Yuxingyi knew about this situation, but he had no choice. The little girl still lacked confidence and needed more time to return to her original nature. There is still a long way to go. Xia Xiao was still chatting with Dao Lele. They had been walking on the road before. There were some things she was worried about but didn't ask. Now she finally sat down and there were no outsiders around. She held Dao Lele's hand and finally asked the questions she had always wanted to ask. Lulu, why are you doing odd jobs for Liu Qian? And where is Sister Yun? What is she doing now? Sister Yun was Xia Xiao's previous agent. She was almost 40 years old and had always treated her very well, like a daughter. When Sister Yun was around, she had always helped her to take care of work matters and dealt with many troubles for Xia Xiao. For example, when she was asked to attend certain cocktail parties, Sister Yun had always firmly refused them for her. Especially when Xia Xiao and Ji Yuxingyi were in love, Sister Yun had warned Xia Xiao many times not to fall in love with him. Unfortunately, that was the only time Xia Xiao did not listen to her, and after that she kept dissuading her from marrying Ji Yuxingyi. Sister Yun got angry so many times that she didn't know how many times, but in the end she had no choice but to agree. Hearing Xia Xiao's question, Dao Lele couldn't hide her depressed look. Not long after you left, Sister Yun was fired. She looked for a job for a long time but couldn't find one. Later, her mother became ill and was hospitalized. She needed to take care of her mother in the hospital all the time, so she only found a job as a nanny. Xia Xiao didn't expect that Sister Yun would fall to this point. She was a little dazed, and could vaguely see how efficient and decisive Sister Yun was when she did things. They both fell silent. Xia Xiao pursed her lips. She knew that it was all her fault. If it weren't for her willfulness, Sister Yun wouldn't be like this. She had stood up to so many storms for herself and disobeyed the company's orders so many times. When she had a promising future, the company naturally wouldn't say anything. But after she just patted her butt and quit, One can imagine what kind of treatment Sister Yun would encounter. The atmosphere was a bit depressing. After talking about Sister Yun, Xia Xiao and Dao Lele lost their appetite even for dinner. After a quick meal, Dao Lele talked to Xia Xiao for a while before leaving in a hurry. Xia Xiao has been in a very low mood. The family of three had originally agreed to take Xiao Nana to the amusement park in the afternoon, but now she doesn't even have the mood to play. Ji Yuxinyi could naturally feel her mood. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. In fact, he didn't understand why Xia Xiao wanted to marry him as if she had been drugged. The original owner didn't know, and he didn't know even more. Xia Xiao wanted to go home. She wanted to be alone, but when she saw Xiao Nanai's expectant eyes, she felt a little reluctant. In order not to disappoint little Nana, the family of three finally came to the amusement park. I don't know if it's because today is Saturday, but the entrance to the amusement park is filled with tourists in an endless stream. The little girl was very happy. It was her first time at the amusement park. She grabbed Ji Yuxinyi's hand and rushed in, and it was impossible to stop her. Xia Xiao also forced herself to cheer up at this time. She didn't want her to be sad when Nana recalled their first trip to the amusement park. The adult ticket to the amusement park here is 200 yuan, and the children are half price. Some of the entertainment activities inside can be experienced for free with the ticket, which is quite cost-effective. After checking their tickets, the family entered the amusement park smoothly. Little Nanai held her father's hand with one hand and waved the ticket in the other hand. She looked at the entertainment facilities in front of her and almost laughed like a fool. With little Nana holding the reins, the family was the first to experience the carousel. As the beautiful music sounded, the lifelike white pony rose and fell. Little Nana was fixed in Ji Yuxinyi's arms, and silver bell-like laughter rang out from her mouth from time to time. Xia Xiao also temporarily put aside her worries and sat on another small wooden horse next to them, holding Xiao Nana's hand and making her happy from time to time. Ji Yuxinyi protected little Nana and a rare smile appeared on his face. At this moment, they should just play to their heart's content and not bring those bad things into such a sea of joy. The family of three complement each other and become a family that others envy. Especially some young couples, when they saw this family of three, there was obvious anticipation in their eyes. They were looking forward to getting married and having children in the future, so that they could be like this family. After the carousel, Ji Yuxinyi and Xia Xiao took Xiao Nanai to play the snail special forces. They sat on the snail warship with everyone and used snail guns to shoot water jets to shoot at the insect army. Whenever the insects are shot, they immediately make their own unique cheerful sounds and funny sound effects. This made little Nana have a lot of fun. She would imitate the calls of animals from time to time and call her parents to shoot the animals she specified. After that, the family played a few more projects. The sky darkened unknowingly, and the amusement park lit up with colorful lights. It was magnificent under the dim night, making people feel like they were in a fairy tale world. At this time, Ji Yuxinyi was taking Xiao Nanai to sit on the flying chair, slowly rising into the air, colorful lights lingering around them, and a castle that only appeared in fairy tales slowly appeared in front of them. The appearance of the castle immediately attracted little Nana's attention. She stared at it intently, her big eyes full of excitement. Maybe she was also wondering if she would be able to live in a castle like a princess one day. Chapter 20 My Dear Wife. The last project is the Ferris wheel, which can accommodate 2 people in a cabin or 3 people in a cabin. When Ji Yuxinyi held little Nanai in his arms and when he and Xia Xiao opened the door and sat inside, little Nanai had already fallen asleep in Ji Yuxinyi's arms. After playing for a whole afternoon, the little girl's energy was finally exhausted after seeing the castle. At this moment, she was dreaming about something with a light smile on her face. If there wasn't a fireworks show, Ji Yuxinyi and Xia Xiao would have already taken the little one home. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, and the buildings on the ground flashing with colorful lights gradually shrank. What Ji Yuxinyi didn't know was that it was also Xia Xiao's first time to come to the amusement park, and her first time to ride a Ferris wheel. Her almond-shaped eyes looked out of the cockpit curiously, with a gleam in their eyes. She looked out the window and Ji Yuxinyi looked at her. Perhaps she noticed Ji Yuxinyi's gaze, her earlobes slowly turned red, and she gave Ji Yuxinyi a coquettish look. It was the first time that Ji Yuxinyi saw this kind of look and he felt a little overwhelmed. The lights on the Ferris wheel shone on her thin face, and Ji Yuxinyi suddenly felt a little dazzled. The Ferris wheel was still rising slowly. Ji Yuxinyi held little Nana tightly in his arms, turned his head to look outside, with some inexplicable meaning in his eyes. There were already quite a few people below holding fluorescent lights, and some were shaking gorgeous fireworks, and they all looked up at the sky. The next moment, fireworks were set off into the air almost simultaneously from all over the castle, and the sky was instantly filled with colorful fireworks. At the moment when the fireworks bloomed, Xingyi clearly saw that Xia Xiao had a charming smile on her face, a smile that came from the heart. Xingyi was a little stunned. The Ferris wheel slowly rose to its highest point at this time, the fireworks became clearer, and Xia Xiao's pretty face became more charming. You don't have to be as scared as before. Amid the sound of fireworks, Xingyi's voice was a little soft and Xia Xiao couldn't hear it clearly. She turned to look at him, questioningly. Xingyi didn't look at her and continued to look at the gorgeous fireworks in the sky. You are too gentle. This is not good. You will be bullied. You don't have to be scared like before. I know you want to sing, and I also know you have a lot of things you want to do. Don't worry, Nana is under my care. Xia Xiao did not respond. Xingyi turned around and saw 2 lines of crystal tears on her face. She pursed her lips and looked at him without blinking. The strong grievance and complexity in her eyes seemed to drown Xingyi. Xingyi suddenly became nervous. He didn't understand why she suddenly started crying. Who are you? Xia Xiao had been staring at Xingyi, her almond-shaped eyes were already misty. The crisp voice was not loud, but it was so loud in Xingyi's heart. Xingyi was silent. The air gradually became silent, and it seemed that even the sound of the fireworks had disappeared. After a long time, Xingyi smiled gently at her. Then he spoke, his voice suddenly a little hoarse. I'm Xingyi. Xia Xiao continued to look at Xingyi. Xingyi's smile made her feel her heartbeat suddenly become disordered, like a deer beating wildly. His answer was beyond her expectations. She sniffed and looked at Xingyi's clear and shining eyes, and her tears suddenly fell faster. She hugged her legs, buried her head, sobbed softly, and then spoke. Yes, you are Xingyi. If not him, who else could you be? Let me tell you a story, a very cliched story. There was a little girl in an orphanage. She was very timid, but there was always a brother who was 1 year older than her in the orphanage who protected her. One day she was bullied by a group of older boys, but the brother stood behind her and never let her get hurt. At that time, in her eyes, the brother who was 1 year older than her was her heaven, but after that, the brother disappeared. Later, when she grew up, she met the brother again and married him as she wished. It was a very cliched story, but Xingyi was speechless after listening to it. He finally understood something now. Xia Xiao raised her head, her eyes were misty with tears, and she looked so lonely and pitiful. She finally spoke out the secret in her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone felt that she was not worth it, but she was the only one who firmly believed that she was worth it. But the result was so bad, and she regretted it countless times until Xingyi appeared. She asked him who he was, and he said he was Xingyi, that was enough. Xingyi lowered his head and rubbed little Nana's hair. The little guy squeezed into his arms again disobediently. When Xingyi looked up at Xia Xiao again, his eyes were filled with tenderness. He suddenly understood Xia Xiao's feelings. Seeing the tenderness and love in Xingyi's eyes, Xia Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself directly into Xingyi's arms, competing with Xiao Nanai for the position in his arms, sobbing softly. Little Nana was woken up, and with hazy eyes she looked at her mother in confusion as she took her place. The little guy was just stunned for a moment, then happily hugged his father with one hand and his mother with the other, and kissed them on the cheeks. Today is the best day for Nana. Xingyi looked at the beauties in his arms and suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, he seemed like a winner in life, with a silly expression on his face. He raised his hand and gently patted Xia Xiao's back, then kissed Nana's little face. Looking at the dazzling fireworks outside, he felt unusually relaxed. The trajectory of life is moving in a good direction, and that's enough. But some plans need to be changed. The fireworks gradually faded away and the Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. Xia Xiao was walking in front, holding little Nana. Little Nana had fallen asleep again. Children only have so much energy, and she had used it up all day long. Xingyi followed behind, watching Xia Xiao walking briskly, and touched his nose. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Xia Xia left his arms, and her whole body seemed to have returned to her previous cold attitude towards him in an instant. Could it be that the person crying in his arms just now was a ghost? Xia Xia was very nervous, even her hands around Xiao Nana were tight, and she felt her earlobes and cheeks getting hot. She actually stayed in Ji Yuxingyi's arms for so long just now. She even rubbed against him like a little girl. It's terrible. Ji Yuxingyi must have been laughing at herself in her heart. She saw it when she came out of the Ferris wheel just now. She saw the smile hidden on the man's face. Thinking of this, Xia Xia couldn't help but walk faster, as if she was race walking. Ji Yuxingyi didn't know why this woman suddenly became so energetic. He had to jog to keep up with her. It was not until they walked out of the amusement park gate that Ji Yuxingyi saw that Xia Xia had no intention of stopping, so he had to shout at her to stop. Hey! Are you going to walk home? Just take a taxi here. Xia Xia then stopped and stood on the side of the road without looking at him. She felt even more that the man must be laughing at her again behind her back. Damn it! This is even more embarrassing. Chapter 21. Someone is suffering from insomnia. There were too many people going home from the amusement park in the evening. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yuxingyi finally got a taxi. This also made Ji Yuxingyi think about buying a car for the first time. Ji Yuxingyi was worried that Xia Xia would be tired from holding the child, so he took Nana into his arms early. At this time, he was sitting carefully in the back seat, and Nana was still sleeping soundly in his arms. Xia Xia was also sitting in the back. Because Ji Yuxingyi was holding Xiao Nana, the two of them were quite close to each other. Xia Xia glanced at Ji Yuxingyi beside her, thinking about what happened tonight, and her pretty face became hot again. At this moment, Ji Yuxingyi yawned, which scared her. She quickly turned her head to the other side, pretending to be looking at the scenery outside the window. The scenery outside the window changed rapidly, and before I knew it, the car had driven out of the city center and arrived in the old town. Ji Yuxingyi looked at the time. It was 9:30 in the evening. I haven't had dinner yet. Looking at the little guy sleeping so soundly, I guess he won't be able to have dinner. Ji Yuxingyi was also a little sleepy. If they were at home, they would have fallen asleep by now. Thinking of this, Ji Yuxingyi suddenly smiled. He and Xia Xia didn't look like young people in their 20s at all. Which young people nowadays don't stay up late? They both seem like middle-aged or elderly people who go to bed early and get up early. The taxi stopped steadily at the entrance of the community. Ji Yuxingyi paid the fare, got out of the car quietly holding Nana in his arms, and returned home with Xia Xia in the night. Under the warm orange light, their house is still so quiet, but the quietness this time is very different from before. Ji Yuxingyi carried Nana back to the room and settled her down. When he came out, Xia Xia was already washing up in the bathroom. Ji Yuxingyi did not stop and went straight into the kitchen. She didn't eat much at noon today, so she must be hungry now. Ji Yuxingyi thought so and rummaged around in the refrigerator. Finally, he decided to keep it simple and just make some noodles. Xia Xia was indeed very hungry. She was not in the mood to eat at noon. She played for a long time in the afternoon and cried at night. Now she was starving. She just washed up simply and thought about coming out to cook something. When Xia Xia opened the bathroom door, she saw that Ji Yuxingyi was already busy in the kitchen. Xia Xia felt warm in her heart immediately. She walked to the sofa and sat down as if nothing had happened, but her eyes were always following the slender figure in the kitchen. It looks very nice. Xia Xia suddenly thought of this in her heart, and the next moment she covered her face, not daring to look again. What happened to me today? You're already a mother, why are you still acting like a girl thinking about love, Xia Xia? You're really becoming more and more embarrassing. It's time to eat. When Ji Yuxingyi brought out the prepared noodles, he saw her almost curled up into a ball of noodles on the sofa. He didn't think much about it and just greeted him gently. Hearing Ji Yuxingyi's voice, Xia Xia's body visibly tensed up, then she calmly took away her hands that were covering her face, nodded, and walked to the dining table. Thanks. Her pretty face was slightly red, but she lowered her head and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Xia Xia ate very quickly. It was the first time she knew that simple noodles could be made so delicious. She quickly swallowed half a bowl of noodles and 2 fried eggs. Seeing this, Ji Yuxingyi smiled slightly and put the fried eggs in his bowl into her bowl. Xia Xia, who was eating rice with big mouthfuls, was stunned. She didn't dare to look up at him, but her cheeks became even redder. Although she couldn't help but throw herself into Ji Yuxingyi's arms before, now that she has come to her senses, she is still a little uncomfortable with such intimate behavior between them. I ate a lot at noon, you should eat more. Ji Yuxingyi's voice came, and Xia nodded slightly and said, her voice as thin as a mosquito. In just a short while, Xia had finished all the noodles in the bowl, not even leaving any soup. She put down her chopsticks and did not stand up, just sitting quietly on the chair. It was not until Ji Yuxingyi finished eating and stood up to clear the dishes that she stood up in a panic and picked up the dishes on the table first. Let me clean it up. The voice was still very soft, but very pleasant to hear. It turned out that she had been waiting. Ji Yuxingyi did not argue with her. They were all family, and he felt there was no need to be so polite. When Ji Yuxingyi came out of a comfortable hot bath, Xia had already returned to the bedroom. Ji Yuxingyi turned off the light in the living room and walked quickly to the bedroom. Today is the latest he has slept since he came to this world. Now he just wants to sleep as he has to go for a morning run tomorrow. His life is more important. Ji Yuxingyi got into bed quietly and fell asleep quickly. Compared to Ji Yuxingyi's sound sleep, Xia tossed and turned. She lay on the bed, and as soon as she closed her eyes, the scene of today in the amusement park emerged unconsciously in her mind. Xia angrily pulled the quilt over her face, trying to force herself to fall asleep, but her constantly blinking eyelashes showed how uneasy she was at the moment. It was not until the sky began to brighten that Xia finally couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. 6 o'clock in the morning. People who get up early start a new day. Ji Yuxingyi wakes up on time as usual, does his morning run, washes up, cooks, and calls Xiao Nana to get up, but Xia doesn't come out of the room. Looking at the tightly closed door of the master bedroom, Ji Yuxingyi scratched his head. It seemed that she had indeed come back a little late last night. She had not even woken up yet. Ji Yuxingyi had no intention of calling her, so he just left some breakfast for her. After dinner, Ji Yuxingyi washed the used dishes and put them away. When he came out of the kitchen, he saw little Nana singing nursery rhymes and playing educational games. When she saw her father, little Nana grinned, revealing a row of little white teeth, and smiled sweetly at Ji Yuxingyi. Ji Yuxingyi immediately came to her side and rubbed her little head. Nana, sing tilde. Yes. Dad, by the way, Dad, let me tell you a secret, Mom sings very well, she sings a lullaby to me every night. Little Nana had her head rubbed by a big hand. Suddenly, she raised her little face and spoke mysteriously to Ji Yuxingyi. So Mommy's singing is better than Daddy's? Ji Yuxingyi asked a soul-searching question with a smile. Little Nana immediately became conflicted, with her brows furrowed and her lips pouted, as if she was considering whether to attack her father. Ji Yuxingyi saw the little girl's embarrassment and smiled to smooth her frown. Har tilde, Dad knows that Mom's singing must be better than Dad's. Little Nana then began to smile again. She pulled Ji Yuxingyi with her little hand, shaking him left and right, encouraging him. Dad sings very well too. Ji Yuxingyi nodded, and suddenly asked again, then do you know that Mom still wants to sing? The little guy raised his little face and thought carefully, then said seriously, Mom told me when she was asleep, singing, what do you like? Ji Yuxingyi nodded, rubbed the little girl's head and let her play by herself first. With Xia's gentle personality, she would definitely never take the initiative to tell me that she wants to sing. Chapter 22 Sound Ocean Entertainment. Little Nana was playing games obediently. Xia also got up at this time, walked through the living room with a slightly blushing face, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Do you still want to keep singing? Hearing Ji Yuxingyi's voice, Xia was stunned for a moment and did not respond for a long time. Ji Yuxingyi leaned against the bathroom door frame with his cell phone in hand, quietly waiting for her answer. After a moment, her gentle voice sounded in his ears. Think. There was only one word, no extra answers. In Xia's heart, the life now was the life she had not dared to imagine in the past 2 years. Singing is a very distant dream that can only be buried in my heart. Ji Yuxingyi didn't ask any more questions, just nodded, then took his phone back to his side and opened the Douyin background to search for the private messages. His private messages in the background had exploded a long time ago. Since the first video was released, he only glanced at it and never watched it again. It is very difficult to find it now, but Xingyi still silently swiped the screen and patiently filtered through them one by one. Finally, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he clicked on one of the private messages. Looking at the content of the private message, Xingyi tapped the screen unconsciously, thinking about something. His original intention of posting videos was just to make money. Once he made enough money to settle Nana and Xiao, he would retire. But after spending these few days together, especially after what happened yesterday, he changed his mind. The content of this private message is very simple. Yinhai Entertainment sincerely invites you to join our team. With your musical talent, we will make you a top-tier superstar as quickly as possible. At the end of the private message is the contact number of Yinhai Entertainment. Yinhai Entertainment, Qianmai Entertainment and Xingyi Entertainment are the three giants of Chinese entertainment companies. The Douyin platform in this world is a subsidiary of Yinhai Entertainment. I have released 2 videos and 2 original songs in a row, both on the Douyin platform. It makes sense that Yinhai Entertainment would send me an invitation letter. After just a brief thought, Xingyi no longer hesitated. He entered the contact number of Yinhai Entertainment and called. The phone rang only a few times before it was connected, and a royal sister's voice came from the receiver. "Hello, who are you?" "Hello, my Douyin account name is Xingyi. I received a private message from your company inviting me to chat with you now. The Douyin headquarters is far away in Shanghai. When Yang Shulin received the call, she was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that the creator named Xingyi would actually call her. After all, it had been a few days since she sent a private message to the other party, and she thought that the other party would not be involved in the entertainment industry. "Hello? Are you still there?" A pleasant male voice came from the other end of the phone, and Yang Shulin suddenly reacted, and then a look of joy appeared on her face. You should know that she is not only the director of Douyin's operations department, but also the deputy director of Yinhai Entertainment's human resources and administration department. As the director of Douyin, she can reach and discover new talents more quickly. "Look. Xingyi called me. You know, the most popular person on the internet these days is undoubtedly this mysterious guy. Hello, Mr. Xingyi, I am Yang Xianlin, the deputy director of the human resources and administration department of Yinhai Entertainment. I have time now. Do you want to join our Yinhai Entertainment?" Yang Shulin was secretly happy, but still responded quickly. But Xingyi's answer made Yang Shulin a little stunned again. "Hello, Minister Yang, I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to get involved in the entertainment industry for now, but I would like to recommend a singer to you. I wonder if your company is willing to do so." It wasn't him. He just came to recommend it. Yang Shulin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. What she wanted was Xingyi, the guy who had his own fame and whose 2 songs were popular all over the internet. "Mr. Xingyi, it's like this. I'm only the deputy minister. If you were the one who wanted to come, I could make the decision on my own given your fame. But if it was someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the right to agree to it directly." Even though she was somewhat reluctant, Yang Shulin still explained to Xingyi seriously. "I can assure you that she is a very talented singer, and I will write songs for her. Also, if your company needs songs in the future, I can be a musician for Yinhai Entertainment. But there are definitely conditions. Don't just ask me to write songs for anyone. I won't write for anyone I don't like. If you agree, we can discuss the details. What do you think?" On the other end of the phone, Xingyi spoke in a light tone, and Yang Shulin gradually fell silent. At this moment, her mind was turning rapidly, thinking about the interests involved. After a moment, Yang Shulin admitted that she was moved. But she doesn't have the final say in the company, so she still has to report to her superiors. "Mr. Xingyi, this is not something I can decide on my own. How about this? I will discuss it with the company and give you a reply. Whether it succeeds or not, I will reply to you as soon as possible." "Okay, then I look forward to your reply." After hanging up the phone, Yang Shulin didn't hesitate any longer. She picked up the phone and walked out the door in a hurry. As for Xingyi, he put down his phone, thought for a moment, and decided to wait for the other party's reply. After all, Yinhai Entertainment is one of the 3 giants in China, and its starting point is higher than other companies. If this one doesn't work, he will try to find the next one. Having accomplished something he was worried about, Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door and walked out from his side bedroom. Little Nana was still playing with her toys obediently, mumbling something from time to time. Xiao had finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table eating. When she heard the door open, she raised her head to glance at Xingyi, then pretended nothing had happened and continued to eat. But the shame on her face just happened to fall into Xingyi's eyes, as well as those panda eyes. God knows what she was thinking last night. She couldn't sleep. Xingyi was even more confused, not knowing why she was shy. He did not tell Xiao about the entertainment company. It was something that was not yet settled, and there was no point in telling her now. Without looking at her again, Xingyi continued to sit back on the sofa to accompany Xiao Nana. What Xingyi didn't expect was that the little girl could actually count from 1 to 10 completely. You know, before yesterday, she would forget 1 or 2 numbers in the middle. Nana went out for a whole day yesterday, and today she only played by herself for a short while, but she was able to do this. This discovery made Xingyi very happy and proud. It only took him about a week to make Xiao Nana indistinguishable from other 3-year-old children. Was he born to be a father? Xingyi thought proudly. Just when Xingyi was falling into self-inflation, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Xingyi looked at Xiao in confusion, only to find that Xiao was also looking at him with confusion. This made Xingyi even more confused. He and Xiao were both orphans, and no one had visited their home for thousands of years. Who could this be? The door continued to bang, and the sound became louder and louder. It was obvious that the person outside didn't get a response for a while, so he knocked harder. Xingyi frowned. This guy was so rude. Was he using so much strength just because no one responded? Xingyi didn't wait any longer. With a slightly cold expression, he stood up and walked quickly towards the gate. But unexpectedly, someone outside suddenly shouted. Xiao Jiu. Open the door. I know you are at home. I am your brother Gao. Don't you send us messages every day to invite us to drink? Look. We are here. And me. Your brother Shu. Open the door. Hearing these two mean voices, Xingyi's face turned completely dark. Xiao's face changed even more. She frowned and looked towards the door with disgust. Little Nana had already put down her toys and ran into Xiao's arms. She was frightened by the violent knock on the door. Xingyi happened to see this scene when he turned around. His face became even darker, and even had a hint of murderous intent. Damn it! She had spent so many years coaxing her little baby into being well, but these two dared to scare her like this. Unforgivable. Chapter 23, Clown. When Xingyi opened the door, he saw Jiangcheng and Xubin, who were members of his previous boy band. They had teasing smiles on their faces and wanted to look past Xingyi into their house. However, he didn't expect that the view inside the house was completely blocked by Xingyi. Hey! Xiao Jiu, why are you opening the door so late? Don't you welcome us? Seeing their faces, Xingyi really wanted to punch him in the face. Both of them are older than Xingyi, but when they were together before, they always called him Brother Jiu. This is because the original body was the most handsome member of the previous boy group. The original body was the most popular at the time, which led to the debut of this boy group. When Xingyi and Xiao were in love, they were all extremely envious, but when the two retired from the circle and became unknown, their attitudes changed and they kept calling them Little Jiu and mocking them. It's so funny that such people actually want to curry favor with them. Xingyi is not the big fool that he originally was, so naturally he would not give them a good face. You know that, but why are you asking? You two are not welcome here, go back to where you came from. Xingyi got angry when he saw these two people. He narrowed his eyes, his face was cold, and he looked like he was keeping people at a distance. Jiangcheng on the right licked his face and took a step forward. Xiao Jiu, are you in a bad mood today? Didn't you always want to see us? Why are you like this now that we're here? Oh. I see. Didn't you drink? Come on, Brother Gao will have a couple of drinks with you first. If it were the Xingyi from before, he would have happily welcomed them in for a drink. But he was not. Xingyi closed the door and dodged Jiangcheng's outstretched hand, his expression still cold. I've quit drinking and I won't drink anymore. Also, I don't want to see you guys anymore. Don't come to me anymore. Jiangcheng paused and looked at Xingyi, then turned to look at Xubin, and they both smiled. Xiaobin, did I hear correctly? He said he didn't want to see us. Gao Cheng scratched his ears and pretended to be incredulous. Xubin also smiled and said, Brother Gao, you heard it right. They are ordering us to leave. That's amazing. Sister Qian was right. Someone has a brain problem. He still thinks he is as glorious as before. Gao Cheng's expression changed instantly and turned cold. What? Did you forget how you begged us before? Jiu Xingyi looked at the two clown-like people in front of him, speechless. They are performing Sichuan opera face-changing here? And they are singing in unison? Being an idol is a waste of talent. They should be performing crosstalk. Jiu Xingyi subconsciously turned his head to look at the closed door, thinking that Nana and Xia were still at home, and quarreling here would scare the mother and daughter. He raised his hand and patted Gao Cheng's shoulder, waving his hand as if to drive him away. Let's go, we can talk outside. After saying that, without waiting for Gao Cheng and the other two to react, he grabbed one of them in each hand and walked out. By the time Gao Cheng and Xubin reacted and tried to break free from Jiu Xingyi's hands in annoyance, they found that he was surprisingly strong and they couldn't break free from his grip no matter how hard they struggled. Only after they walked all their way outside the building and into the corridor of the residential area did Jiu Xingyi let them go. Go back to where you came from. I don't want to say it again. Gao Cheng and Xubin's faces were already flushed. They had made a promise to Sister Qian, and they didn't expect to be rejected. However, they were frightened by Jiu Xingyi's strength just now, and they were a little afraid to move for a moment. Don't you want to know why we came to you? After Gao Cheng finished speaking, Xubin seemed to be afraid that Jiu Xingyi would refuse again, and hurriedly continued Gao Cheng's words, We are here to invite you back to the boy band. Haven't you always wanted to come back? Oh. Jiu Xingyi looked at them sideways, wanting to hear what dirty water they were holding back. Gao Cheng and Xubin saw that Jiu Xingyi seemed to be interested, and they looked at each other with a hint of pride in their eyes. It was as if he was saying, see. He was already moved by this. Gao Cheng returned to his previous arrogant look, looked at Jiu Xingyi with disdain and said, Haven't you always wanted to come back? You also said that Xia ruined your future. Now we can help you come back, but you have to divorce Xia. How about it? Simple, right? Jiu Xingyi still looked at them sideways. Did these two people think he was an idiot? Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Seeing you two is such bad luck. I'm about to throw up my breakfast. Jiu Xingyi. Don't be so shameless. You are the ones who don't want the face you give me. Jiu Xingyi was not afraid at all and directly retorted. The two guys opposite him had been living a life of wine and meat all year round, but after a week of exercise, he was obviously in much better shape, and he didn't know if it was because of the time travel, but he felt that he was stronger than in his previous life. Seeing the two of them blushing and looking like they wanted to move but didn't dare to, Jiu Xingyi reached out and patted Gao Cheng on the shoulder, which scared him. I know why you are here. Go back and tell your master not to mess with Xia, otherwise, he. After Jiu Xingyi finished speaking, he ignored the two idiots and turned around to walk back. Looking at Jiu Xingyi's leaving back, Gao Cheng and Xubin's faces turned blue and red, and they stared at him intently. We thought it was a piece of cake, but it turned out to be a mess, and we both got the benefits. Xubin was still a little unwilling. Brother Gao. Are you just going to let him go like that? Gao Cheng rubbed his shoulder that was hurt by Jiu Xingyi's pat with a grin, and replied unhappily, What else? It's strange, how come he suddenly seems to have become a different person, with so much strength? Let's go back. Since the matter has not been settled, we can only think of other ways later. Xubin hummed in frustration, and the two turned and left. Jiu Xingyi returned home with brisk steps. When the kids at home saw him, they all breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of relaxation in their eyes. Little Nanai was still in Xia's arms and did not continue playing games. She stared at Jiu Xingyi's face with her big black eyes. Until she saw that familiar smile, the little guy left her mother's arms and rushed over to hug her father's legs. Xia was the same. She hadn't finished her meal yet. She was sitting at the dining table, looking at Jiu Xingyi with a questioning expression. They left. Well, I've sent you away. I won't come back again. Jiu Xingyi said lightly, reached out and picked up little Nana and walked to the sofa and sat down. Seeing Xingyi playing with little Nana's toys as if nothing had happened, Xia Xiao turned around and lowered her head to continue eating. Their home returned to its previous warmth, and this little episode was soon forgotten by the three of them. Unlike Xingyi, Jiao Cheng and Xu Bin were in great pain. After being humiliated by Xingyi, they were severely humiliated by Liu Qian again. The two of them promised Liu Qian that they could convince Xingyi, but they didn't want to be kicked out directly. This made the two of them hate Xingyi even more. Chapter 24, Getting Ready to Depart for the Magic City. In the evening, the sun sets and it gradually becomes cooler outside. Xia Xiao changed her clothes and went out to buy groceries with Xiao Nana. Xingyi, who was alone at home, just picked up his phone to check Douyin when he received a call from Yang Xiulin. As soon as the call was connected, a pleasant mature lady's voice sounded from the other end. "Mr. Xingyao, is that you?" "It's me." As soon as Xingyi finished replying, another voice came from the receiver. "Mr. Xingyao, we have already discussed that we can let the person you recommend join the company, but the higher-ups mean that you only have 2 songs at the moment, and one of them is a children's song. Don't get me wrong, both songs are good, but the higher-ups still want to take a look at your ability to compose music. Is that convenient?" Sure enough, with just 2 songs, the other party didn't believe in his ability. Xingyi didn't think much about it. He could understand that capitalism always puts profit first, and he would definitely not be allowed to get people into the company just based on his 2 songs. Composing music? Sure. Xingyi's answer was simple and clear. He had the culture of a whole world in his head, so he was naturally not afraid of being asked questions by others. Yang Xiulin was feeling very upset at first, but when she heard Xingyao agree so readily, she couldn't help but feel relieved. She had been running around for a long time today on this matter. She really liked the 2 songs he composed, and she believed in Xingyao's talent, but the higher-ups still had some doubts. After all, no one knows how long it took him to compose these 2 songs. Maybe he prepared for a very long time before he came up with these 2 songs and released them together. In fact, Yang Xiulin was a little uneasy and worried in her heart, but in the end she chose to believe in her own judgment. She felt that the person who could compose the 2 songs, "You Are in My Life" and "Courage to Explode," must be good. Finally, the company agreed to give Xingyao a chance. It just so happened that Huayin recently gave several entertainment companies a difficult problem. They had recently invited many songwriters and composers because of this problem, but unfortunately none of them caught their eyes, and they were all rejected in the end. If Xingyao can solve this problem, the company will never doubt him again. "Mr. Xingyao, can we meet to discuss the specific matters? We still need you to come over here to compose the lyrics and music on the spot." Yang Xiulin said very sincerely that she also wanted to meet this mysterious guy and see what he looked like since he never showed his face in the video. Xingyi thought about it and realized that he had nothing to do at home except taking care of the children, so he readily agreed. "Okay, what time? Where?" "Modu, if possible, it would be best to come tomorrow. After all, the sooner you come, the better it will be for you and will better reflect your value." Hearing Yang Xiulin say this, Xingyi couldn't help but have a better impression of this royal sister. After all, few people would consider others like this, and most people would prioritize the interests of the company. "Yeah. Okay. Let's do it tomorrow then." Seeing Xingyao agreed so readily, Yang Xiulin also let out a deep breath, and then his tone became noticeably relaxed. "Then set a specific time and text me to this number. I'll pick you up on time tomorrow." "Okay, let's keep in touch through text messages. Bye." Xingyi agreed and hung up the phone. Then he started to research flights to Shanghai and finally booked a ticket for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. After sending a text message to Yang Xiulin about the time, Xingyi closed his eyes and took a nap, as if he didn't care at all about the upcoming difficulties. After a while, Xingyi fell into a deep sleep. When Xia Xiao brought little Nanai back, she saw Xingyi sleeping soundly. She quickly put her finger on her mouth and hushed softly to little Nanai. Little Nana blinked her big eyes and hushed to Xia Xiao as well. The mother and daughter understood each other and smiled at each other. Xia Xiao quietly entered the kitchen carrying the dishes. Little Nana walked to the sofa and snuggled gently in Xingyi's arms. In his dream, Xingyi just felt like a kitten was rubbing his face. The soft little paws rubbing against his face felt so comfortable. Suddenly, the kitten covered her nose with her two little hands. Xingyi was a little breathless. He struggled and suddenly woke up. Chuckle, chuckle tilde. Xiao Nanner's cheerful laughter echoed in his ears. Xingyi lowered his head and realized that it was his precious daughter who was pinching his nose with her soft little hands. Dad, it's time to eat tilde. Good. Xingyi smiled knowingly, and suddenly felt that such days were pretty good, much better than waking up alone every time in his previous life. The aroma of food wafted over from the restaurant at this time, making Xingyi feel a little hungry. He looked up. On the table was a plate of crispy pork, a plate of shredded potatoes and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Looks so tempting. Xia then walked out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of rice in her hands. She glanced at Xingyi and said softly, "Since you haven't woken up yet, I cooked. Although it's not as delicious as yours, I tried it and it tastes pretty good." Xingyi picked up little Nana and stood up. "I think it's great. It looks good, smells good, and makes me hungry. I'll take Nana to wash her hands first, and I'll be right back." Hearing Xingyi's praise, Xia felt a little shy. She nodded, then returned to the kitchen and brought a bowl of rice to the table. The family was eating. Xingyi put a piece of crispy meat into Nana's bowl, turned to look at Xia and said, "By the way, I have to go out tomorrow. I don't know how many days I can come back." Xia was drinking soup when she suddenly heard Xingyi's words. She was choked and started coughing uncontrollably. Xingyi hurriedly handed over a tissue with a worried look on his face. Xia took the tissue and turned her back to wipe her mouth. Hearing that Xingyi was suddenly going out, she was indeed a little flustered, and her subconscious reaction was that his sudden going out was related to the 2 people who came to her house today. But now thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was not the case. If it were, he should have invited those 2 people into his house today. After tidying up, Xia turned around. She didn't know whether she should ask Xingyi where he was going. She felt inexplicably panicked. She had clearly wanted to escape a week ago, but now when she heard that Xingyi was going out, she was subconsciously reluctant. It was little Nana who asked. She didn't know why her mother suddenly coughed, but she heard that her father would be away for a few days. Little Nana felt a little lost when she thought about not being able to see her father for several days. "Where is Dad going?" Little Nana didn't even eat her favorite egg custard. She pouted and looked reluctant. "Dad is going to find a job for Mom. This way you can often hear Mom sing. Are you happy?" Nana is still young and she doesn't know what work is. In her memory, her parents seemed to be at home all the time. But she was very happy because she could often hear her mother singing, so happy that she clapped her hands. The little girl doesn't know now that she will not see her mother often in the future. She doesn't know if she will still be so happy at that time. "Mom, I have to sing to Nana more often tilde year tilde." Xingyi rubbed her little head, then looked at Xia. "I'm sorry, I made the decision for you without asking for your opinion, but Nana said you like singing, so I thought you should like it, right? I didn't tell you before because the matter was not settled yet. Now the other company asked me to come over for a talk. If the discussion is successful this time, you can make a comeback openly and continue to sing. Yinhai Entertainment should be a good choice." He asked her to sing. Xia looked at him subconsciously. Xingyi is very serious. The 2 looked at each other, and Xia's almond-shaped eyes were suddenly filled with mist, and her eye sockets turned slightly red. A pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became as gentle as water, which made Xingyi a little overwhelmed. He lowered his head to eat. Xia never thought that she would actually be able to continue singing one day, and that this man took the initiative to choose it for her. "Thank you, Xingyi. I love singing. I really like it," Xia said softly, her voice becoming more and more determined. She likes singing. And she also wants Lele and Sister Yun to be better. No longer be bullied. Ever since meeting Dao Lele, she has been worried about them. "You're welcome. As long as you like it, that's enough." Xingyi looked up and smiled gently. Chapter 25 Interview. The next morning, after dinner. "You guys should go back soon. I think I'll be back in a day or 2 at most. Don't worry." Xingyi stopped a taxi heading to the airport and turned to Xia and said. Xia nodded, with a look of reluctance in her eyes. She had clearly wanted to escape from him before, but she didn't expect that in just a few days, she would feel reluctant to see him go. Little Nanai snuggled up to Xie Xiao's thigh, and was even more reluctant to let Ji Yuxingyi go out. Her little mouth was pouted high, and her eyes had a lovable look, which made Ji Yuxingyi wish he could tie the little girl to himself. How come it was like a life and death farewell when I was just going to go out for 2 days? Ji Yuxingyi hardened his heart and stopped looking at her. He waved and turned around and got into the taxi. The car drove away, and the two figures in the rearview mirror gradually became smaller. Ji Yuxingyi closed his eyes, unable to describe the feeling in his heart. This is the first time that someone is seeing me off when I go on a long journey. At 9:30, the car arrived at the airport. Ji Yuxingyi waited for another 20 minutes before boarding the plane to Shanghai. Shanghai is a place where every inch of land is valuable. Most of the entertainment companies have their headquarters here. People here are basically accustomed to celebrities, and you can usually meet one or two of them when you go shopping. There is a saying that has been circulating on the internet: Shanghai is a place where celebrities are everywhere and internet celebrities are as numerous as dogs. At 12:20 noon, the plane arrived in Shanghai on time. As soon as Ji Yuxingyi got off the plane, he felt the enthusiasm of Shanghai. Compared to Jiangcheng, there are too many people here. Following the surging crowd, Ji Yuxingyi moved his body with difficulty, and only when he reached exit 5 did he breathe a sigh of relief. Standing in front of the exit, Ji Yuxingyi looked at the large group of people holding signs outside, looking for his own name. Before coming, he made an appointment with Yang Xiulin that she would pick him up at the exit. There were too many people holding signs at the scene, and many of them were fans who came to pick them up at the airport. It took Ji Yuxingyi a long time to search for a tall woman in a professional suit. She was holding a sign that read Xingyao. She is indeed a queen. All I can say is that the voice reflects the person. This woman and Xie Xiao have completely different styles. If Xie Xiao is gentle as water, then she is capable and free and easy, exuding an intellectual beauty all over her body. Ji Yuxingyi walked quickly forward and waved to her. "Hello, are you Minister Yang? I'm Xingyao. My real name is Ji Yuxingyi. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Yang Xiulin looked at the person in front of her, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, but she concealed it well. I knew Ji Yuxingyi was young, but I didn't expect him to be so young. She looks like a fresh graduate from college, and has a face that's perfect for being a star. Yang Xiulin couldn't help feeling a little regretful. It would have been great if she could have signed a contract with him. "Hello, I'm Yang Xianlin. I just arrived not long ago too. Mr. Xingyao is really young." Yang Xiulin had a professional smile on her face as she spoke. She gently shook hands with Ji Yuxingyi and then let go. "Let's go this way. There are too many people here. I've parked my car in the underground parking lot. It's time for lunch now. Let's find a place to eat first and then talk in detail." "Good." Ji Yuxingyi nodded and walked outside with Yang Xiulin side by side. Yang Xiulin was indeed a person with a long career. She found topics to chat with Ji Yuxingyi while walking. She originally thought that young people like Ji Yuxingyi were not very good at chatting, but after getting to know him, she found that he could actually follow her topic and talk freely, and was not shy like other young people at all. This made Yang Xiulin look at him with higher regard. It was true that outstanding people could get along well wherever they went. Ji Yuxingyi didn't know that Yang Xiulin looked at him with higher regard again. If he knew, he would be speechless. He had the memories of 2 lives and was over 50 years old in total. If he didn't even have this much emotional intelligence, he could just find a rope. The two got in the car. Ji Yuxingyi looked at the prosperous magic city outside the window. Yang Xiulin introduced him the local specialties from time to time. After a while, they arrived at a specialty restaurant. It was not a big place, but it was said that the food was very authentic. The two of them sat down, and Yang Xiulin ordered the dishes. While waiting for them to be served, she started talking about business. "I'll call you Mr. Jiu. Mr. Jiu, who are you recommending this time? An amateur or a professional singer? I wonder if Minister Yang has heard of Xie Xiao? She used to be a singer, but later retired from the industry. Now she is making a comeback." When talking about serious matters, Ji Yuxingyi's expression also became serious. Yang Xiulin frowned. She had heard Xie Xiao's songs. She was a popular young actress 2 years ago and her singing skills were indeed very good. But the reason she frowned was that Xia Xia was forced to retire from the entertainment industry because her love affair was exposed, and the person she was in love with seemed to be a pretty boy who did nothing. This was a difficult situation to deal with. Yang Xiulin thought for a moment, put a strand of hair on her forehead behind her ear, and then looked at Ji Yuxingyi intently. I know her, but I don't know what the relationship between her and Mr. Ji Yu is. Do you know why she retired from the entertainment industry? Ji Yuxingyi looked into Yang Xuanlin's eyes and said calmly, husband and wife, she is my wife. Oh tilde. Even Yang Xuanlin, a veteran, was stunned when he heard Ji Yuxingyi's answer. Husband and wife? Is he the legendary pretty boy? Are you kidding me? Could it be that Xia Xia divorced that guy and found another one? Seeing Yang Xuanlin's expression, Ji Yuxingyi guessed what she was thinking, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're right, I was the one who retired from the entertainment industry with her when her relationship was exposed. Yang Xiulin suddenly didn't know what to say. She had heard of Xia Xiao, but didn't know who she was with. She naturally wouldn't pay attention to idol boy bands like Ji Yuxingyi who relied on their looks to make a living. She now began to doubt whether he wrote those two songs. Ji Yuxingyi didn't give her time to think and continued talking when he saw her conflicted look on her face. Is it difficult to get her to join your company? If it is really difficult, I will find another way. What I want is not only to let her join your company, but I also hope that she can have the best resources and freedom in your company, and the contract cannot be blocked. It's all about interests. I believe that with my help, Yinhai Entertainment will be able to move to a higher level. I still hope you can consider it carefully. Ji Yuxingyi finished speaking in one breath, picked up the water cup and calmly drank a sip of water. Yang Xiulin looked solemn and obviously a little embarrassed, and she spoke. After all, we have never worked together. Just based on the two songs you released on Douyin, there is no such great value. I recognize Xia Xia's singing skills, but the entertainment industry is not only about singing skills. I believe you also know that it is not difficult to let her make a comeback, but the top resources and contract freedom you want are basically not what we have signed. Let us discuss this matter further. This is not a trivial matter. Although Yang Xiulin did not explicitly refuse, her words and deeds revealed that this was basically impossible. Let alone top resources. If they really gave her top resources and finally trained her to become a first-line or super first-line star, and she wanted to be free from the contract, and then she would just leave, what would the company do? Who would she cry to? You can discuss it. I am expressing my attitude here. It is not just about the problem you are facing this time. If you need songs or even scripts in the future, no matter what type, I can give it to you as long as you ask. I still hope that we can cooperate successfully. You asked me to come this time just to see my ability, right? Now that I'm here, why not make a decision after seeing it? Ji Yuxingyi said calmly, looking confident. Yang Xiulin looked at him deeply. It was the first time she had seen someone so confident. Is this the legendary pretty boy? The world is ignorant. Chapter 26 Game. Finally, Yang Xiulin left in a hurry after dinner. She was going to discuss something with the company. Before leaving, she gave Ji Yuxingyi a room card. She had booked a hotel in advance, which was right next to the restaurant. Wait for my news. These were the last words she uttered before she left. She was moved by Ji Yuxingyi's self-confidence. She didn't believe that such a confident man didn't have any abilities. Ji Yuxingyi came to their hotel room, washed up simply and then lay on the bed thinking. If Yinhai didn't work out, he would go to other companies. There must be a way, right? If all else fails, he can just make some extra money, start a company, and grow up with Xia Xiao. Ji Yuxingyi didn't realize that his thoughts had changed unconsciously, from just wanting to be a lazy guy at the beginning to running around for Xia Xiao now. After a short time together, he began to care more about them and unconsciously integrated into this small family. Yang Xiulin called at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She was already downstairs and said that Ji Yuxingyi needed to go to Yinhai building with her. Ji Yuxingyi didn't say anything else and went downstairs to meet Yang Xiulin. Yinhai Entertainment's company is located in the most prosperous area of Shanghai, and the entire building is Yinhai Entertainment's industry. At this moment, we are in the reception room on the 18th floor of Yinhai building. The company's chairman Yang Xian, the head of the Human Resources Department Zhang Chao, and several other managers from Yinhai Entertainment were all present. Zhang Chao had an ugly look on his face, and was talking to Yang Xian at the moment. Chairman, I have no doubt about Deputy Minister Yarn's professional ability, but this time I think she attaches too much importance to Xingyi. He used to be a 3-no artist, and now he actually makes such an outrageous request to us. Those 2 songs on Douyin are good, but who knows where he got them from. I think we are just wasting our time. In response to Zhang Chao's complaint, Yarn waved his hand with a kind smile on his face. We still have to give young people some opportunities. Let's see his talent this time. If it doesn't work out, I believe Xiaolin won't say anything. Seeing the chairman's amiable appearance, Zhang Chao could only hold his anger, yet he kept complaining in his heart. It's because she is your daughter that you are biased towards her. Xian smiled again when he saw Zhang Chao's bullied look. As the chairman of the company, he would not just follow whatever his daughter said. In fact, he had also heard those 2 songs, which could only be described as perfect. However, he didn't need to explain anything to Zhang Chao. As for whether the 2 songs were written by the artist himself, we would know whether they were true or not by taking them out for a walk. Moreover, he was quite interested in Xingyi. He thought that a previously unknown artist was so confident now and dared to put forward such conditions. After all, he would not believe that he did not have real talent. Xian and Yarn Xiulin share the same idea. After all, they are father and daughter, and they should be of the same family. Yarn Xiulin brought Xingyi to the reception room at this time. From the moment he entered the room, Xingyi saw many of the world's hottest stars, each of them was a leader in their respective fields. It is indeed one of the big 3. Its luxury and the gathering of big names give people a high-end feeling just by looking at it. What a great show! As soon as he entered the reception room, Xingyi felt that everyone present was looking at him, with all kinds of expressions in their eyes. There is doubt, surprise, disdain, and inquiry. Xingyi sat down naturally in the guest seat, facing the group, with a calm and generous expression. Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration rising in his heart. Such a young guy can behave so generously in the face of such a situation. He makes a good first impression. Okay, now that the real owner is here, let's get started. Mr. Jiu, right? We held a meeting to discuss your request. Xiao, right? We can sign a contract. We can also provide the best resources, but the contract cannot be free. We really can't give this. We don't sign it this way. You should understand what I mean, right? Xingyi nodded. He naturally knew it, but if they wanted to cooperate, they definitely had to talk about it. How could he know what their bottom line was without talking about it? I understand. So how long will the contract last? Xian laughed and looked straight at Xingyi. 5 years. We use the best resources to train her, and we have no restrictions on what songs she wants to release or what activities she wants to participate in. But the contract must be 5 years. This is the standard contract for all the company's top artists. Xingyi frowned slightly, not afraid of his gaze at all, and looked straight at him. 5 years is too long. I believe in my ability. With your resources and my talent, she will be a top star within a year, or maybe even less than a year. So the most I can agree to is 2 years. The remaining year will bring enough benefits to your company. That's enough. In the next 2 years, you don't need to worry about Xiao's songs, and I can write songs for you for free, but the quantity is limited. Everyone can brag. Are you dreaming about becoming a top star within a year? Just as Xingyi finished speaking, he saw a bald man sitting next to Yarn Xiulin sneer and look at him with contempt. Xingyi just glanced at him, ignored him, and continued to stare at Xian. As for this bald guy, he can just be slapped in the face with his strength, there is no point in saying more. Xian narrowed his eyes, tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and the smile on his face became more obvious. It's good for young people to have confidence. 2 years is not impossible, but it all depends on your ability. I invited you here this time to discuss cooperation. On the other hand, Huayin recently issued a nationwide activity, requiring every company to participate, but only one song can be selected. I want to win it. I wonder if you have the ability to do so. Xingyi nodded slightly. Isn't this the reason why I came here? So crazy. Very unique. I like it. Let Deputy Minister Yarn hand over the specific details of the event to you. I will then wait for your good news. As long as your song is recognized, I can sign the contract immediately. Yang Xian smiled gently and made the final decision. After everything was settled, Xingyi relaxed. He stood up, shook hands with Yang Xian, and left the reception room with Yang Xiulin. I took the elevator down 2 floors and arrived at Yang Xiulin's office on the 16th floor. Yang Xiulin sighed a little. She didn't expect her father to agree to such an outrageous condition, but this event was indeed very important. It was an official event, and the company whose song was selected would naturally receive official favor. The benefits are self-evident. Merchants are profit-driven, and my father obviously would not do business that would put him at a disadvantage. Yang Xiulin's eyes were somewhat complicated when she looked at Xingyi again. She really hoped that Xingyi could make a big splash, which would mean that her vision was correct. At that time, some of the gossip in the company will naturally be refuted. Take a look. These are the details of this event. You only have 3 days to create. I hope you can succeed. I also hope that our cooperation will be successful. Yang Xiulin took out a file bag from the drawer, handed it to Xingyi and said. Chapter 27 Ordinary Heroes. Xingyi opened the file bag and a big headline caught his eye. Ordinary Heroes. Seeing these big words, Xingyi's expression immediately became serious and he continued to read. Heroes are ordinary, yet extraordinary. They don't have the power of gods, yet they do things that even gods cannot do. There has never been a god descending from the sky in this world, only mortals who are willing to stand up. In this chaotic world, it is those unknown heroes who are working hard to maintain this pure land, and they pass on the torch from generation to generation. As a great country, China is not short of these ordinary heroes, but few people know about them. Now Huiyin has joined forces with multiple departments to collect songs from major entertainment companies, with the theme of ordinary heroes, to promote Chinese culture and establish a new social atmosphere. The office was very quiet, with only the sound of Xingyi flipping through documents. Xingyi's expression was the most serious since he traveled through time. He flipped through the documents and there were some photos underneath. The first photo shows a group of doctors and nurses wearing protective clothing. The background is in the middle of the night, under dim lights. They collapsed outside the operating room without even taking off their clothes. The second photo shows 3 firefighters, all in disarray, with their extinguished fire behind them. The firefighter in the front, with his face covered in ashes, has a bright smile on his face, all because he is holding a baby in his arms. The third photo shows a few soldiers with only their backs shown. Their faces cannot be seen. One can only see their words, anti-drug, written in large letters on their clothes. In front of them, they are facing a group of vicious criminals. The fourth picture shows a classroom that is about to collapse. 2 teachers are surrounding the children and running to the door. Another teacher is holding a child and handing him to someone outside. There is no one behind her. She is the last one. There are many similar photos. Xingyi looked at them carefully one by one. His heart trembled slightly. When he saw one, his fingers couldn't help but rub it. This is the soul of China. Xingyi suddenly felt that even if Yinhai Entertainment did not agree to his conditions, he would still write this song. This is his honor, not involving any interests or calculations of gains or losses. These people in the photo, they deserve it. After reading all the documents, Xingyi sorted them out one by one and put them away, then took a deep breath. Yang Xianlin also broke the silence in the office at this time. Shocking, right? To be honest, if I had the ability, I would write a good song to go with them even if I had to pay myself. Unfortunately, I can't. Even in such a huge company like Yinhai Entertainment, no one can come up with a satisfactory work. How about it? Are you able to do it? You only have 3 days, after which Huiyin will finish the audition. Xingyi nodded. As a Chinese, how can I not be shocked? Don't worry, leave it to me. I will definitely give you and them a satisfactory answer within 3 days. After saying that, Xingyi put away the documents and stood up. That's it. Prepare some music paper for me. I'll go back to their hotel and study it slowly. Okay, I'll take you there. Yang Xiulin did not waste time. She knew it was difficult to create a good song in 3 days. Time was running out, so she didn't say much and quickly stood up and went downstairs with Xingyi. At night, in the hotel. After taking a shower, Xingyi came to the desk. He spread the manuscript paper flat on the table, picked up the pen and thought silently. After reading the document, he had two songs in mind. Both songs fit the theme very well, one is Nobody and the other is Just Be Ordinary. Xingyi thought about it for a long time before deciding to go with this one. Just Ordinary. The theme song of the original World's I Am Not a God of Medicine. Later, Hua Yarn used it as the anti-epidemic theme song, which is very suitable for the theme of this time. An ordinary hero, unknown, does not need the halo of God, but only needs your ordinariness. Although the whole song is very simple, the simple melody reveals a hint of sadness in the early stage, and then gradually transforms from sadness to faith. Xingyi picked up the pen and composed the music. As the musical notes appeared on the paper, Xingyi seemed to have returned to the time when the epidemic broke out in the original world. Although everyone is trapped at home, they still believe that we will defeat the epidemic and are always sure that we will win. He thought of the great academician Zhang and the countless most beautiful people who went against the tide. Just like that sentence. The world is in tatters, but there are always people who mend it. No one is born a hero, but there are always people who carry the burden forward. These are the ordinary heroes. After finishing the music score, Xingyi rubbed his slightly sore eyes, took out a piece of paper, and solemnly wrote down the title of the song. After finishing writing all the words, Xingyi put them together and hummed softly. He would not allow any mistakes to occur in this song. He hummed it over and over again, making sure there was nothing wrong before finally lying down on the bed contentedly. He suddenly began to look forward to their expressions when they saw this song tomorrow. The next day, Xingyi had a simple breakfast and took a taxi to Yinhai Entertainment alone without notifying Yang Xiulin. Yang Xiulin was still busy working in the office and was surprised to see Xingyi visiting her. "You still have time to come to my place. There's only 3 days left. Big brother. Why don't you go and think of a song? What song are you writing? It's already been written." Xingyi smiled, and handed the manuscript paper to Yang Xiulin as she was shocked. "Let's take a look first. I think this one should be okay, right?" Yang Xiulin looked at Xingyi as if he were a monster, and the capable lady's emotions were rarely controlled. "Are you kidding? One night. What a song you can write in one night. He won't just fool around, will he?" Yang Xiulin took the manuscript paper with a frown. She thought this young man was steady and excellent yesterday, but today he slapped her in the face. She wanted to see what he wrote in one night. Yang Xiulin turned her eyes to the manuscript paper. She looked calm when she saw the title of the song, but then, when she slowly read the lyrics, she was completely stunned. What kind of magical lyrics are these? They sound ordinary everywhere, yet they reveal something extraordinary. There is not a single mention of heroes in the whole song, yet every sentence is heroic. This lyric hits the point straight away. Then Yang Xiulin couldn't wait to look at the music score again. After a moment, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Xingyi with light in her eyes. Did you really write this in one night?" Xingyi touched his nose and said calmly, "What else? I stayed up all night to make it. How is it? Is this song okay?" Xingyi deliberately asked again. In fact, he knew in his heart that if this song didn't work, then no other would. Yang Xiulin's eyes became brighter and brighter, and she stared at Xingyi closely. "You are so amazing. My choice was indeed the right one. Can you sing it for me? I want to hear how it sounds." Chapter 28 Just Ordinary. One night. Yang Xiulin couldn't even imagine how much talent it took to create such a complete song and lyrics in such a short time. She can't wait to hear how this song will sound when sung. "Sure." Xingyi nodded. He closed his eyes and calmed down a bit, thinking about how he felt when he first heard this song. Yang Xiulin immediately sat up straight, like a devout listener, but the dazzling light in her beautiful eyes became brighter. The serious Xingyi is really eye-catching. This is what Xingyi saw when he opened his eyes. He coughed, looked away slightly, took a deep breath, and then began to sing softly. Maybe far away or yesterday, here or on the other side. The long road is full of separations and reunions, joys and sorrows, and people come together and disperse. Let go of right and wrong to know the answer, be brave in living. Without the halo of God, you and I are born ordinary. Xingyi's face was serious, his look was pious, his voice was gentle, and as the tune played, he seemed to be slowly telling some ordinary yet unforgettable things. The summer sun shines in from the window, illuminating Xingyi's serious face. This scene made Yang Shulin feel as if she saw a ray of light shining into the world from the darkness. Recognize regret in heartbreak, life is long and short. The beating heart grows vines, willing to fight for danger. Falling into the grayness, into the abyss, with a face covered in mud. Without the halo of God, hold on to the ordinariness in your hands. I have no regrets in this life till the fire of life has been ignited. That's the feeling. Yang Xuanlin's heart began to tremble slightly at this moment. This was her first feeling when she saw the document. Heartbroken, lamenting life, respecting them but also feeling sorry for them. Now she finally understood what the gap was. The gap was something that others could feel but could not express. But Xingyi was able to fully express this emotion with a song. Yes. Because of these lovely heroes, who are not afraid of danger and ignite the fire of life, so many miracles happen in the world. Yang Shulin looked at the young man in front of her with some obsession, immersed in his singing. Maybe one day we will go far away, but maybe we can meet again. Whether you are in the crowd or in the horizon, let me see your face clearly again. Let the tears fill my eyes, even though I am speechless. I don't want the halo of God, I just want your ordinariness. When Xingyi sang this, his eyes became moist, and those blurry faces with angelic features seemed to appear before his eyes again. He seemed to be standing there, just watching, as the people who were saved bowed to them. And opposite to Xingyi. Tears had already rolled down Yang Shulin's eyes, but she didn't seem to realize it. She just stared at Xingyi in a daze. Before, in her mind, he was just a talented but arrogant person, but now, his image in her mind became clearer and clearer. He was not only talented, but also had a delicate heart and qualities that others did not have. He has a heart that is always grateful. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. I have no regrets in this life, the fire of life has been ignited. After the song ended, Yang Shulin was still immersed in the singing until Xingyi coughed twice, and then she came back to her senses. Hastily wiping the tears from her face, Yang Shulin suddenly stood up, her eyes becoming brighter and brighter, so bright that Xingyi was embarrassed to look at her directly. But, is it okay? Par tilde par tilde par tilde par tilde. That's great. Little friend Jiu. I never thought you could give us such a big surprise. Just as Yang Shulin was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Yang Xian walked in while clapping his hands, speaking with an obvious look of surprise on his face. Behind him, followed Zhang Chao, the Minister of Human Resources. At this moment, Zhang Chao's face was obviously pale. He couldn't believe it. How long has it been? Xingyi really made a song? And it was such a perfect song. Dad. Why did you come in without knocking? Seeing the person coming, Yang Shulin looked a little flustered. She secretly wiped the tears from her face and shouted at Yang Xian with dissatisfaction. Yang Xian showed no sign of repentance and was still smiling, but there was something strange in the way he looked at his precious daughter. How long has it been since he saw his daughter acting like a little woman? If I hadn't come, how would I have known that Jiu had composed such a good song? All right. Xingyi was speechless. This directly changed from Mr. Jiu to Jiu. As expected, he is a businessman, and those who can bring him benefits are his relatives. Thank you for the compliment, Chairman Yang. I hope you are satisfied. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Jiu, now that we have the song, as long as it is selected by Huiyin, we will sign the contract with Xia Xiao immediately. Now, shall I sign a cooperation agreement with Jiu first? This will also save you from worrying, right? Yang Xian smiled and nodded, and at the same time he was very efficient and made the decision right away. Jiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this matter was almost certain. The group signed a cooperation agreement on the spot. As long as the song was selected, the cooperation that Jiu had previously discussed with Yinhai Entertainment would begin immediately. After signing, Jiu said goodbye to Yang Xian. Chairman Yang, now that the matter has been settled, the boy will leave first. Okay, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Jiu nodded slightly, took the cooperation agreement and turned to walk out of the office door. Let me take you there. Seeing that Jiu was about to leave, Yang Shulin suddenly said that she had been a little afraid to look at Jiu just now, and she had been looking at him like a fangirl before. This is very embarrassing for a queen. But now that Ji Yuxingyi was leaving, she suddenly felt inexplicably reluctant. Tilder Xiaolin. I remember you still have work to do. Xiao Jiyu is not a child anymore, why does he need you to send him around? Before Ji Yuxingyi turned around to speak, Yang Xian on the opposite side suddenly spoke first. Seeing this, Ji Yuxingyi smiled at Yang Xiulin with gratitude. Thank you Minister Yang for your kindness. I can just take a taxi back by myself. After saying that, Ji Yuxingyi turned around and walked out of the office, closing the door gently before striding away. Yang Xiulin in the office was like an angry kitten, her fur suddenly standing up. Dad. What do you mean? You just sent me a song and you let me go. How can you be like that? Zhang Chao, who was still in the room, saw this scene and suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He swallowed his saliva and said quickly, well, I still have some work to deal with. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye. Without waiting for Yang Xian to say anything, Zhang Chao rushed out and closed the door tightly. Only after he went out did he wipe the sweat from his forehead and leave quickly. He couldn't stand there and get in the way of other people's father-daughter affairs. Yang Xian looked at his daughter and was not angry, but spoke with some earnestness. Xiaolin. You are not young anymore, it's time to find a partner. Jiyu is a nice guy, but don't forget. He has a wife. And as far as I know, he also has a daughter, right? Yang Xianlin suddenly fell silent, and after a moment she said coldly, of course I know, I only sent him here because I invited him. It's that simple. The royal sister became cold and aloof again, and even her father Yang Xian was a little scared of her temperament. Okay. Just knowing it is good. I suddenly remembered that I also have work to do. Let's go. Yang Xian ran away, but just as he walked out the door, he suddenly poked his head back in. I'm serious. My dear daughter, you are already 26. It's time to find a partner. Roll. Okay. I won't rush you anymore. I'm going to get out of here now. Chapter 29 Waiting Time. After walking out of Yinhai building, Ji Yuxingyi waited on the roadside for a long time before finally hailing a taxi. Ji Yuxingyi got in the car, and the driver joked that those who worked here were rich people, and that taxis generally wouldn't come here, so Ji Yuxingyi was lucky to get a taxi. Ji Yuxingyi spread his hands, he was also helpless, he came to ask someone to do him a favor. However, this also further strengthened Ji Yuxingyi's idea of buying a car. It was really inconvenient to go out, and it would take half a day to wait for a car. The car was on their way to their hotel. Ji Yuxingyi was checking the flight home. He planned to go back to their hotel to pack up, have lunch and leave. He had just left home yesterday morning, but now he actually felt a little homesick. Ji Yuxingyi didn't know what was wrong with him. In his original world, he had been away from home for so long and never felt homesick. But after coming to this world, things changed. Before I had chosen my flight ticket, Yang Xiulin called me. Hey, Mr. Jiyu, I'm so sorry. My dad's tone was not very good. I apologize to you on his behalf. On the phone, Yang Xiulin expressed her apologies with a somewhat cold tone, as if she was still angry with someone. Ji Yuxingyi was a little surprised. He didn't take this matter to heart, and Yang Xian had expressed it very tactfully. As a capital tycoon, he had already given him a lot of face. As for whether there is any intention of killing the donkey after it has served its purpose, it doesn't exist, it's just a fair trade. Having seen all kinds of people in the capital market, Ji Yuxingyi has long understood this. It's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong. You don't have to take it to heart. Hearing what Ji Yuxingyi said, Yang Xiulin's tone softened slightly. I'm glad you don't care. By the way, are you on your way back to the hotel now? Yes. I'm already in the car. I'm going to go back to the hotel to pack up and then go back to Jiangcheng. As Ji Yuxingyi was speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone, and then Yang Xiulin's voice came again. It's like this, Mr. Jiyu, you'd better wait for 2 more days. If your lyrics are selected, Huiyin will probably need your assistance. After all, you wrote the lyrics and music, and you have the deepest understanding of this song. I've booked a few extra days for you at the hotel, so don't worry. After hearing Yang Xiulin's words, Ji Yuxingyi's plan to go home failed, and he suddenly felt empty inside. But what they said was true. If anything happened later, it would not be a good idea for me to fly back and forth between the two cities. Okay, I understand. I'll stay for a few more days. Thank you for letting me know. You're welcome. After hanging up the call with Yang Xiulin, Xingyi put down the phone with regret and turned to look at the scenery passing by outside the car window. He missed the little guy at home. When thinking of Xiao Nana, Xingyi didn't even notice that a smile inexplicably appeared on his face. As if they had telepathic connection, Xingyi had just returned to their hotel and took out his mobile phone out of boredom when Xiao called. Xingyi picked up the phone, and Xiao Nana's voice immediately came from the other end of the line. Why? Is that Daddy? It's the little one. Even though he couldn't see what little Nana looked like, Xingyi still had an aunt-like smile on his face. It's Daddy. Nana, are you missing Daddy? I miss you. Dad. Mom asked when you will be back. At this moment at home, little Nana held the mobile phone in both hands, nestled in Xiao's arms and said sweetly. Xiao's pretty face immediately turned red, and she gave the little guy a helpless look. It was clearly she who was clamming to call her father, so why was he involving her now? I never asked this question. Then tell Mom that Dad won't be back for a few more days. Xingyi smiled secretly. He guessed that the little guy must want to go back by himself, but brought up Xiao. Xiao Nana was obviously unhappy when she heard this and hummed on the phone. Xingyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and changed into a comfortable position and lay on the bed. Did you eat well today, Nana? When Nana heard this, she immediately looked up at her mother, then lowered her head like a thief and whispered, yes. But Nana wants to eat the food made by Dad more. The little guy's tone was extremely serious, so serious that it even made Xiao, who was eavesdropping, laugh out of anger. You're already complaining at such a young age, right? You're indirectly saying that your cooking is not tasty? Then Xiao heard Xingyi's laughter on the other end of the phone. In an instant, Xiao's face turned even redder and she snatched the phone. Okay. That's all for today's chat with Dad. Hey. That's not what I asked. Yeah, I know. Is everything okay at home? Hearing Xingyi's answer, Xiao only felt more angry. Was he trying to hold back his laughter? Very good. You've only been out for a day. What could have happened? Okay, I'm done talking, I'm hanging up. I have to make lunch. Hey. Hey. You can't do this. I haven't talked enough with the little guy. Goodbye. Xiao did not give Xingyi this chance and hung up the phone directly. Her face was now burning hot. If she continued talking, she was afraid that she would want to beat someone up. Seeing that Xiao Nana was still staring at her phone with regret on her face, Xiao decided to make the green vegetables that Xiao Nana disliked the most at noon today. That's right. Children can't be picky eaters. Xingyi heard the dead tone coming from the receiver, and although he felt regretful, a smile was still on his face. This was the first time he saw Xiao showing such little emotions, which was great. Before, she always gave him an indescribable feeling of oppression, a feeling that she seemed to have no emotions of her own, and was gentle to the point of being weak. How to put it? Xingyi called them people who lacked a unique soul. And now, the situation is slowly getting better, she is becoming herself again, and that's good. The waiting time is long. Before we know it, it is the end of July and in a few days it will be August. Xingyi has been in Shanghai for 2 days. During this period, he has had several phone calls with Yang Xiulin, and their relationship is no longer so unfamiliar. At least now Yang Xiulin won't call him sir all the time, which makes Xingyi feel uncomfortable. I am obviously a young person, but I call myself old. Xingyi still gets up early for a morning run these 2 days. Everything seems calm. There is no news from Huiyin yet, so Xingyi can only wait slowly. On the evening of the 3rd day, Xingyi received a strange yet familiar phone call. Hello. Is this Lao Jiu? I'm Chen Feng. Chen Feng? Xingyi didn't expect to receive this call. He quickly sorted out the original owner's memory. After a moment, he remembered that this was the original owner's best friend from college. After graduation, the two went their separate ways. The original owner participated in a boy band audition, while his best friend Chen Feng was forced to return home and inherit his family's small supermarket. Going home was not Chen Feng's original intention. His ambition was not there. Xingyi remembered that he had always wanted to enter the animation industry. After all, they graduated from the Communication University, and Chen Feng studied animation production. Feng. Are you crazy? Long time no see. Thinking of how they were close in college, Xingyi asked with a smile. He has no friends in this world. Thinking of Chen Feng's character and personality in the original owner's memory, Xingyi smiled even more. Having a true friend, it seems, is pretty good. Chapter 30 Brothers Visit. Old Jiu. What happened to you after you got married? You didn't answer my phone calls or reply to my messages. Do you think you don't care about me, your brother? Chen Feng's reproachful voice came from the other end of the phone, but the caring tone in it made Xingyi feel warm in his heart. It's all because the original owner always wanted to curry favor with Gao and Shu after getting married, and he didn't even have time to pay attention to his best brother. Hey! It was my fault before. Please forgive me this time. Will I treat you to a meal to make amends for my mistake when we meet next time? Xingyi apologized, but secretly cursed the original owner in his heart. It's hard to tell whether it's a human or a ghost. It's such a disgrace to me, Xingyi. Har har. You said it. Then there's no need to wait until later, let's do it today. Brother. I'm coming to Jiangcheng. Chen Feng's tone was very excited, and his pride could be heard through the receiver. Oh, Tilda crazy, it's not that I don't want to invite you, I'm not in Jiangcheng now. I came to the Magic City to do some work, and it will take a few days before I can go back. Xingyi looked embarrassed. He didn't expect that Chen Feng went to Jiangcheng and found nothing. Why are you going to the Magic City again? No. Wait. I'm going to the Magic City now. You won't be able to escape this beating. I finally ran away from home to do something great. I have to share this good thing with you. Okay. I'll be waiting for you in Shanghai. I'm not going anywhere. I'll send you my WeChat for the location. I can still afford to treat you to a meal, har har. Xingyi readily agreed, as he also wanted to meet this best friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. It's a deal then. I'm booking the tickets now, and I'm going to rip you off this time. Hang up. Let's go. Chen Feng was very efficient. After hanging up the phone, he sent Xingyi the information about the air ticket on WeChat shortly afterwards. It's 10 o'clock in the evening, and there are still a few hours to go. Xingyi was also in a very happy mood, even the melancholy of waiting for many days disappeared. He hummed a song and scrolled through his phone waiting for his arrival. After a while, Xingyi saw that the time was almost up, so he went downstairs and came to the door. A taxi stopped in front of the hotel and two people got out of the car. One of them was a slightly plump boy about 1.7 meters tall with an excited look on his face. He looked into the hotel as soon as he got off the car. The other one was a girl, dressed in a two-dimensional style and looked petite. After getting off the car, she followed the slightly fat boy with a little impatience. It was not until Xingyi and the boy saw each other that they were both stunned for a moment, and then smiles appeared on their faces at the same time. Old Jiu. Madman. The slightly plump boy in front of him was Chen Feng. Chen Feng walked forward quickly, his eyes filled with excitement, and he hugged Xingyi tightly. You kid. You haven't changed at all, and you're even much more handsome. I can't even recognize you. Xingyi looked at him with a smile. Har har. You've gained weight. I remember how good your figure was before. You had muscles. How did you become like this now? Har har. It's because your mom at home doesn't like your skinniness. She's made you so skinny that you can barely go out. Chen Feng laughed and said that he was indeed not fat before, and had a good figure. With his square face, he had an image of being intimidating without even getting angry. But since I graduated and returned home, I have been kept in a cage and become like this. My square face has turned into a round and fat face, and I have gained a lot of fat on my body. No wonder. But it's good this way. It's more comfortable to look at. That's it. Chen Feng stepped forward and put his arm around Xingyi's shoulders. He turned around and pointed at the 2D girl and said, "Let me introduce you. My girlfriend, Ruan Qing." Xingyi glanced at Ruan Qing, nudged Chen Feng's waist with his elbow, and whispered, "All right. Crazy, you found a good girlfriend. After saying that, Xingyi nodded to Ruanqing again. Hello, I'm Chen Feng's good friend, Xingyi. Hello, I've always heard Afang talk about you, but I didn't expect you to be so handsome in real life. When Ruanqing saw Xingyi, her eyes lit up for a moment, but she quickly calmed down and replied with a smile. That's right. Don't you even look at who he is, buddy. Chen Feng said immediately, with a smile on his face, which earned him a pair of white eyes from Ruanqing. It's not you. Why are you so proud? Har har. My buddies and I are one and the same. Come on, I flew all the way here to kill you, and I'm not going to let you get away today. Chen Feng flirted with Xingyi and walked forward. You can kill me today. I accept the punishment. The three of them walked along their way, and finally Chen Feng found a roadside barbecue stall and pulled Xingyi to sit down. Xingyi smiled secretly in his heart. He said that he wanted to kill himself, but he was still reluctant to do so. He didn't realize that this fat guy was quite arrogant. The three of them sat down, and Chen Feng shouted to their boss to order skewers. Xingyi found that Ruanqing seemed a little unhappy, but she still took out a tissue and wiped the stool carefully before sitting down. The careless Chen Feng didn't notice this scene at all. Seeing this, Xingyi patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and deliberately said, "Madman, why don't you change to another one? Aren't you going to rip me off? How much can you rip me off here?" Unexpectedly, Chen Feng glanced at Xingyi sideways. What's wrong? You don't like street vendors? Didn't we come here often when we were in college? This is it. Let's get drunk today. Okay. My kindness is taken for granted. This guy is still so honest. Xingyi smiled bitterly. Okay. Right here. You have the final say. But I can't drink anymore, I'm quitting. Chen Feng frowned slightly. He didn't understand what Xingyi meant. One moment he disliked the roadside stalls and the next he quit drinking. Xingyi patted his shoulder and explained. Brother, I really quit drinking. I made a lot of mistakes because of drinking before, but I changed and I won't drink anymore. Seeing Xingyi's sincere tone, Chen Feng finally felt relieved and said with a little regret, okay. It's better to quit eating to avoid any delays. Then let's just eat enough today. By the way, where's my celebrity sister-in-law? Didn't she come to the Magic City with you? Chen Feng is 1 year younger than Xingyi, so he always calls Xiao's sister-in-law. Xingyi shook his head. No, I came here for something. She's at home taking care of the kids. But you, how could your family be willing to let you out? Speaking of this, Chen Feng was obviously very proud. He approached Xingyi mysteriously and said, of course, it was only possible after my hard work. Didn't I go back to inherit the small supermarket at home? Wow. Not long after I went back, I found out that it was not a small supermarket at all. It was a national chain supermarket. Isn't it infuriating? My family kept it a secret from me for so long, and only in the end did I find out that I'm actually a rich second generation. Xingyi was shocked. When he was in college, this guy often took advantage of his meals. He had very little living expenses every month and he wished he could spend every penny of it wisely. I didn't expect that he has turned into a rich second generation now. I can only say that his family really knows how to have fun. Xingyi gave a thumbs up. You are awesome. Since you know you are rich second generation, why don't you stay at home and wait for death? Why come out? Damn it. I'm a man with ideas and ambitions. How can I be such a parasite? I had to persuade my family to let me out. Chen Feng had an unhappy look on his face, with an arrogant look that said, I am a warrior with dreams, not a salted fish. Chapter 31, The Traditional Good Girl. Okay. Very thoughtful. Xingyi liked Chen Feng's character very much and immediately expressed his approval. At this time, the skewers were served on the table, and the three of them ate and chatted. By the way, Lao Jiyu, what are you doing now? How about working with me? I opened a studio in Jiangcheng. Xingyi waved his hands to refuse. He said that when Xiao came out to work, he would have to take care of the children. He had no dreams and just wanted to be a salted fish. No. I plan to be a full-time stay-at-home dad. What do you think? Isn't this a noble ideal? Chen Feng was shocked. Noble? Too noble. You want to be a gigolo and live off your wife? Cough 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 tilde. Ji Yuxingyi was choked and coughed violently a few times. Who said that being a nanny means living off his wife? However, it seems that eating Xia Xia's soft rice is also quite delicious. Ji Yuxingyi fell into deep thought. Chen Feng was even more shocked when he saw that Ji Yuxingyi didn't say anything. Damn. You don't really want to be a gigolo, do you? But you look like a suitable guy. Fuck you. Who says being a stay-at-home dad means you have to live off others? It's not like you can't make money at home. Ji Yuxingyi argued that he even saw Ruanqing looking at him strangely when he said he wanted to be a gigolo. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and said earnestly, I'm serious, why don't you come and work with me? I'll give you half of my shares. You know, my dream is to make animation with Chinese characteristics, so I came out and found a partner with my girlfriend to open a studio. Look, my girlfriend is doing the dubbing, and when the time is right, I plan to start a company. You also graduated from a media university, and your major is suitable, how about it? After hearing this, Ji Yuxingyi pondered for a moment. He could see that Chen Feng was truly doing this for his own good, and Chen Feng had always wanted to make animation. He had studied very hard since he was in college, but his parents did not approve. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng actually got his parents' consent and ran away. How persistent. After thinking about it, Ji Yuxingyi shook his head. Crazy, I appreciate your kindness. If you need any help in the future, just let me know, but forget about doing it together. I really plan to be a stay-at-home dad. Ji Yuxingyi patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and encouraged him. Come on. I believe you can do it. Okay then. I won't try to persuade you anymore. You're always welcome to come over whenever you want. As I said, we'll split it in half when we meet, har har. If I can succeed this time, my dream will come true. Remember to read my debut work then. Seeing that Ji Yuxingyi had made up his mind, Chen Feng stopped trying to persuade him and gave Ji Yuxingyi a hearty smile. The two did not continue talking about this topic, but instead ate skewers and recalled the happy times they had in college. Most of the time, Chen Feng was talking and Ji Yuxingyi was listening. While he was talking, he would occasionally give Ruanqing her favorite skewers. Ruanqing would also interject from time to time and talk about something about Chen Feng. Although no one drank, the atmosphere at the table was still quite lively for a while. Ji Yuxingyi waited until the skewers on the table were almost finished. He looked at the time and it was almost midnight. The three of them had stopped talking long ago, and Ji Yuxingyi said, It's about time for us to go back. The hotel I'm staying in should have rooms available, so you can check in. Chen Feng and Ruanqing nodded at the same time, and the three of them went back home. Ji Yuxingyi and Chen Feng were chatting on the way. Ruanqing was answering a call from someone unknown. She walked to the side and spoke in a very low voice. Neither Ji Yuxingyi nor Chen Feng could hear what she was saying. After a while, the phone was hung up, Ruanqing followed, and Chen Feng turned his head and asked curiously. Who is it? Wang Jun, there's a problem at the studio, I called to tell you about the situation. Ruanqing replied. What's the problem? Chen Feng looked a little nervous, and it was obvious that he attached great importance to this studio. It's just some equipment issues, they've been dealt with, it's okay, you guys can continue chatting. Chen Feng then breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to continue chatting with Ji Yuxingyi. Oh. This studio has taken a lot of my time. In the early days, when I was at home, I worked all night to write and edit videos, which took me nearly half a year. Ji Yuxingyi nodded. It seemed that Chen Feng was not doing it blindly. He actually prepared for it for so long and started preparing when he was still at home. Don't worry, lunatic. I think you will succeed this time. But who is this Wang Jun? Hi. My partner. He's also an anime guy. I met Xiaoqing and him at an anime festival. We had a pretty good chat at the time, hee. So one becomes a girlfriend and one becomes a partner. Har har. Yes, so I am pretty lucky. Ji Yuxingyi did not answer, but looked at Ruanqing. There was no expression on her face at the moment, as if she did not hear what Chen Feng said. Ji Yuxingyi seemed to be thinking about something. He was quite confused as to why the madman's partner called Ruanqing in the middle of the night instead of him. But he couldn't say this. No matter how good his relationship with Chen Feng was, he couldn't interfere in these issues without permission. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Chen Feng is careless and doesn't notice many things, but Ji Yuxingyi, who has lived two lives, is different. Through their contact this night, he vaguely feels that there seems to be something wrong with Ruan Qing. On the surface, she seemed very close to Chen Feng, but Ji Yuxingyi always felt that she was very far away from Chen Feng. The three of them returned to their hotel, and what Ji Yuxingyi didn't expect was that they actually asked for 2 rooms. Seeing Ji Yuxingyi's strange look, Chen Feng's face flushed. He pulled Ji Yuxingyi aside and said hesitantly, "Xiaoqing is a traditional person and has never been married, so." "I understand." Ji Yuxingyi gave Chen Feng an understanding look, and then continued to ask, "How long have you been dating her?" Chen Feng just thought about it for a moment. "It's been almost a year and a half. Xiaoqing is a good girl. It was she who gave me a lot of encouragement to open a studio this time, and that's why I made up my mind to do it." "Okay. A traditional and good girl." Ji Yuxingyi patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Crazy, be more careful next time." "Don't worry. I know. I've watched this anime many times to make sure it's correct." "Okay. It's irrelevant." Ji Yuxingyi could only pat him on the shoulder again and speak earnestly. "As long as you are happy." As it was too late, the three of them went upstairs. Chen Feng did not go to Ji Yuxingyi's room to reminisce with him, and they all returned to their own rooms. The next day, Ji Yuxingyi had just finished his morning run and was about to wake Chen Feng up to have breakfast together. But I saw that they had already packed up and walked out of the room. "Lao Jiyu. Something happened in the studio. I have to go back quickly." "So anxious? You're not going to eat breakfast." Ji Yuxingyi was a little surprised. Everything was fine yesterday, so why did something go wrong today? Looking at Chen Feng's anxious look, it must be a serious matter? "Well, I won't have breakfast. I'll go to your house next time after everything is done. I'll try my sister-in-law's cooking." "Okay, I won't say any more. I have to hurry over now, or I'll miss the plane." Chen Feng was talking while pressing the elevator button. "Okay. Then I'll go downstairs to take you there." The three of them hurried out of their hotel. Unfortunately, a taxi came soon. Chen Feng got in the car and waved to Ji Yuxingyi. "Old Ji Yu, go back. See you later." "Okay. Also, crazy. If you have any serious problems, remember to contact me." Chen Feng nodded, the car started, and slowly disappeared from Ji Yuxingyi's sight. It wasn't until the taxi disappeared that Ji Yuxingyi sighed, hoping that everything would be okay for the madman. Chapter 32. Heading to Huayin. Ji Yuxingyi is an orphan, from 2 different worlds, but here, he has family and friends, so compared to others, he cherishes this hard-earned relationship more. Ji Yuxingyi would naturally find a way to get revenge on those who hurt his family and friends. After Chen Feng went back, Ji Yuxingyi suddenly felt a little lonely. He had come here alone for the past 2 days, and the loneliness became more apparent after he came and added to the fun. Fortunately, this loneliness did not last long. Just after 9 o'clock in the morning, Ji Yuxingyi received a call from Yang Xiulin. His song was selected by Huayin. According to Yang Xiulin, the person over there chose this song from among thousands of submissions with just one glance. Yang Xiulin's tone was very excited. When she called Ji Yuxingyi, she was already downstairs in the hotel. Huayin was preparing to shoot an MV and needed the composer Ji Yuxingyi to go to the scene to provide guidance. To say it is guidance means giving advice. After all, he wrote the song, and he has a better sense of how to shoot the MV and how to sing the song. That's Huayin. A subordinate department of Huayan. Ji Yuxingyi tidied himself up and washed up before going downstairs. Outside the hotel, Yang Xiulin was still driving the grey Mercedes. If you didn't know, you would think it was driven by an old man. The royal sister's preferences are different from those of other young girls. When Yang Xiulin saw Ji Yuxingyi, she smoothed her hair on her forehead and her eyes sparkled. "I didn't notice. After dressing up, it looks pretty good." Ji Yuxingyi touched his nose and automatically ignored Yang Xiulin's gaze. "Let's go. It's getting late, let's go early so we can catch up for lunch." Ji Yuxingyi got into the back seat without saying a word. Yang Xiulin rolled her eyes. The passenger seat in the front was so big that there wasn't enough space for him. The two got in the car, and Yang Xianlin said as she drove, "The director in charge of shooting the MV at Huayin called and kept praising you. How is it? Do you have any ideas about the MV and the lead singer? Don't let it down when you go there." Yang Shulin was obviously worried that Ji Yuxingyi was young and had never experienced such a situation. She was afraid that he would be stage frightened, so she told him some things in advance. "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Ji Yuxingyi was calm and composed, not looking nervous at all. On the contrary, Yang Shulin seemed to be more nervous than him. Yang Shulin glanced at him in the rearview mirror and found that he was indeed not nervous, so she didn't mention it anymore. At 9:40, the car stopped in the parking lot in front of a building. Ji Yuxingyi and Yang Shulin got out of the car one after another. Ji Yuxingyi looked up and saw the big sign on the building. Central China Television. There is another row of small words below, Huayin Headquarters. So domineering. Ji Yuxingyi didn't expect that he had never been to Huayin in his previous life, but he came in this life and was invited. Yang Shulin walked in front, urging Ji Yuxingyi, who was still stopping, and the two walked into the building side by side. It should be that Yang Shulin had made an appointment with others in advance. As soon as they entered the building, a group of people came to greet them. The leader was a white-haired old man. Although he was old, he had a strong body and still looked energetic, with a pair of eyes sparkling with brilliance. This old man is not like other old men at all. There is no turbidity in his eyes. Following behind them was a group of middle-aged people, all around 40 years old, which made Yang Shulin and Ji Yuxingyi look very special. Not only were they extremely young, but a group of older people actually came to welcome two young people. Other staff members in the building would turn their gazes here from time to time, looking at Ji Yuxingyi and the other person with inquiring expressions. "Grandpa Lin, why did you come down here in person? If my dad knew about this, he would definitely scold me to death." Yang Xianlin walked up quickly, took the old man's hand and spoke coquettishly. This action scared Ji Yuxingyi. When a queen acts coquettishly, even gods can't resist it. Sure enough, the old man in the lead had a smile on his face, full of doting. "Lin girl, don't try that on me. How dare your father scold you? He should be very lucky if you don't beat him up, har har. Grandpa Lin." The royal sister blushed rarely and said coquettishly, all right, let's get down to business. This must be Mr. Jiu, right?" As expected, heroes emerge young. "What a handsome man." "Hello, old man. Thank you for the compliment. I am Ji Yuxingyi." Ji Yuxingyi nodded politely to the old man. Good. You are talented and polite. You are worthy of being the one who wrote this song. I'm the director of this MV, Lin Guodong. If you don't mind, just follow Lin and call me Grandpa Lin." Seeing that Ji Yuxingyi was polite and unpretentious, and seemed unperturbed by praise or criticism, Lin Guodong became even happier. This is the Ji Yuxingyi he imagined him to be, with a kind heart, great talent, and the ability to be grateful. There are not many young people like him nowadays. "Grandpa Lin, that kid is being disrespectful." Ji Yuxingyi always has a faint smile on his face, giving people a warm and sunny feeling. "Okay. Xiao Jiu. Then let's go upstairs." Lin Guodong was so happy that he even changed the way he addressed Ji Yuxingyi. He directly took Ji Yuxingyi's hand and walked into the elevator without any thought of introducing the other people behind him. Ji Yuxingyi had no choice but to follow, but he still nodded to those middle-aged men. The elevator went directly to the 20th floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Lin Guodong pulled Ji Yuxingyi into the recording studio. "Xiao Jiu, I heard from Miss Lin that you sing very well. Can you sing it first? We have received this song but have not heard it yet. The lead singer has not been decided yet." "Okay." Ji Yuxingyi nodded in agreement. "Xiao Jiu, do you want to sing a cappella?" "Piano, this song only needs piano accompaniment." "Good." When talking about business, Lin Guodong was obviously much more serious. He left Ji Yuxingyi alone in the recording studio and took everyone else out. As the staff turned on the microphone, a group of middle-aged people were also looking forward to it, watching Ji Yuxingyi sit down in the recording studio, brewing their emotions. Ji Yuxingyi was very serious when he entered the working state. To outsiders, Ji Yuxingyi's expression in the recording studio had changed visibly. Seeing this, Lam Kwoktung nodded, "This is a pure musician." When a musician sings, he should first give the song emotion, rather than just howling. Xingyi started playing the piano inside, and the ordinary prelude sounded. Everyone outside held their breath, listened to the piano music, and looked inside without blinking. Maybe it was far away, or it was yesterday, here or on the other side. The long road is full of separations and reunions, joys and sorrows, people gather and people disperse. As soon as Lin Guodong heard this sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. That's right. This is the look he wanted to present in his mind. He knew it when he saw the song, and now that he heard it, he felt it even more. Those middle-aged men looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. They had never expected that the song would turn out like this when it was really sung. As for Yang Xiulin, even though it was the second time she heard Xingyi sing this song, she couldn't help but stare at Xingyi with surprise. Xingyi is so charming. Xingyi had no idea about this. He was already immersed in the song, and just wanted to sing it better. The best. Without any regrets. Maybe one day we will go far away, or maybe we can meet again. No matter you are in the crowd or in the horizon, let me see your face clearly again. Let the tears fill my eyes, even though I am speechless and crying. I don't want the halo of God, I just want your ordinariness. The song gradually came to an end, and Lam Kwok Tung's eyes were slightly red. He used to be a soldier, so he could feel the meaning of the lyrics even better. Often, those ordinary people who hide behind the scenes and are unknown are the greatest and should be most admired by contemporary young people. But, with so many fans, how many of them will actually chase after them? Not only Lin Guodong, but everyone outside was deeply touched. At this moment, they had entered the same state as Xingyi. It turns out, a good song can really touch everyone. Chapter 33 Co-Creation. After the song ended, Xingyi took a deep breath, calmed himself down, then stood up and walked out of the recording studio. The group of people outside were still staring at him in a daze. The next moment, everyone couldn't help but applaud Xingyi. Lin Guodong even excitedly stepped forward and shook Xingyi's hand with fiery eyes. Xiao Jiu. That's exactly what I feel. I don't think there's a need to change the lead singer, just you. I have a feeling that this song will stir up a storm online to draw attention to ordinary heroes. This is exactly the effect we want to see. Those heroes who silently dedicate themselves to the cause deserve it. Hearing the old man's praise, even the battle-hardened Xingyi couldn't help blushing. But he still shook his head and said to Lam Kwok Tung sincerely, "Grandpa Lam, I don't want to be the lead singer anymore. I have a better idea, would you like to hear it?" Lam Kwok Tung frowned. Is there a better lead singer than the composer of this song? There are many people who can sing well, but he believes that no one can understand the meaning of this song better than Xingyi. Seeing that Lin Guodong was obviously reluctant, Xingyi no longer kept him in suspense and quickly expressed his thoughts. That's right, Grandpa Lin. I think this song is more suitable for children to sing. On the one hand, children's voices are clearer and more ethereal. On the other hand, it is more touching to have the flowers of the motherland singing about the unknown heroes. Hearing Xingyi's explanation, Lin Guodong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh my God! This guy is a genius. Yes. Why didn't he think of it? Children are kind to people. If they sing, combined with the footage he filmed, it will definitely win people's hearts. Absolutely amazing. He is indeed the young man I have chosen. Now Lin Guodong's eyes became even more eager, and even the middle-aged men behind him seemed to have suddenly been enlightened, and they all looked at Xingyi in disbelief. They selected these materials from thousands of materials to match the length of the song, but they just couldn't decide on the lead singer. Unexpectedly, Xingyi solved the problem with just one sentence. Xiao Jiu. You are such a genius. Are you interested in working at Huayin? Don't worry, your talent will definitely not be buried at Huayin. Lin Guodong was attracted by the talent and wanted to bring Xingyi to his side. It would be a waste to keep such a talent outside. No. Grandpa Lin, I'm just a nobody. I'm already very grateful to be able to help you this time. Xingyi waved his hands repeatedly to refuse. You must be joking. He knew his own weight, and he was just standing on the shoulders of giants to give advice. After all, what impressed Xingyi the most in his previous life was the song sung by that group of children. Lin Guodong was speechless. Are all salted fish like this now? But he didn't force it. Ji Xingyi was here anyway and couldn't run away. If there was such an opportunity in the future, he would just look for him again. Okay. Everyone has their own aspirations. Xiao Jiyu must contribute more this time. We'll talk about it if there's an opportunity for cooperation in the future. Come with me, let's take a look at our footage first and see if you have any good suggestions for these materials. Lin Guodong called Ji Xingyi and took him to another studio, which was where the footage was edited. All the materials would be carefully selected here and then edited into the MV. After entering the room, the middlemen began to introduce themselves one after another. Ji Xingyi looked at the computer in front of him. Various shots were flashing on the screen, and in each shot there were those unknown heroes. Ji Xingyi was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be so many shots, and many of these shots would eventually be eliminated, which made Ji Xingyi a little sad. In his opinion, every person in the material here deserves respect and deserves to be known by the world. Lin Guodong seemed to know what Ji Xingyi was thinking, and he patted Ji Xingyi on the shoulder. Xiao Jiyu, don't be sad. This is their responsibility. No one will remember any of them in this promotional video. They represent a group. As long as everyone can be grateful to this group and subtly remember that there are still these lovely people in this society, that's enough. In fact, they should thank you. As long as it's ordinary, the song not only suits the tastes of most young people nowadays, but also promotes this energy. Old guys like us can't make songs that are suitable for young people, but we are afraid that everyone will forget them, so we thought of collecting songs. Lin Guodong sighed and smiled at Ji Xingyi. Fortunately, you made what we wanted, and let me see the passionate hearts of today's young people. That's great. Ji Xingyi looked at Grandpa Lin, then looked at the people flashing on the screen, and was really touched by them. It turned out that no matter which world they were in, there were always such a group of lovely people. Grandpa Lin, I don't have any of these materials. As for the production of the video, I'm not an expert in this area. This still needs you and others to complete it. To be honest, I can't wait to see the finished video. Ji Xingyi said very sincerely that he felt that the finished video made by this group of people would be more popular than the original one. Okay. We will definitely make it as soon as possible, by the end of July at the latest. By then, this trend will surely sweep through the streets and alleys of China. Hearing Ji Xingyi say this, Lin Guodong nodded happily. By the way, I heard from Miss Lin that you also have a Douyin account, right? Millions of fans? And you've released 2 songs. When the time comes, this promotional video will be released and co-created with your Douyin account. After all, you're also the main force of this video. Ji Xingyi was confused. Why was there still something for him to do? He thought that he would just write his name in the lyrics and composition column, but he didn't expect that even Douyin would co-create it. It was obvious that the old man was showing him favor. You have to know that the videos released by Huiyin have so many views that the income from the time traffic can make you live a full life. Ji Xingyi naturally would not refuse this, and he felt even more grateful to Grandpa Lin. Then I would like to thank Grandpa Lin. Ji Xingyi thanked Lin Guodong with a sincere tone. Lin Guodong waved his hands, indicating that this was what Ji Xingyi deserved. After finishing this topic, everyone in the room started discussing the details of the follow-up work. This involved a lot of professional knowledge. Ji Xingyi didn't say anything more and just listened silently. When Ji Xingyi walked out of Huiyin building, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. His head is full of confusion now. When those guys talk about work, they are extremely enthusiastic, just like workaholics. In the end, it was only after Yang Xiulin acted coquettishly and said she wanted to go have lunch that the two of them escaped. Lin Guodong originally wanted to invite Ji Xingyi to go to Huiyin's cafeteria with everyone for a meal and continue the discussion in the afternoon, but Ji Xingyi got out with the excuse that his head was empty. As a layman, he really couldn't contribute to those professional knowledge, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. The two walked out of Huiyin side by side. The weather was fine when they came, but now it was drizzling. Ji Xingyi, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Create something together with Huiyin? We will get rich. The two of them walked towards the parking lot in the drizzle. Yang Xiulin was rarely playful and stuck out her tongue and joked. This queen is looking less and less like a queen. Ji Xingyi raised his eyebrows. You are a man of great wealth and power, yet you want to rip off a commoner like me? How dare you? Chapter 34 Returning Home. TSK. You're so stingy. Yang Shulin rolled her eyes at him, quickened her pace, and got into the car first with a huff. Ji Yuxingyi smiled and hurried to catch up. The more familiar he became with this queen, the more he felt that she had a really good personality. There was no sense of oppression at all, as he had felt when they first met. Typical of a cold exterior but a warm heart. In the end, Ji Yuxingyi couldn't escape this meal, and Yang Shulin happily had a big meal. After dinner, Yang Shulin drove Ji Yuxingyi to Yinhai Entertainment. This time they came here to get the contract, which was Ji Yuxingyi's original goal and Xia Xiao's signing contract. The two of them got on the elevator. For some reason, Ji Yuxingyi suddenly felt that Yang Shulin didn't seem to be in a good mood. She looked listless, even though she had just had a big meal. Ji Yuxingyi didn't understand. Women's minds were too hard to understand. Just like this day, it changes in an instant. After getting out of the elevator, he went straight to Yang Xian's office. He had been waiting in the office for a long time and the contract was ready on the table. He had an unchanging smile on his face as he looked at Ji Yuxingyi, who pushed the door open. Friend Ji Yu, it's a pleasure working with you. Here is the contract. Is there anything else you need to add? Ji Yuxingyi nodded, sat down at the desk, and started to look at the contract in person. The contract is very formal and is made in triplicate. It will take effect immediately once Xia Xia signs it. The content of the contract is the same as mentioned before. Yinhai Entertainment will give Xia Xia the best resources and the greatest degree of freedom. In a word, Xia Xia can do whatever she wants, no one can force her. This is also what Ji Yuxingyi wants to see. The contract period is 2 years, and whether to renew the contract depends entirely on Xia Xia's own wishes. After reading the entire contract, Ji Yuxingyi put it away, stood up, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yang Xian. Thank you, Chairman Yang. It's a pleasure to work with you. Being able to offer such a contract, Ji Yuxingyi had a much better impression of him. At least he would not be like other black-hearted capitalists, who would offer contracts full of traps. You're welcome. I'm attracted by your talent and you're attracted by our company's resources. It's just a mutual benefit. Also, you once promised to write songs for our company, so I won't sign a separate contract for you. I believe in Ji Yuxiao's character. Yang Xian also stood up, shook hands with Ji Yuxingyi and said. Ji Yuxingyi naturally would not refuse, but he also explained his point of view. Don't worry. But I have a precondition. I only write hit songs, and it's up to me who I write for. I don't want just anybody to come to me and write songs for me. I don't have time. He has a temper. And he has the talent to support this temper. Yang Xian's impression of Ji Yuxingyi is getting better and better, but when he saw his daughter's appearance, he secretly sighed in his heart. What a pity. Why get married so early when you are so young? With your talent, Mr. Ji Yu, I wouldn't have invited you if the company's top singers weren't short of songs. After all, I know that with your fame, the songs you write will definitely be masterpieces, and ordinary people don't have that qualification. The cooperation between the two parties was happily reached. Yang Xian suddenly changed the subject. Now that we have the contract, when are you going to go back, Mr. Ji Yu? Ji Yuxingyi didn't know what he meant by asking this, but he immediately replied, I'm going to go back to the hotel now to pack up and book a flight, and I'll leave soon. After all, I'm no longer needed here. Chairman Yan, do you have anything else to say? No. No. Then I wish you a safe journey home. Yang Xian said hurriedly with a smile, but in Ji Yuxingyi's eyes, why did he suddenly look so happy when he heard that he was leaving? Without thinking much, Ji Yuxingyi stood up and said goodbye. Yang Shulin sent Ji Yuxingyi all the way to their hotel entrance and did not follow him. She seemed to have been in a bad mood since entering Yinhai Entertainment. Ji Yuxingyi. I won't take you to the airport, go by yourself. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Ji Yuxingyi turned around and waved his hand. Okay. Be careful on the road. Then he turned and walked into the hotel. Yang Shulin looked at Ji Yuxingyi's back, feeling inexplicably angry, and stepped on the accelerator and left. I can finally go home. I miss my little baby. This was Ji Yuxingyi's thought at the moment. He quickly packed his belongings. There wasn't much stuff, just 2 sets of clothes. Book a flight, check out, and take a taxi, all in one go. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in Jiangcheng, Xingyi walked into their familiar dilapidated neighborhood with his hands full of gifts, and his steps became even lighter. In his eyes, even the mottled walls around him seemed familiar at this moment. Until he pushed open the door he hadn't visited for a long time, the house was still spotless and the air was filled with a pleasant fragrance. Xingyi took a deep breath and then strode into the living room. The living room was quiet, and it seemed that Xia Xiao and Xiao Nanai were not at home. Xingyi felt a little disappointed when he didn't see the person he was going to meet immediately. However, the next moment, the door of the master bedroom was suddenly pushed open, and Xia Xiao rubbed her misty eyes and walked out coquettishly. The moment she saw Xingyi, she woke up suddenly and looked at him with her eyes wide open unconsciously. She was wearing a suspender pajamas, one of the straps had fallen down to her arm, her hair was messy from sleeping, her mouth was slightly open, and she looked like a sleeping beauty. They were both stunned at the same time, and just looked at each other quietly in the afterglow of the setting sun. Then Xingyi's face gradually brightened up with a smile. "I'm back." Xia Xiao's face gradually turned red. She stood there not knowing what to do. She felt a little panicked, but also a little sweet. Tilde. She lowered her head and responded softly, not forgetting to subconsciously pull the sling that had fallen from her arm to her shoulder. "By the way, this is for you. I happened to see someone selling it on the roadside when I came back. It smelled really good, so I bought a bunch." Xingyi suddenly took out a bunch of lavender from behind. The purple flowers were in full bloom, and the glow of the setting sun gave it a light golden hue, which looked very beautiful. Xia Xiao pursed her lips, walked forward and gently took the bouquet of lavender from Xingyi's hand, her face already flushed. This was the first bouquet of flowers she received from him. It was lavender, and the flower language was redemption and hope. She liked it very much. "Thanks." Xia Xiao mustered up the courage to raise her head, looking straight into Xingyi's eyes, blinking her eyelashes gently. "Have you eaten yet?" Xingyi smiled suddenly. "No. You guys must not have eaten either. I'll make dinner, you go wake Nana up." Xia Xiao originally wanted to cook it herself. He had just come back from outside and must be tired after a long day. But when she saw the determination in Xingyi's eyes and thought that his cooking was indeed much better than hers, she finally nodded. "I'll go call Nana. She must be very happy to know you're back. She's been asking me about it these past 2 days." Xia Xiao said this and turned back to the master bedroom. This time she did not close the door but left it open. Xingyi looked inside and saw that the master bedroom was very different from what he remembered. Little Nana was lying on the bed with her legs spread out, sleeping soundly. Xia Xiao picked her up gently, but she didn't react. Until Xia Xiao held the little girl in front of Xingyi, kissed her little face, and whispered something in her ear. "Nana, wake up, Daddy is back." Little Nana suddenly moved. She slowly opened her lovely almond-shaped eyes and looked around in confusion. Then the little guy's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stretched out his 2 short hands and waved at Xingyi. "It's Daddy. Daddy, give me a hug. Nana missed you so much." Chapter 35 Full-Time Dad. The little guy was like a koala. After being hugged by Xingyi, he hugged his neck and refused to let go, hanging on him the whole time. Even when Xingyi went to the kitchen to cook, she was reluctant to let go. In the end, it was only with Xia Xiao's stern face and the temptation of Xingyi's newly bought toys that she finally took the little guy off and put him on the sofa. While playing with toys, little Nana kept looking towards the kitchen with her big eyes, as if she was afraid that Xingyi would disappear again. After a while of busy work, the food was served. The family sat happily at the dining table with 3 bowls of steaming noodles and 2 side dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Xia Xiao looked down and saw that the noodles in the bowl were served with 2 green vegetables and, as usual, 2 fried eggs, which looked golden and very tempting. She gently picked up one and put it in her mouth, her eyes narrowed in enjoyment. I have to say, Xingyi's cooking is really delicious. During the few days he was away, I didn't want to eat the food he cooked. Little Nana had already started slurping with her small chopsticks. A noodle was swallowed down by her in an instant, and her eyes had turned into crescents. This way of eating made Xia Xiao feel as if she had been starving for several days, which made her angry and helpless. I am inferior to others in skills, so I have to admit defeat. What else can I say? This also made Xia Xiao eat faster. For some reason, when the mother and daughter were at home, they seemed to have no appetite. As soon as Xingyi came back, they inexplicably relaxed. Xia was eating while thinking about all sorts of things. It was scary to think about it. In the past, they wanted to stay away from this man, but in such a short time, they were corrupted by him imperceptibly. The only sound left at the table was the sound of slurping. It was not until Xia finished eating that she realized that Xingyi and Xiao Nanai had finished eating long ago. They were actually staring at her in sync. Xia's pretty face turned red again. She wiped her mouth quickly, stood up to hide her embarrassment, and put away the dishes on the table. I'm going to wash the dishes. Please stay with Nana. She stacked up the bowls in front of Xingyi, picked them up and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing Xia floating into the kitchen like a gust of wind, Xingyi shook his head. He really didn't want to snatch it from her this time, so why was she panicking? Dad! Come and build with Nana. Good. Little Nana jumped down from the stool, took Xingyi's hand and walked towards the sofa, where there were the toy blocks that Xingyi had bought for her today, which could be combined into various shapes of objects. The previous princess house has been tidied up by little Nana, and now stands intact in the master bedroom. Xia will take it out from time to time and play house games with the little one. Now that there are new toys, the princess house will definitely be neglected by this little guy for a while. With the help of Xingyi, little Nanai played with the building blocks to make the shape of a small house, smiling in a baby voice. Xingyi deliberately asked about the recent situation at home at this time. The little guy told everything he knew, especially when talking about Xia. He sold out his mother completely. Mom misses Dad too. I see. Mom often laughs secretly when watching videos of Dad singing. Xingyi covered his mouth and laughed secretly. He really didn't mean to ask this. The key point is that Xiao Nana spoke very loudly and didn't notice that Xia had already rushed out from the kitchen. At this moment, Xia's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes were full of coldness. She looked down at this little traitor who sold his mother to please his father. Little Nana noticed that her father suddenly stopped talking. She looked up in confusion and saw her mother's red face. She cried out, "R," and hid in Xingyi's arms, muttering, "I can't see, Mommy can't see." Xia couldn't help but laugh angrily. She reached out and patted the little guy's butt that was exposed outside Xingyi's arm, but her eyes were fixed on Xingyi's grinning face as she explained. Don't listen to what Nana said. I didn't. Yes. Mom lied. Liars are not good children. Little Nana buried her little face deep in Xingyi's arms and shouted in a muffled voice. Seeing that Xia was about to get angry, Xingyi immediately raised his hands in surrender, completely exposing the little guy. No. No. I believe you. A man of insight is a hero. But little Nana was in trouble. She was immediately grabbed by Xia and ravaged. The little guy had stars shining in his big eyes. He stretched out his hand to look at his father who was sitting upright in the distance. He never expected that his father would turn around and sell him to his mother. Xingyi looked at his nose with his eyes, and his nose at his heart. In order to make Xia happy and for the prosperity of this family, he could only let his little baby suffer a little. The family played together for a while. In the end, little Nana had to bear everything alone, feeling aggrieved, and was building blocks all by herself. Xingyi rubbed her little head, then stood up, took out a paper file bag from the suitcase and placed it in front of Xia. The mission was successfully completed. Take a look. This is the contract of Yinhai Entertainment. Xia glanced at Xingyi who had a serious expression, and her eyelashes blinked slightly, indicating her inner uneasiness. He was out there for only a few days and actually got himself a contract. Xia lowered her head, picked up the file bag, opened it, and looked through the contract inside. When she read to the end, her hands began to tremble slightly. This was a contract she would never have dreamed of, with top-notch treatment and perfect freedom. Even if she had not retired and continued singing until now, she would not have had such a contract. Xia didn't know how he did it. In just a few days, what had he gone through? How much had he paid to get such an unimaginable contract? Xia raised her head and looked at Xingyi in a daze, with tears in her eyes and her lips pursed, just staring at him. There was still a gentle smile on his face, as if everything was so light and peaceful. After a while, Xia spoke softly. Ji Xingyi, actually, I don't have to sing. Although their voice was small, it was firm and without any hesitation. Ji Xingyi then frowned slightly in confusion. She obviously liked singing and obviously wanted to sing, so what did this mean now? It was a bit puzzling. He didn't understand what was going on in this woman's mind. Why? Haven't you always wanted to sing? Now that you have the chance, why are you backing down? Ji Xingyi's tone became a little heavier. This was the first time he spoke to her like this since he came here. Naturally, he wouldn't understand as he had been a single man all his life. Xia felt confused at this moment, and she suddenly felt that it was good to continue living like this. If she really went to sing, she was afraid that things would change and that her life would never be the same again. Xia pursed her lips gently again, looked straight at Ji Xingyi, tears rolling down her cheeks. After a while, she said faintly, I'm afraid that bad changes will happen in the future. This was the first time that Xia directly told Ji Xingyi about her fear. Ji Xingyi was stunned for a moment, then his slightly wrinkled brows relaxed instantly and he suddenly smiled, a very warm smile. He picked up the tissue and gently wiped the tears that were sliding down Xiao's face. Xiao. Who do you think I am? I'm telling you seriously, go ahead and don't worry. No matter what happens. Nothing will change. I'll take care of the kids at home. After all, I'm ready to be a full-time dad. Chapter 36 Moving into the master bedroom. Xia never expected Ji Xingyi to say that, and she immediately wiped her tears. Xia, who had not experienced such a level of intimacy for a long time, immediately lowered her head shyly. Her originally slightly red face instantly turned red, and she didn't even have time to think about her previous messy thoughts. Ji Xingyi still thought that she was still afraid of these messy things, but now he knows that Xia is probably afraid of making changes. After all, people who have stayed at home for too long and haven't gone out will always have this mentality. So he spoke again, I'm serious. Just leave Xiaonana to me, I will take good care of her. And you've also seen that your contract has a high degree of freedom. You can come back anytime you want. Don't worry about home, just take care of yourself outside. Ji Xingyi was talking, but Xia didn't hear a word he said. In her mind was still the scene of Ji Xingyi gently stroking her face. Little Nana on the sofa had already started secretly watching the interaction between her parents. She clearly saw that the corners of her mother's mouth had slightly curled up as she lowered her head. And her father was still nagging non-stop. The little girl didn't know what was going on, she only knew that her mother should be happy now. And dad is still worried about mom. So she threw herself on Ji Xingyi's legs, raised her face, blinked her big eyes, and said something that suddenly occurred to her. Dad. Nana wants to sleep with mom and dad tonight. As soon as these words came out, Ji Xingyi was petrified instantly, and Xia looked up at the little guy in surprise, her heart pounding so hard that it was about to jump out of her chest. Okay, Dad tilde. Seeing that Ji Xingyi didn't agree, little Nana started to act like a spoiled child and rolled around on Ji Xingyi's legs. Ji Xingyi swallowed his saliva, turned his head and looked at Xia, whose neck was already red, with evasive eyes. This you should ask your mother if she agrees. How should I answer this? Xia was so shy that she almost collapsed. She stood up in a panic and walked to the bathroom. I'm sleepy. I'm going to wash up and get ready for bed. Xia fled in panic, leaving only Ji Xingyi and Xiaonanai staring at each other in the living room. Ji Xingyi was at a loss and had no idea what to do. But Xiaonanai jumped up from Ji Xingyi's legs and hugged his neck. Mom said, Dad just needs to be ready. ? Did Xia say that? Ji Xingyi turned his head and looked at the tightly closed bathroom door. He could vaguely hear the sound of someone washing up inside. Is that okay? Ji Xingyi took a deep breath of the milky scent of the little guy and gave himself courage. He did this entirely for Xiaonana. Not for anything else. After a long while, Xia came out of the bathroom and returned to the bedroom calmly. When she passed the living room, she didn't even look towards the sofa. Ji Xingyi then stood up holding little Nanai in his arms, went to the bathroom to help the little one wash up, then he simply washed up himself before coming out holding the little one in his arms. It was not until this moment that his heart began to beat rapidly. It seemed as if he had walked a long time to walk the short distance from the living room to the master bedroom. Until he completely stepped into the bedroom, his mind was blank. There was a faint fragrance floating in the room, which was pleasant and tempting. Xingyi had never experienced this in his life. He wanted to seek help at this moment. What should he do? What should he do? Xia had already crawled into the quilt, as if she was asleep, lying on her side facing inside. Her specific appearance could not be seen clearly at the moment, but her crystal clear and rosy earlobes showed her current state. Xingyi closed the door gently. The sound of the door closing made Xiao's body tremble slightly, but she still did not get up. Xingyi has completely given up now. It's already like this. There's no point in being nervous. Just lie down. Thinking of this, he indeed felt a lot more relaxed. He put Xiao Nana in the middle, sat down on the other side of the bed, hugged Xiao Nana and began to tell her a bedtime story. Today, Daddy told Nana the story of Snow White. A long time ago, there was a little princess as cute as Nana. Her skin was as white and tender as snow, and as rosy as a red apple. Her hair was as black and shiny as the night sky, so her mother named her Snow White. Xingyi's gentle words echoed in the room. Xia's eyelashes moved slightly, and her pounding heart slowly calmed down as the story unfolded. In the end, she fell asleep without realizing it. Like her, little Nana also slowly fell asleep while listening to Xingyi's story. It was late at night. Xingyi saw their breathing slowly calm down, then he turned off the lights and lay down under the quilt. The pillow was filled with that familiar faint fragrance. It was the first time that Xingyi realized that girls' pillows could smell so good. Hugging little Nana beside him, Xingyi soon fell asleep with the fragrance. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Xingyi's biological clock was still on time. He woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning, just as the sky was getting light. He subconsciously hugged the soft body in his arms, and then suddenly froze. When did little Nana become so big? Gurgled Tilda. Xingyi swallowed his saliva and looked into the quilt. There was no trace of Xiao Nana in his arms. It's not the little guy, but Xiao. Xingyi was completely dumbfounded. When did this happen? Why did she end up in his arms? A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, the delicate body in his arms was soft and warm, and Xingyi's heart of Taoism was instantly shattered. Xingyi unconsciously leaned down until he was close to Xiao's pretty face. He could feel her warm breath hitting his face, which was very tickling. The distance between them was only inches, and he could see the redness beneath her delicate skin. Xingyi just stopped there, having a fierce ideological struggle. Then he saw her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Xingyi was so frightened that he quickly sat up again, quietly pulled back his arm that was pressed under his neck, bent his waist, carefully got out of bed, and rushed out of the bedroom. Xingyi went to the bathroom to wash up with a look of frustration on his face. This early in the morning. It's too torturous. What Xingyi didn't know was that as soon as he walked out of the bedroom, Xiao on the bed actually opened her beautiful almond eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. She covered her burning face and shrank into the quilt, looking as if she couldn't face anyone. Just as Xingyi sat up, Xiao woke up. She didn't know when she ran into Xingyi's arms, and even used his arm as a pillow. It was so embarrassing. It was not until she felt Xingyi's breath on her face that she felt a little panicked. What does he want to do? Want to kiss me secretly? What should I do? Xiao was extremely panicked at that time, and she didn't dare to wake up, so she could only continue pretending to sleep. Fortunately, Xingyi stopped her in time, otherwise she really didn't know how to face him. But when Xingyi really left, she felt a little lost. Xiao didn't know whether she was ready or not, she just knew that she was very confused. After a long time, Xiao crawled into bed and let out a deep breath, just let it be. She stayed in bed until 8 o'clock. When she heard the door opening again, she got up from the bed, packed up and walked out of the room. Xingyi had already gone to the kitchen to cook. When he saw Xiao coming out, he greeted her with a somewhat unnatural expression. Good morning, Tilda. Xiao's expression was also a little unnatural. She didn't even look up at him, but just responded softly. Morning. After saying that, he went into the bathroom to wash up. Xingyi didn't think much about it and turned around to make breakfast. Unexpectedly, Xiao finished washing up quickly and went straight to the kitchen. Let me help you do it. Xia had a natural expression and skillfully took the basin from Xingyi's hand and helped Xingyi wash the rice. Xingyi was just stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, gladly accepted the kindness, turned sideways and started washing the vegetables. The two of them have a tacit understanding, like a couple who have lived together for many years. The small kitchen was particularly warm at this moment. 20 minutes later, the golden millet porridge and 2 side dishes were successfully prepared. Xingyi took off his apron, washed his hands, walked naturally into the master bedroom, and woke up Xiao Nanai, who had fallen asleep in the corner of the bed. The family had a pleasant breakfast. After dinner, Xia saw a very beautiful hairstyle that was very suitable for Xiao Nana. It happened that the little guy's hair had grown a lot recently, so she coaxed and tricked Xiao Nana into going out to get a haircut. Xingyi curled up on the sofa skillfully, took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin and watched videos. Summer, air conditioning, Wi-Fi, watermelon, wife and children are not at home. On this day, Xingyi felt that his life had reached its peak. After just watching 2 videos, Xingyi saw that the trailer for As Long as It's Ordinary had appeared. Huayin's speed is efficiency. The video will be released at the end of the month, and it's only the 26th, and the trailer is already online. The trailer for Just Ordinary is simple, with a few video clips and 2 lines of song, which whets the audience's appetite. As soon as Xingyi clicked on the preview video, his voice actually came from the phone. Falling into the grey, into the abyss, with a face covered in mud. Without the halo of God, hold tight to the ordinary in your hands. Next came 3 firefighters, holding fire extinguishers, facing the raging fire, their faces covered with ashes and their eyes extremely determined. The video ended abruptly here, with only a low voice being heard. They are nameless. They are ordinary. They are worth remembering in our hearts. Chapter 37 Preview. Xingyi was puzzled. Lam Kwok-tung clearly said that he would use the children as lead singers, so why did his own voice appear in the trailer? However, this does not affect the popularity of this trailer on the internet at all. A fragment, a line of lyrics, a voice. It's very short but enough to touch people's hearts. The trailer was only released 2 hours ago, but it has already ranked 10th on the hot search list. This is also due to the fact that mainstream media rushed to report on it. They used various headlines to vigorously promote this trailer, and also made this trailer enter the sight of major internet celebrity bloggers. Everyone with a discerning eye knows how popular this feature film will be when it comes out, so they started forwarding it. With the reposting of this trailer by major internet celebrities and bloggers, the popularity of this trailer has been growing, and comments from all over the world have been flooding the screen at a rocket speed. Salute to the heroes. One line of lyrics gave me goosebumps. The ordinary yet touching moments are the passion engraved in the blood of the Chinese people. Looking forward to the feature film. We'll definitely watch it as soon as possible. Support the unsung heroes. Already forwarded. Let more people see the romance that is unique to our China. I just want to say, why does this singing voice sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere before. But I can't remember where, never mind. Like and collect it first. I cried when I saw these 3 young firefighters. My son is a firefighter. Every time he goes on a mission, our family is terrified. They deserve everyone's respect. The only people they don't deserve are their own relatives. Auntie. I understand you. In fact, I'm not just a firefighter. I'm a nurse. Every time I collapse from exhaustion outside the operating room, my mom secretly wipes away her tears at home. Sister nurse upstairs, I feel so sorry for you. I really want to hug you. Are you serious about this hug? Don't be fooled by him, nurse sister, let me do it. I'm serious. Damn it. I was about to cry, but you 2 bastards made me laugh again. Now I am crying and laughing at the same time. Various comments appeared in the comment section, but all of them were looking forward to the release of the feature film. The passion engraved in everyone's bones guided them to start paying attention to these unknown heroes. Xingyi was very pleased as he read the comments. The old man's hard work on this song and this video was not in vain. Everyone saw it and felt it. The feelings and ideas they wanted to convey were not buried, and those unknown touching stories were played out in the comment section. That's good. The sound of a door opening was heard. Xingyi put down his phone and looked towards the door. It was Xia Xiao who came back from getting a haircut with Xiao Nanai. When Ji Yuxingyi saw Xiao Nanai's new hairstyle, his eyes lit up. The little girl's 2 pigtails have been tied into 2 small buns with 2 beautiful red ribbons tied on them. The fine bangs on her forehead extend all their way to her eyebrows, and the fine hair around her ears has been gathered behind her ears. She looked like a fairy from a fairy tale world, and Ji Yuxingyi's heart melted when he saw her. Ji Yuxingyi quickly stretched out his hands. Whose little fairy is this? Come here and give me a hug. The little guy immediately smiled so hard that his teeth were showing, and he even ran behind Xia Xiao awkwardly, hugged her thighs, and buried his little face in her arms. Xia Xiao was amused by Xiao Nanner's actions and watched the interaction between the father and daughter with amusement. Hi. The little guy is still shy. Ji Yuxingyi doesn't spoil her. He just wants to hug his lovely daughter. He stood up, walked to Xia Xiao and squatted down, pretending to be surprised and said, "Oh. This little fairy turned out to be my precious daughter." Having said that, regardless of Nanner's struggle, he picked her up from the ground and looked at the little girl's slightly red face from a close distance. The big, lively eyes and the pink little face now have a little flesh to them. Ji Yuxingyi likes her more and more no matter how he looks at her. He unconsciously stretched out his finger and gently scratched the little guy's delicate and smooth nose. "Nana, don't you want Daddy to hug you? That would make Daddy very sad." "I want to." "Dad, don't be sad." The little guy immediately hugged Ji Yuxingyi's neck and arched his back in his arms, fearing that his refusal would upset his father. Ji Yuxingyi happily kissed Xiao Nanai's delicate face. The little guy's coquettishness was so unfair that it completely overwhelmed Ji Yuxingyi, and even his heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten candy. It's true that people say a daughter is her father's little cotton-padded jacket, and this statement is absolutely true. All right. Stop hanging around at the door. Come on in. Xia Xiao closed the door with a smile, and pushed the father and daughter, who were showing their love without any bottom line, into their house. Ji Yuxingyi happily held the little girl and sat back on the sofa. He took a bite of watermelon and stuffed it into his daughter's mouth. He turned to look at Xia Xiao and said, "By the way, are you going to report to Yinhai Entertainment in early August?" Hearing this, Xia Xiao also sat down on the sofa, blinking her beautiful eyes. "Well, before that, I have to pick up Lei Lei first, and then go find Sister Yun. If they knew that I could make a comeback, they would definitely be very happy." Xia Xiao said this with a genuine smile on her face. She felt most sorry for quitting the circle rashly before, and now, even if not for her own dream, she had to work hard for the two of them. Ji Yuxingyi nodded and ruffled Xiao Nanner's hair, but in his heart he was thinking about what song he should write for Xia Xiao. This was her first battle after her comeback and she had to fight well. Xia Xiao has a great voice, and she can sing both sweet and sad songs, so there are so many choices that Ji Yuxingyi was a little undecided for a moment. After thinking for a while without any result, Ji Yuxingyi thought of another thing. "By the way, let's buy a car in a few days." "No. Buy 2 cars. In a month, Nana will be going to kindergarten, and it will be convenient to pick her up and drop her off. Also, although Yinhai Entertainment will provide you with a nanny car, you still need a car when you go out in your spare time." Xia Xiao pondered for a moment and also felt that she could buy a car. She used to stay at home all the time and it didn't matter whether she had a car or not. But now she has to go out more often and it is indeed inconvenient without a car. But she was worried that Ji Yuxingyi didn't have enough money. After all, the proceeds from the first 2 videos were used to buy a lot of furniture, and Ji Yuxingyi had gone out again, so she didn't know how much money he had left. Although Ji Yuxingyi linked his bank card to Xia Xiao's WeChat before he went out last time, Xia Xiao didn't know how much money was in the bank card. Nana is going to kindergarten soon, which will be another expense. After pondering for a while, Xia Xiao looked up, with a hint of worry in her brows. "Let's buy one first. It will be convenient for you to pick up the kids at home. I have a company-provided car outside for the time being, so I don't think I will need it. I will consider buying a car when I make some money." Xia Xiao thought that she would consider these issues after she released songs and albums and made some money. Thinking of this, Xia Xiao felt a little worried again. She herself was not sure when she would be able to sing again. Although the contract with Yinhai Entertainment was a top-level resource, it also came with a clause that required her to provide her own songs. She didn't know how Ji Yuxingyi negotiated with the company. All the resources were given to the top companies, so why didn't he help her arrange a song? She was a little confused. After all, she didn't know many songwriters. Thinking of the composer, Xia Xia was suddenly stunned, and then looked at Xingyi who had a calm expression. He seems to be able to write songs. Although I don't know when he learned it, one of the 2 songs on Douyin was taught to Xiao Nana by him on the spot. Xingyi naturally knew Xia Xiao's concerns about not buying a car, and he waved his hand calmly. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about not having enough money at home. Just wait a while. We'll have money in a few days. Chapter 38 Feature Film Online. July 30th happened to be a Sunday. The MV of As Long as It's Ordinary was released on time at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was jointly created and released by Huayin and Xingyao accounts, and Huayan and many other departments reposted it at the same time. The lineup is unprecedentedly luxurious. Of course, no matter how luxurious the lineup is, what the audience wants to see is quality. Only when the quality is up to standard will people pay for it and pay attention to the story behind the MV. However, there is a saying that has been circulating on the internet: anything produced by Xingyi must be a masterpiece. Although Xingyi only uploaded 2 songs, he won the hearts of countless fans, and everyone was satisfied with the quality of the songs he created. Now that we saw that the lyrics and music of this MV were all written by Xingyi, everyone instantly became interested. This mysterious guy would be amazing if he didn't make a move. So the audience clicked on this MV one after another, wanting to see the grand event. In the old neighborhood of Jiangcheng, Xingyi's family of 3 also curled up on the sofa early. Xingyi cast his mobile phone screen to the TV and turned on Douyin. Xia Xiao and Xiao Nanai were still kept in the dark. They only knew that Xingyi woke them up early in the morning and said he would show them something good, but they didn't know what it was. Xingyi turned on the song MV, and the whole family looked at the TV at the same time. The moment the MV came out, Xia Xiao and Xiao Nanai both became quiet. They were a little surprised to see the 4 big words, "As Long as It's Ordinary," appear on the TV screen, and the lyricists and composers below were all Xingyi. Moreover, this MV is surprisingly 7 minutes long. Even Xingyi was confused as he didn't know where it was so long. When Lam Kwok Tung contacted him earlier, he wanted to show him the finished film, but he did not agree. He wanted to share this moment with his family, and he also had great confidence in Lam's professional skills. Xia Xiao turned to look at Xingyi, her almond eyes sparkling with excitement. She was surprised. He wrote another song. And he co-wrote it with Huayin. It was terrifying. Did he do so many things before? He didn't even know it. Xia Xiao shifted her gaze to the TV again, wanting to see what he had done behind her and her mother's backs. As soon as the title of the MV ends, a group of energetic children around 10 years old appear on the screen. They are all wearing black short-sleeved shirts. Among them, there is a middle-aged teacher playing the piano. The sound of piano sounded, and the camera turned to give a close-up to the first little girl. She had affectionate eyes, stretched out her hand as if gently calling for something, and began to sing. Maybe far away or yesterday, here or on the other side. The scene changed, and a group of firefighters in orange uniforms with tough looks on their faces were carrying various rescue supplies, using their bodies as bridges to wade across the river. The camera turned again and switched to another little girl. Her eyes were slightly red, her brows were lowered, and she was whispering softly. The long road is full of separations and reunions, joys and sorrows, people gather and then disperse. The little girl's silhouette gradually blurred, and turned into a family sitting around the table, eating dumplings and watching TV. It should have been a festive reunion, but it was quiet here. Only the grandmother sitting in the first seat was staring at the TV, holding back her tears. On TV was a report about his grandson's heroic sacrifice. 2 more little girls appeared one after another, singing softly. Letting go of right and wrong is the answer, the courage to live. Without the halo of God, you and I are born ordinary. After singing 2 lines, the figure disappeared and was replaced by an unremarkable-looking man with sparkling eyes, staring at the thief who was stealing on the bus. The moment the thief succeeded, he grabbed the thief, but the people watching nearby were so scared that they hid far away and just watched coldly. In an instant, 2 more thieves surrounded the man, and the situation became unfavorable for him. Countless people who were watching this video couldn't help but feel heartbroken, clenched their fists, tears in their eyes, and wished they could get into the video and help him subdue the thief. But the video screen disappeared at this moment, and the teacher just played the piano silently, and one of the little girls sang again. Recognize regret in heartbreak, life is long and short. The scene suddenly turns to their hospital, where an exhausted doctor hands a newborn to an elderly couple. The couple burst into tears of joy and keep thanking the doctor. A beating heart grows vines, willing to fight for danger. The baby gradually grew up, and he was none other than the man who caught the thief. At this moment, he was facing 3 thieves, but his face remained fearless. The camera switched again, and 2 more little girls appeared, with their arms open, calling out. Falling into the grayness, into the abyss, with a face covered in mud. Without the halo of God, hold onto the ordinariness in your hands. Move. One of the dusty migrant workers among the crowd of onlookers took a firm step forward and stood in front of the man, facing the thief. His wrinkled face was so determined at the moment. As he moved, ordinary people one by one stepped forward and confronted the 3 thieves. The 3 thieves had obvious expressions of fear on their faces. They seemed unable to believe how these ordinary people dared to take such a step. At this moment, a little boy appeared in the camera, with a hopeful look on his face and humming softly. I have no regrets in this life, the fire of life has been ignited. At this point, all the viewers who were watching the video couldn't help crying with joy. They saw it, so the 3 thieves being subdued by their combined efforts. No regrets in this heart. No regrets in this life. The fire of life is ignited now. The piano music is still going on, the picture is still going on, but the fire in everyone's heart is ignited, this melancholy, this touching moment, these little things coming from around them. They noticed. Another little boy appeared, with a slight smile on his face. Maybe one day we will go far away, but maybe we can meet again. The scene turned and showed the group of firefighters wading across the river. They were covered in mud, but their faces were full of joy. Countless people lined the streets to see them off, waving their hands. Whether you are in the crowd or in the sky, let me see your face clearly again. The camera zoomed in and we saw that these firefighters were all only about 20 years old. The childishness on their faces had not yet completely faded, but these childish faces were now clearly remembered by countless people. Those who lined the road to see them off did not say a word, but stuffed all kinds of things in their hands into their arms, and their faces were covered with tears of smiles. Silence is better than words at this moment, I am speechless but in tears. A little girl also appeared at this time, singing softly with a clean and pure voice. Let the tears fill my eyes, even though I can't say a word, my face is covered with tears. In the next scene, unknown scenes appear, all of them are ordinary people, but in the eyes of the audience, they are so extraordinary at this moment. I don't want the halo of God. I just want your ordinariness. The piano music continued to sound, and everyone was moved by the touching music and pictures. They only regretted that they had not discovered earlier that there were so many lovely people around them. Throughout the entire MV so far, the heroes that appear in it have not said a word, but their actions are remembered by all the audiences. The scene continued, and the chorus of all the children began, which was heart-stirring. The innocent voices sang these touching stories, making everyone fall into silence. They usually chase stars and play around online, but this is the first time that a certain spark in their hearts has been ignited. At the end of the song, there is a scene of all the children singing in unison. I have no regrets in this life. The fire of life has been ignited. The screen fell into darkness, and a male voice suddenly rang out. We are not heroes, we are just doing what we should do. Xingyi curled up on the sofa, rubbing his sore eyes. He had thought that this video would be deeply rooted in people's hearts, but he didn't expect that it would be so shocking when it was actually filmed. Xia was already sobbing uncontrollably, nestling in Xingyi's arms, her eyes full of crystal tears that kept dripping like a bead curtain with a broken string, wetting Xingyi's clothes continuously. Little Nana also had a pout at this moment, with little golden beans sliding down her face from time to time. The little girl already had the initial concept of good and evil. She felt very aggrieved when she saw how hard these kind brothers and sisters worked. People are emotional. This video has made countless netizens who watched the MV burst into tears and made them collectively break down. At this point, no one is paying attention to the length of the video. They just watched silently, felt sad silently, and shed tears silently. Chapter 39 hotly discussed on the internet. After the man finished speaking, another conversation was heard on the dark screen. Xiao Jiu, do you want to sing a cappella? Piano, this song only needs piano accompaniment. Good. It was a simple question and answer, but many netizens felt that the male voice in this conversation was familiar. They listened carefully, and then suddenly realized, wasn't this Xingyi's unique gentle voice? Is the backstory an Easter egg? Will Xingyi herself appear? Sure enough, the eliminated materials flashed across the screen one by one, and Xingyi's unique gentle voice sounded, which, combined with these materials, once again broke the defense of the majority of netizens. This is better. I have to trick myself into crying again. I'm crying to death. Until the last piece of material disappeared, Xingyi's figure did not appear, and he was still so mysterious. But everyone was satisfied. These materials and the figures in this video were deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. They will never forget what they saw and heard today for a long time. Even after the main film was released for a long time, no one liked it, no one commented on it, it was as if everyone had disappeared collectively. At this moment in Huayin's conference room, Lin Guodong had been looking at the real-time data on the internet. He didn't understand why more than 100 million people were watching it at the same time, but not a single one liked it. Don't you agree with this video? Lin Guodong felt a little disappointed. He wiped his slightly red eyes and found it hard to accept this situation. However, the next moment, the data of this video suddenly took off, and the number of likes and comments exploded like a flood. It's out of control. This is the first time in Douyin's history that data has skyrocketed in such a short period of time. In just a few breaths, the number of likes soared from 100,000 to 5 million, then 10 million, 20 million. The Douyin platform experienced its first screen freeze in history. Even so, it seems that it cannot stop the majority of netizens from liking and commenting. They were curious about this MV released by Huayin from the beginning, and were looking forward to it when they saw that it was written and composed by Xingyi. But now after watching it in its entirety, they are completely moved. Empathy. It is the most intuitive feeling in everyone's heart right now. This video also rushed directly to the hot search from the end, firmly occupying the first place on Douyin's hot search list. Following closely behind, the following 5 hot searches are all about the MV as long as it's ordinary. A burst of cheers suddenly broke out in Huayin's conference room. Lin Guodong also clenched his fists excitedly, watching the rapidly rising data in silence. It turns out that it's not that everyone doesn't have feelings, it's that they haven't had time to digest these feelings. Another half hour passed. This popularity is not only on Douyin, but has even spread to Weibo. The hot searches on Weibo are all about this MV, and netizens are constantly discussing it. I don't know which netizen first saw it, but Huayin platform uploaded the pure version of the music of As Long as It's Ordinary. And it's set to be free. He simply posted a message on Weibo to inform everyone. At this time, everyone who had watched the MV rushed to their Huayin platform to rate it, download it, and add it to their favorites. The storm of "Just Be Ordinary" swept the entire internet. The speed of the storm was so fast that even the knowledgeable Lin Guodong had not expected it. He is now extremely fortunate to have chosen Xingyi's song. If these materials were used in any other ordinary song, it would definitely not be as popular as it is now. In just 1 hour, the single's playback volume on Huayin platform exceeded 100 million, and Douyin even exceeded 200 million. What a terrifying data. This has also led to today's MV being the hottest topic on the entire internet. No matter which social platform it is, this topic firmly occupies the top spot. No one can shake his position as the top brother on the list. Audiences across the internet were commenting enthusiastically. Those figures were deeply imprinted in their minds. They couldn't calm down for a long time and needed to vent. They shouldn't be buried like this. They shouldn't be hidden. We should remember what we saw today and pass on their spirit. These figures coupled with these songs, sung by these children, really made me cry to death. They are their parents' children too. Some of them look younger than me. But watching them use their bodies to build a bridge to cross the river, I couldn't help myself. I don't want the halo of God. I just want your ordinariness. I have no regrets in this life. The fire of life has been ignited. I'll see who dares to bully them from now on. I'll just slide over and give them a tackle. Without their efforts, we wouldn't have a stable life. I've really seen it today. When I grow up, I want to be like them. I want to be a person like them. The emotion and respect never fade away. It is the sacrifices of so many unknown heroes that have made us prosperous today. Thank you, Huayin. Thank you, Xingyi. We are able to hear and see such a wonderful work that touches people's hearts. Xingyao. I will be your die-hard fan from now on. I love every song of yours. Since you appeared, I can't listen to any other songs. I'm a die-hard fan of Xingyao. From the moment his first video appeared, I knew. This guy is different. Wow, Tilder, I'm still touched. It's just a pity. He still hasn't shown his face. He didn't show his face. But I know. His last name is Jiu. Jiu Xingyao? Tilder, why does it sound like a girl's name? The comments section is mostly full of praise and insights. Only a few brainless haters were immediately drowned out by the army as soon as they said a word. No one will tolerate them. There are also some people who are already fans of Jiu Xingyao. After seeing this video, they directly became die-hard fans. At this moment, they feel happy that they can be fans of such a person. During this day, the entire Chinese entertainment industry was shaken. No matter which entertainment company or individual, they all silently forwarded this video after watching it. They are extremely envious of such popularity, but they cannot envy it. They can only follow the trend quietly and force themselves to sell their persona. It was noon now, and Jiu Xingyi was hugging the beauties, big and small, gently rubbing one's head and patting another's back. He wanted to speak but didn't know what to say because he himself was also touched. Although he was the one who gave the song to Lam Kwok Tung, the entire video was created by the Huiyin crew and he hadn't watched it in advance. I can only say that Huiyin gave this song a perfect home. Xia Xiao, who was sobbing softly in Jiu Xingyi's arms, took the corner of Jiu Xingyi's clothes and wiped her tears and snot on it. Her pitiful and aggrieved appearance made Jiu Xingyi feel distressed. It's just watching a video, just cry if you want to, why are you feeling wronged? Xia finally knew what he had been busy with outside in the past few days. He created such a song, cooperated with Huiyin, and helped her get that unrealistic contract. She didn't even know what he had been through. She felt wrong because Jiu Xingyi had done so many things outside and hadn't told her when he came back. Did he suffer any loss outside because of this? Did he give people a cold shoulder? And how much energy did he spend to create such a song? She knew nothing and just sat back at home enjoying the fruits of her labor with a clear conscience. When he came back, he even brought her a bouquet of flowers that represented redemption and hope. Okay, stop crying. Do you want to have lunch? I'll go make you something delicious. Can you hold Nana? Jiu Xingyi patted her back gently again. The little guy was tired of crying and fell asleep after being comforted by Jiu Xingyi. I know. Go ahead. Xia wiped the tears from her face on his clothes again, crawled out of his arms, pouting her little lips and holding Nana in her arms. The sound is soft and pleasant. Chapter 40 Car Purchase. At the same time, in the center of Jiangcheng City, Tianmai Entertainment Branch. Liu Qian's face looked so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Her agent, Sister Yuan, also looked very bad, and the atmosphere in the room was depressing. Only Dao Lele was laughing secretly not far away, looking very gloating. Liu Qian glanced at her agent and felt more and more that this old and ugly woman was useless. Sister Yuan. Wasn't my song originally scheduled to be released on Huiyin at the end of July? What's going on now? The song was pulled down, and I have to release it in early August. The company's publicity has already been done. I just bought the hot search. But they are so good. Not only did they quietly postpone my song, but they also monopolized all the hot searches. Sister Yuan. You have been responsible for this matter all along, you have to give me an explanation. Sister Yuan's face became even gloomier. She was already in a bad mood after such a thing happened, and now Liu Qian was yelling at her, which made her even angrier. Explain. You want an explanation from me? Do you have the guts to go find Huiyin? Why are you angry with me? Originally, the event was scheduled to end in mid-August, but who knew Xingyi would pop up out of nowhere and make Huiyin's MV go online ahead of schedule for just one song. If it weren't for the fact that she still had to rely on Liu Qian for a living, Sister Yuan wouldn't want to bother with her at all. What do we do now? Liu Qian's tone was still aggressive. Sister Yuan frowned. They were now on the same page and could not fall out. She could only take a deep breath and said patiently, "What can we do? We can only wait for this storm to pass before releasing your album. However, the company will definitely not give us too many resources this time. We can only rely on ourselves to find a solution." Liu Qian knew that this was the only way, but she was really angry. She could only curse Xingyi in her heart. It was all because of him. He had taken away the popularity that originally belonged to her. When Liu Qian turned around and saw Dao Lele covering her mouth and laughing not far away, she became even more angry. Dao Lele, don't you see what a mess this place is? Come over and clean it up. The sound was so sharp and piercing that Dao Lele couldn't help but pick her ears. Oh. I'm sorry. My contract expires today and I've already submitted my resignation documents. Har har. I won't serve you anymore. Dao Lele said this, burst into laughter, sat on the chair with her legs crossed, and drank tea leisurely. We are leaving anyway, why bother giving him face? Dao Lele was extremely happy at the moment. Liu Qian stood up quickly, pointed at Dao Lele, her face turned pale and blue, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. Some are happy, some are even happier. After Xingyi had lunch, the family of three happily took a taxi out. They were going to the 4S store to buy a car today. Although the income from the MV he co-created with Hua Yin has not yet arrived, the savings Xingyi has are more than enough to buy a car. The nearest 4S store is an hour's drive from their home. At 2:20 p.m., the family of three arrived at the 4S store on time. Welcome, sir or madam, do you have a car model you like? The salesman in charge of reception had eyes that lit up. He had several years of sales experience and could close 80% of deals for a family of three who came to look at the car. Xingyi nodded. He and Xia did some research in advance at home and finally came after choosing the car model. Do you have H9? Top of the line? Yes, yes. When the salesperson heard that Xingyi did have a favorite car model, his eyes lit up even more. H9, top configuration, the cheapest one would cost more than 30,000. Sir, we have two top-of-the-line H9s in stock. One in quicksand gold, and one in gentian purple. Which one would you like to see first? As the salesman spoke, he led Xingyi and the other two into the store. As expected of someone with several years of sales experience, his words were very knowledgeable. He didn't ask Xingyi which car he wanted to see, but asked him which one he wanted to see first. People felt comfortable hearing it, as if he was saying that for people like you, it doesn't matter which car you choose. This is the art of language. Gentian violet. It looks deeper. This was something the two had already agreed upon at home. Gentian purple looked more noble, and Xia wouldn't lose face when she went out. Sir, you have a good eye. Gentian violet is indeed more suitable for your wife's temperament. As the salesman spoke, he led Xingyi to the front of the car and introduced it. This is the H9, gentian purple. The top configuration has a HUD head-up display, a panoramic sunroof, electric memory seats on the steering wheel, rear boss key adjustment, seat heating and many other functions, and the ambient light inside the car is also very beautiful. Sir, would you like to try sitting in it? Xingyi shook his head and laughed. I won't sit down, Xia, let me hold Nana, you try it. He noticed that Xia's eyes lit up when she saw the car, and she was obviously quite satisfied with it. Xia was a little shy, her cheeks slightly red, but she still plucked up the courage to hand Xiao Nana to Xingyi and sat down. She had fantasized before that she would have a car of her own, but she never expected that it would come true today. The car is very good, with beautiful lines and a domineering look. It feels good to drive and has a great engine sound. Xia especially likes the interior of the car very much. Seeing that Xia was reluctant to let go, Xingyi was even happier. He proudly took out his bank card and driver's license and handed them to the salesperson. This is the one. Full payment. By credit card. The salesman's mouth was almost stretched to his ears, but he still asked the question in a very professional manner. Sir, don't you want to ask the price? No need. I have already consulted about the price. Just give me a discount. As long as it doesn't exceed the price I consulted, I will reserve the car today. Hearing this, the salesman's heart skipped a beat. Okay. This handsome guy in front of him is also a smart person. He didn't tell him his consulting price, which gave him less room for maneuver. Okay, sir. I will definitely give you the best discount. Wait for me to prepare the materials and we can make a deal if it's suitable. After saying that, the salesperson took the bank card and driver's license and left to prepare various materials. Xingyi didn't have to wait long before the salesperson came back with the car purchase contract and various materials. They walked to the table in the lounge area and sat down. Sir, if you pay in full, we can give you a price of 385,000 yuan, including insurance and license plate registration, and a full set of car seat covers and car covers. You can pick up the car tomorrow. Xingyi nodded. The price was similar to what he had inquired about, and the salesperson was also quite to his liking. So without saying a word, he entered the password and swiped the card to pay. After completing all the formalities, Xingyi made an appointment with the salesperson to pick up the car tomorrow morning, and then left the 4S store happily. When I got home, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Xingyi, who had just arrived home, received a call from Yang Xiulin. Hey! Great talent, congratulations! The internet is all over the news about that MV and you are now completely famous. Congratulations, I don't really want to be famous, but your company must have gained a lot of benefits this time. Xingyi smiled and said that he sent this song to Huiyin on behalf of Yinhai Entertainment, and their company must have gained a lot of benefits. These benefits may not be apparent for the time being, but will gradually emerge in the future. Huiyin will definitely think of them first when there are any benefits in the future. That's all thanks to a great talent like you. Now let's get down to business. When will Xiao come over to report? On the other end of the phone, Yang Xiulin teased Xingyi and then asked with a smile. Xingyi looked at Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa with her ears perked up to eavesdrop on his phone call, and smiled. In 2 days, the 3rd at the latest. I have some things to deal with at home. I'll go there after I finish them. Okay. Then I will wait for her here. Yang Xiulin was very curious about what kind of personality this woman had that could make Xingyi run around for her like this. Chapter 41 Lei and Sister Yun. The 4S store was very efficient. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the salesperson called to inform me that the car had been registered and insured and could be picked up at any time. The task of picking up the car was given to Xiao. Xingyi did not go with her, but stayed at home to look after Xiao Nanai. Xiao had driven before, so Xingyi was not worried. After arriving at the 4S store, Xiao successfully picked up the car. After trying to drive it for a while, she drove to the city. She wants to find Lei and Sister Yun and take them to Yinhai Entertainment tomorrow. Xiao has made plans to report to Yinhai Entertainment tomorrow. Although Xingyi said that she could go later, she didn't want to. She also has her own little thoughts. Besides the fact that singing is her dream, she also doesn't want to be like Avars, relying only on Xingyi. At this moment, Xiao didn't know that Dao Lei had already resigned. She drove to a place not far from Chianmai Entertainment Building and then called Dao Lei. She wanted to give her a surprise. The call was quickly connected. Xiao had a smile on her face, and even her voice became much brighter. Lei. Guess where I am? Dao Lei was packing her things in her rental house. After leaving her job, she planned to go back to her hometown. She had already made up her mind that if she couldn't stay here, she would find another place that would welcome her. How could Dao Lei still not be able to find a job? It was at this time that she received a call from Xiao. Sister Xiao, where else can you be if you're not at home? Idiot. I'm downstairs at your company. Come down quickly. I have something to tell you. Then Sister Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll be there soon. Dao Lei was a little flustered for a moment. Why did Sister Xiao appear downstairs of her company? For a moment, she didn't know how to tell Xiao that she was quitting her job and going back to her hometown. Fortunately, the house that Dao Lei rented was not far from Chianmai Entertainment Building. After a while, she ran downstairs panting and looked around. Until she heard a voice of Lei. I'm here. She turned her head and saw Xiao getting out of a brand new car and waving at her. Sister Xiao. Dao Lei narrowed her eyes into a beautiful arc and walked quickly to Xiao. Sister Xiao. Did you buy a car? Dao Lei looked at the brand new car next to Xiao, with an incredible look on her face. That man actually bought a car for Sister Xiao? Wasn't he mean to Sister Xiao? Xiao smiled and nodded, holding Dao Lei's hand. Yes. I just bought it. I came here today to discuss something with you. Are you free? Xiao's almond-shaped eyes curved slightly, a happy look evident on her face. Dao Lei then realized that Xiao seemed a little different this time from the last time she met her. Her skin has become much more hydrated, her face is a little rounder, and her complexion is obviously much better. Most importantly, her confidence seems to have returned. Seeing Xia like this, Dao Leilei's eyes lit up. Her sister Xia was back. Sister Xia, I have plenty of time. Tell me what's going on. Lulu, come back and be my assistant again. Let's call Sister Yun to come along, I'm going to make a comeback. Xia took Dao Leilei's hand with a longing light in her eyes. Dao Leilei was stunned, she couldn't believe her ears. It took her a long time to come back to her senses, and she couldn't help but hold Xiao's hand even tighter. Really? Sister Xiao? You didn't lie to me, did you? Are you going to make a comeback? Real? Xiao gave an affirmative answer. Yeah. I knew it. There's always a way to be happy, har ha har har. Sister Xiao, what a coincidence. I just quit my job. We can be together again. Dao Leilei suddenly jumped up and danced with joy. She dreamed of continuing to fight side by side with her sister Xiao. Xia was stunned for a moment. Only then did she realize that Leilei had resigned. Leilei. I'm sorry, I was too willful before, I won't do that again. It was all because of me that Leilei and Sister Yun were like this. When Xia thought of this, she felt both guilty and sad, and even her previous happiness disappeared a little. Hey! Sister Xiao. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. I don't blame you, and I believe Sister Yun will definitely not blame you either, and you are going to make a comeback now. We have to look to the future. When Dao Leilei saw Xia falling into self-blame again, she quickly steadied herself and hugged her to comfort her. Well. Leilei, do you know where Sister Yun is? Then let's go find her now. I know. She must be in Qingpu District People's Hospital taking care of her mother. Sister Yun is there every day except for the 4 hours she is at work. Okay. Let's go now. Xia didn't waste any time. She asked Dao Leilei to get in the car and they rushed to the hospital. In the car, Dao Leilei looked at the brand new interior curiously, and then looked at Xia who was concentrating on driving. Sister Xia, does he know that you're coming back? Xia nodded, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised slightly. Yes, he was the one who negotiated the contract for my comeback this time, and he also bought me this car. Dao Leilei's mouth opened slightly in shock, and she exclaimed in disbelief. He negotiated the contract for you? How is that possible? Sister Xiao. You wouldn't lie to me. Xia shook her head and said seriously, it's true. He helped me negotiate the contract with Yinhai Entertainment, and it's the top one. Dao Leilei didn't know what to say. She just couldn't understand how someone like Xingyi could negotiate a top contract. Seeing that Dao Leilei didn't reply, Xia continued speaking. Xingyi, he's really nice to me now, please stop treating him like that. Oh Sister Xiao, you are so domineering and protective of your husband. I'm jealous. The kind that's hard to coax. Dao Leilei pouted her lips and let out a long tail sound, teasing Xia. Xia's pretty face suddenly flushed, but she did not refute. The car quickly arrived at the hospital while the two were chatting. Xia and Dao Leilei carried the fruits they bought on their way and went all their way to the inpatient department of the hospital. Ward 302, 3rd floor, inpatient department. Xia knocked on the door with trepidation in her heart, and the moment she saw Sister Yun, she almost cried. Sister Yun, who originally had black hair, now had some white hair. Her tough face was now full of vicissitudes of life and looked very haggard. She was wearing a plain cloth dress that was so white from washing. This look is exactly the same as Xia before, and it can be seen that she is not having a good time either. When she saw Xia, Sister Yun was completely stunned and looked at her blankly. Xia didn't know what to say. The two looked at each other, speechless for a moment. It was Dao Leilei who ran in first and held Sister Yun's hand. Sister Yun, Sister Xiao and I are here to see you. How is Auntie doing? Sister Yun only reacted at this time, a little flustered, with her hands tangled together. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? Look at me like this. Xiao, come in and sit down. I just put my mother to sleep. She is fine, can eat and drink. She will be fully recovered after one more surgery. When talking about her mother, Sister Yun showed a smile on her face, but there was a hint of bitterness hidden in this smile. She is penniless and still owes tens of thousands of yuan. She has borrowed from all her relatives and friends. How can she pay for the next surgery? Xia walked into the ward and sat down. She lowered her head and bit her lip, like a child who had done something wrong, and did not dare to look at Sister Yun again. Dao Lele patted Sister Yun's hand and looked at Xia. Sister Yun also looked at Xia, studied her carefully, and after a moment a gratified smile appeared on her face. She came closer to her, sat beside her and held her hand. Xiao, I'm very happy that you can come to see me. I'm even happier to see you like this now. This means that you are doing well. Sister Yun stopped you before because it was for your own good. Don't take it to heart. Sister Yun. I'm sorry. Xia couldn't hold it back any longer and threw herself into Sister Yun's arms, tears falling like raindrops. Sister Yun patted Xiao's back gently and spoke softly. No need to apologize. What mother would blame her own child? I really treat you as my daughter. Okay, stop crying. If you keep crying you'll become ugly. Chapter 42 Sister Yun's Rejection. Xia is an orphan, but Sister Yun has been taking care of her since she graduated from university. From the time when she was unknown, to when she became famous after participating in a singing competition, to when she retired from the entertainment industry, Sister Yun was always by her side. So when Sister Yun said that no mother would blame her own child, Xia cried even harder. Sister Yun watched her grow up step by step, just like a mother caring for her child. So when she voluntarily quit the entertainment industry, the one who suffered the most was not her, but Sister Yun. Sister Yun patted Xia gently like this until she was tired of crying and raised her red and swollen eyes to look at her. Then Sister Yun smiled at her tenderly. Xia pursed her lips. Sister Yun, I'm about to make a comeback. Can you still be my agent? Hearing Xia say this, Sister Yun was stunned, then frowned her beautiful brows. Let's not talk about your comeback first. What about your child? Are you confident that Xingyi will take care of her? Compared to Dao Lele, Sister Yun was more rational. She clearly remembered that the boy did not look honest and did not seem like someone who could take care of a child. But Xia nodded. Xingyi is Nana's father. He will take good care of Nana. I believe in him. Sister Yun rubbed her temples, not knowing what had happened, but Xia looked determined. Well, even if he can take good care of the child, you have to know that it's not easy to make a comeback. Do you have a company that can sign a contract with you now? Even if you sign the contract, what kind of resources will the company give you? Sister Yun, look. This is the contract of Yinhai Entertainment. Xia hurriedly took out the contract from her bag and handed it to Sister Yun, as if she was afraid that Sister Yun would not believe her if she was a little late. When Sister Yun saw the contract, she was stunned. It was from Yinhai Entertainment, one of the 3 largest companies in China? Okay, let me take a look. As she spoke, Sister Yun took the contract and looked through it carefully. Then she became more and more shocked the more she looked, and when she saw the back, her hands began to tremble slightly. What kind of magical contract is this? Xia kidnapped the boss of Yinhai Entertainment. This is a completely unequal contract. For entertainment companies, many of these clauses seem like the unfair terms that Xia gave to Yinhai Entertainment. For example, the best resources. For example, unlimited freedom. For example, a 2-year contract. Sister Yun suddenly raised her head. It's true. Really? Sister Yun, look. There's the Yinhai Entertainment seal on it. How could it be fake? Xia hurried to explain. Sister Yun was completely stunned and stared at Xia blankly. This contract contained so many clauses that she, as an agent, had never seen them in her life. Outrageous. Yinhai Entertainment has gone crazy. Sister Yun. It's true. I'm going to report to Yinhai Entertainment tomorrow. Seeing that Sister Yun was still a little unconvinced, Xia continued to explain. Only then did Sister Yun believe it, but her face was still full of shock. Xia, tell me honestly, how did you sign this contract? Seeing that Sister Yun finally believed in her, Xia breathed a sigh of relief and her face blushed slightly. Xingyi brought it to me from Shanghai. He wrote a song for Yinhai Entertainment. Xingyi. Sister Yun almost doubted her own ears. Xingyi negotiated a contract with Xia and wrote a song? Isn't this a fantasy? Away from the great score of the world. Xiao, don't worry about Sister Yun not believing him. Can he write songs? Okay. Even if he can write songs. What kind of songs are worth such a contract? Xiao. Don't let him fool you. Sister Yun. He really wrote a song. Seeing that Sister Yun didn't believe Xingyi, Xiao quickly took out her mobile phone, opened Douyin, opened Xingyi's account and handed it to Sister Yun. Sister Yun took the phone with half belief and half doubt, and even Dao Lele came over. She also didn't believe that the man could write songs. But the next second. Oh my god. Over 100 million likes. Dao Lele shouted exaggeratedly, then suddenly shrank her head and smiled apologetically. This is a ward, and shouting like that will affect the patients. Sister Yun was also confused. What kind of video has more than 100 million likes? Then she saw the name of the account, Xingyao. Followed by Huayin Gongchuan. Xingyao? Huayin? That's it. Sister Yun didn't click on the video because they had all seen it. Sister Yun looked up blankly. Xingyao is Jiu Xingyi. Dao Lele also exclaimed, but this time she kept her voice down. Xingyao? The most popular and mysterious guy on the internet right now. That's right. It seems his last name is really Jiu. The shocked looks on their faces made Xiao blush again. She was also very happy that Jiu Xingyi was recognized. She said seriously, yes. Jiu Xingyao. My daughter's name. Oh my god. The boss is right beside me. What was he like before? Was he pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Damn it. Sister Yun also recovered by now. She raised her head and returned the phone to Xiao with a complicated look in her eyes. Xiao can live a good life and has a bright future, so of course she is very happy. Only. Xiao, with your conditions, you will definitely be able to find a better agent. I'll just forget it. No. Sister Yun, you. Sister Yun. Why? Don't you want me anymore? Dao Lele and Xiao spoke at the same time, and Xiao looked even more aggrieved. Sister Yun sighed and looked into the ward. You have seen my situation. My mother needs care. I really can't leave. You can hire a nanny. Technology is so advanced nowadays. You can remotely monitor the situation here at any time. Dao Lele said directly, and Xiao also looked at Sister Yun with hope. Sister Yun looked embarrassed. She knew she could hire a nanny, but how could her current financial situation allow her to do so? Moreover, if I continue like this, following Xiao will only be a burden to her. Xiao, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I want to stay with my mother. You guys go back. Sister Yun. Go back, Xiao. You must cherish such a good opportunity. Don't be so willful in the future. Sister Yun rubbed Xiao's hair, turned her head away and stopped looking at her. Xiao bit her lip. She didn't understand why Sister Yun didn't want to go with her. They came here with hope and went back with disappointment. Xiao and Dao Lele were silent all their way. Xiao sent Dao Lele back and drove home alone. The door opened, and Jiu Xingyi was playing games with Xiao Nana. He was stunned when he saw Xiao. Is she crying? What's going on? You're back? Is everything going well? If you don't understand, just ask, Jiu Xingyi asked directly. Xiao pursed her lips and sat on the sofa. The moment she saw Jiu Xingyi, she felt like she had found someone to rely on, and she wanted to cry. Sister Yun doesn't want to go with me. Why? Jiu Xingyi scratched his head. The strict woman in his memory should have doted on Xiao very much, so why would she be unwilling? Xiao told Jiu Xingyi everything she saw and heard in the hospital today. She spoke with grievance, and Jiu Xingyi listened silently. After listening to the whole process, Jiu Xingyi nodded thoughtfully. I know, you're just an idiot. You stay at home with Nana. I'm going to go out for a while. Where are you going? Xiao pursed her lips, with an unhappy look on her face. She didn't know whether she was unhappy that Jiu Xingyi called her a fool, or she was unhappy that Jiu Xingyi was not with her at this time. I'm going to find someone who is very important to you, idiot. Chapter 43 Ababar. Jiu Xingyi first found a housekeeping company. He then drove to the hospital that Xiao mentioned. Instead of going directly to see Sister Yun, he found a doctor first. He learned the details of Sister Yun's mother's condition from the doctor, then went to the inpatient department and came to the door of Ward 302. In front of the ward, Xingyi calmed himself down, tried to put on an indifferent expression, and knocked gently on the door a few times. There were footsteps coming from inside, and the next moment, the door opened. Sister Yun with slightly red eyes appeared in front of Xingyi. When she saw Xingyi, Sister Yun was stunned, not knowing what he was doing here. Sister Yun? Won't you let me in first? Xingyi's voice was calm. He was a head taller than Sister Yun and looked very powerful. Sister Yun frowned, but still turned sideways to let Xingyi enter the room. Xiao Yun, is this your friend? As soon as Xingyi entered the ward, he saw an old man with grey hair and skinny cheeks sitting on the bed, looking at him. Before Sister Yun could answer, she saw Xingyi quickly walk to the bedside and hold her mother's hand. Auntie, my wife is Sister Yun's friend. My wife came here once before, but you were sleeping at the time, so she didn't disturb you. So you are Xiao Yun's friends. Boys, you are so thoughtful. It is a blessing for my Xiao Yun to have friends like you. Sister Yun's mother patted Xingyi's hand gently with a kind face, but her skinny body looked so pitiful. Auntie, look at what you said. We are so lucky to have Sister Yun as our friend. My wife at home keeps talking about how good Sister Yun is. My ears are almost calloused from hearing her. It's just a pity that my wife wanted to go with Sister Yun on this job, but she was worried about your health and didn't want to go. You don't know how sad my wife was when she got home. Xingyi was muttering to himself, but Sister Yun behind him suddenly changed her expression. Was this guy hired by Xia Xiao as a lobbyist? What kind of job is this? Xiao Yun, what's going on? Sister Yun's mother didn't know her specific job. When she heard Xingyi say this, her grey eyebrows immediately frowned. Mom! Don't listen to his nonsense. There is no job. I have a good job. Sister Yun glared at Xingyi and quickly explained to her mother. Although Sister Yun's mother is nearly 70 years old, she is not stupid. She knows that it must be because she made her daughter worry, which delayed her work. She immediately held Xingyi's hands with both hands and asked, Young man, Xiao Yun has troubled you. This child is stubborn. Tell me, what kind of job is it? Xingyi looked embarrassed, looked at Sister Yun, and then said, Auntie, you can see that I am so talkative. Mainly because I need to travel for this job. I wanted to hire a nanny to take care of you, but Sister Yun is worried, so she wants to take care of you herself. Xiao Yun? Why didn't you tell me about this? Since your work requires you to go on a business trip, then go. When Sister Yun's mother heard what Xingyi said, she turned and looked at her daughter. Mom! Sister Yun was anxious and hated Xingyi even more in her heart. She really wanted to stay here to take care of her mother, but the fundamental reason was that she couldn't leave at all. How could she afford to hire a nanny? Even the money for the next surgery was now exhausting her. Sister Yun! Shall we go out and talk? Xingyi's face remained calm, as if he didn't care at all about Sister Yun's angry glare. He shook Sister Yun's mother's hand and said kindly, Auntie, don't worry. I can talk to Sister Yun about this. After saying that, Xingyi stood up and left the ward. Sister Yun gritted her teeth, looked at her mother, and followed her out. In the corridor, Sister Yun looked up and glared at Xingyi. What do you want to do? Just treat me as a bad person. I just don't want to make Xia Xiao sad. I know her. If you don't go with her, she will always miss you. At that time, it would be great if she can show 50% enthusiasm out of 100. Oh, by the way. I've paid for your next surgery, and I've contacted a nanny. I'll give you the phone number so you can choose the one yourself. Xingyi replied calmly, the height difference between them making him seem a bit condescending. Heh! Xingyi! Are you giving me alms? Sister Yun laughed angrily. You think too much. You have to pay it back. I'll deduct it from the salary Xia Xiao gives you in the future. You and Lei are brought here by Xia Xiao this time. It has nothing to do with Yinhai Entertainment. I don't care how much salary she pays you. Anyway, this is my money. You have to pay me back. Xingyi shrugged with a scoundrel-like look. Anyway, I've already paid for the surgery and the babysitter, and they won't refund it. I don't care what you do next. After Ji Yuxingyi finished speaking, he didn't give Sister Yun time to react, and turned around and strode towards the exit. Ji Yuxingyi. Don't tell Xiao. When he was about to reach the door, Sister Yun's voice came. Ji Yuxingyi didn't even turn his head, but just waved his hand. Sister Yun just watched Ji Yuxingyi's figure disappear outside the door with a complicated look in her eyes, and only returned to the ward half a day later. Xiao Yun, has that young man gone back? When Sister Yun's mother saw her coming in alone, she patted the bed and asked Sister Yun to sit down. Don't blame the boy. He's a nice guy. I've met a lot of people and I can tell what kind of person he is from his eyes. Mom knows you're filial, but daughter, there are many paths to take. If you choose the wrong one, you'll regret it later. Isn't Mom in good health now? One more surgery will make her fully healed, and the doctor also said the risk isn't high. So, don't worry about my health, just go. If it's really because of me that you regret it in the future, I will be really sad. Sister Yun lowered her head and listened silently to her mother's instructions. After a long silence, she finally nodded slightly. As soon as Ji Yuxingyi returned home, Xia Xiao came over, her little face full of curiosity. Ji Yuxingyi deliberately didn't look at her, but happily picked up little Nana. Nana, what do you want to eat for dinner? Xia Xiao's expression was completely stunned. She looked at Ji Yuxingyi in disbelief as he walked past her. I love everything my dad makes. The little guy said this very flatteringly, not noticing at all that his mother's face was already downcast. Okay. Then Dad will do it now. As he said that, Ji Yuxingyi kissed the little guy on the cheek and walked towards the kitchen. Ji Yuxingyi. I'm angry. Xia Xia pursed her lips, looking aggrieved. This man actually ignored her. Don't you know she is waiting anxiously at home? What's going on? Ji Yuxingyi turned around, with an innocent expression on his face which made Xia Xiao even angrier. When he left their house, he called people idiots in a gentle manner, and now he's acting stupid when he comes back. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Xia Xiao sat down on the sofa, hugged her chest, and turned her face away, no longer looking at him. Good temper. Ji Yuxingyi smiled and decided not to tease her anymore. Remember to bring your 2 loyal bodyguards with you when you go out tomorrow. With your temper, if you don't bring them with you, you will be bullied to death when you go out. Xia Xiao turned her head suddenly, her eyes shining, and the speed of her expression changing amazed even Ji Yuxingyi. Sister Yun agreed. What do you think? Okay, I'm going to cook. Please don't disturb me. Ji Yuxingyi, how did you do it? Ababar. Chapter 44 Arrival at Yinhai Entertainment. In the end, Xia Xiao didn't ask him how he did it, and she played dumb when asked. But this did not affect the light in her eyes when she looked at him. Since he changed, it seemed that there was nothing he could not do. Ji Yuxingyi calmly enjoyed Xia Xiao's admiring gaze. He is now a dog owner. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. The profits created by co-creation with Hua Yin make his wallet bulge and expand beyond belief. Take the matter of Sister Yun for example. After Xia Xiao told him about it, he roughly guessed the reason. I can't even afford to eat. What dream can I pursue with you? This also made Ji Yuxingyi sigh that men and women have very different perspectives and ways of dealing with things. Women are mostly emotional, while men are mostly rational. Xia Xiao got up early the next morning. Ji Yuxingyi rarely went out for a run today. The two of them stayed in the kitchen in tacit understanding, making breakfast together. Xia Xiao had already packed her luggage and placed it in the living room. Xiao Nana was still sleeping. She didn't plan to wait for Xiao Nana to wake up before leaving, as she was afraid that she would be reluctant to leave. Breakfast was ready quickly and Xia Xiao ate it quietly. Ji Yuxingyi sat next to her, talking to her incessantly. They were just like an ordinary family, with their wife going out to work and their husband nagging her. Remember to call often when you get there, otherwise Nana will miss you. I've already told them that you will be there today. The magic city is not far away, so come back when you have time. Remember to tell me if anything happens outside, don't hide it in your heart like a fool. Xia Xia was eating porridge while listening to Ji Yuxingyi talking. She suddenly felt a little lost and didn't want to leave home. Xia Xia ate her meal very slowly, until the porridge was all gone, her phone rang, and she was still a little dazed. It was only after Ji Yuxingyi reminded her that she finally reacted and answered the phone. Hey! Sister Xiao. I'm ready. Sister Yun is with me. When will you come over? I'll be there in a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, then I'll see you downstairs of my house later. After hanging up the phone, Xia raised her head and looked at Ji Yuxingyi. The look in her almond-shaped eyes made Ji Yuxingyi's heart tremble. Xia is really pretty, at least among the people Ji Yuxingyi has met in his 2 lives, there are few who can compare with her. However, Ji Yuxingyi feels that her personality is too gentle. This may also be related to her experience. Ji Yuxingyi, who grew up in an orphanage, also knows that people who have had such experiences are either paranoid or people-pleasing. Ji Yuxingyi was like this in his previous life. He had to read other people's faces and act accordingly since he was young. He knew the sadness of it, so he didn't want Xia to always be like this. At least, you should be more confident. Ji Yuxingyi turned his head and looked at the luggage, not daring to look her in the eye. It's time to set off. Don't keep people waiting. Well, I'll go take a look at Nana and then leave. Xia retracted her gaze and said softly that she felt that looking at him like that was the boldest thing she had ever done. Ji Yuxingyi said, and walked to the bedroom with her. Little Nana was still sleeping soundly with her legs spread out, completely unaware that her mother was about to leave her. Xia kissed her little face affectionately, then buried her face deep in the little girl's neck and rubbed it. Then she got up reluctantly and walked out of the bedroom, looking back every few steps. Ji Yuxingyi followed her, helped her carry her luggage into the car, watched her sit in the driver's seat, then closed the car door and walked to the side. I'm leaving. Xia turned her head and looked at him. Well. Remember to go home more often. Otherwise the little one will definitely cry. The car started, and Xia suddenly turned around with a serious expression. Ji Yuxingyi, thank you. Without waiting for Ji Yuxingyi to reply, the car drove out. Ji Yuxingyi smiled and said, Hey. We are all family, what are you thanking me for? The car drove all the way to the city center. Dao Lele was already eagerly waiting and was standing downstairs. Beside her, Sister Yun shook her head. This little girl was still so impatient after working for so long. Sister Xiao is here. Xiao's car drove slowly towards them, and Dao Lele waved hurriedly until Xiao got out of the car. Then Dao Lele walked up to her and called out cheerfully. Sister Xiao. Lulu. Sister Yun, you have been waiting for a long time, right? Xiao held Dao Lele's hand, then looked at Sister Yun and said with some apology. Not for long. It's mainly because Lele is too impatient. Sister Yun had a smile on her face. She never thought that the 3 of them would meet again and work together one day. Thinking of this, Sister Yun thought of the man who looked like a pretty boy. It was because of him that she ended up in this situation. Sister Yun, thank you for coming. Xia walked up to Sister Yun again, took her hands and shook them coquettishly. Lele and I don't know what to do without you. All right. You're already a mother. But you're still acting like a little kid. You should thank your man. No more talking. Go get your luggage. Sister Yun seemed still capable at work, but her words made Xiao blush. She still didn't know how Ji Yuxingyi convinced Sister Yun. The 3 of them didn't have much luggage, only some daily necessities. The car easily loaded all the luggage, the 3 of them got in, and Dao Lele waved her hand. Let's go. The bright road ahead. Here we come. What a crazy girl. Sister Yun joked, and Xiao's face was also full of smiles. The car drove all their way to the Magic City. In the Magic City, Yinhai Entertainment Building, Yang Xianlin came to the office early, but she was always restless while working today. After finally making it to noon, Yang Xiaolin calculated the time, went downstairs and came to the entrance of the building. That guy's wife is coming today. She wanted to see what kind of person her doted-on wife was. After waiting for a short while, Yang Xiaolin saw a car with a Jiangcheng license plate driving into the parking lot in front of the building. Yang Xiaolin narrowed her eyes slightly and looked carefully. 3 people got off the car. One was a chattering, youthful and energetic girl. The other was a bit older with white hair. She looked at the other 2 with a doting smile on her face the whole time. She knew from the small details that Xia must have a good personality when she met these 2 friends of hers. She looked at the girl walking in the middle. She had an oval face with a rosy complexion, almond-shaped eyes as bright as water, long hair draped over her shoulders, and a gentle smile on her face. A woman as gentle as water is heartbreaking to look at. No wonder Xingyi is like that. Yang Xiulin calmed down and walked quickly forward. Hello, you must be Xie, right? I am Yang Xianlin, the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department of Yinhai Entertainment. On behalf of Yinhai Entertainment, I welcome you to join us. Yang Xiulin smiled and stretched out her hand, looking straight at Xie. Hello, I'm Xie. Xie spoke softly in a soft voice. She was also looking at this queen. She was very envious of her temperament. Chapter 45. Someone is jealous. The sound is unexpectedly nice. People are also surprisingly clean and pure. How could such a woman be abducted by Xingyi? The royal sister thought in her heart, and there was a hint of complexity in her eyes. That's right. Only such a person would have the foresight to pick up Xingyi, who was useless at that time. Who are these two? Rarely, Sister Yu was the first to look away and turned her gaze to Dao Lele and Sister Yun. Dao Lele, my assistant, this is Sister Yun, my agent. Xie replied seriously. The queen in front of her was very polite to her, but her reaction was a little strange. Xie tilted her head in confusion, and then her eyes dimmed as if she suddenly thought of something. This is a self-contained team. But it's also good this way, it saves trouble. Yang Xiulin, Dao Lele and Sister Yun nodded respectively before turning back. Then let me show you around here first. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years, so the sooner you get familiar with it, the better. After the tour, I'll take you to the artist's apartment. Okay. Thank you. Xie nodded and thanked him. Several people followed Yang Xiulin into the building. Along the way, Dao Lele was simply shocked. This place was much more luxurious than the Chiangmai Entertainment branch in Jiangcheng. And you can always see the stars who often appear on hot searches. This is not something that the Chiangmai branch can compare to. You know, in Jiangcheng, a second-tier singer Liu Qian can act tyrannically. Yang Xianlin took them up to the 11th floor in the elevator and enthusiastically introduced them. This floor is full of recording studios, with all kinds of professional equipment. As he spoke, he pushed open an unused recording studio and showed it to Xie and the others. The floors we use for singers are mainly the 3rd floor, and the 11th floor is all recording studios. Next we go to the 12th floor, which is the singer's lounge. Generally, they stay in the lounge, whether they are composing songs or receiving notifications. Each room is an exclusive personal room. After coming out of the recording studio, Yang Xiulin took Xie all the way to the 12th floor. During the trip, many people greeted Yang Xiulin, and they all had strange expressions of flattery on their faces. Xie was quite curious. When they saw her, there was obvious jealousy in their eyes. She didn't understand, wasn't Yang Xianlin the Deputy Minister of Human Resources? Why did everyone look at her like that? What made Xie even more surprised was that she saw a bald middle-aged man with a sign that said Minister of Human Resources. He took the initiative to stop and greet Yang Xiulin, and even greeted her. Xie replied somewhat flatteredly, this minister named Zhangchao has a really good temper and is so polite to her. You have to know that when I was at the Chiangmai branch, no matter who the leader was, they all looked down on people. At this time, Yang Xianlin stopped at the end of the corridor. She pointed to the lounge in front of her and said to Xie, this will be your exclusive lounge from now on. You can stay here and rest when you are not busy and there are no notices in the company. Xie looked up and saw that the door of the lounge was closed with a combination lock, and her name was indeed written on the doorplate. Yang Xiulin introduced it to Xie while entering the password. The initial combination of these combination locks is 6 sixes. You can just change the combination later. Okay, let's take a look at your lounge. The door was opened and a group of people entered the room. Dao Lele was the first to exclaim, wow. This lounge was so huge and luxuriously decorated. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a complete view of the bustling city center. The light gray curtains are gathered on both sides and can be put down at any time. The oversized and soft sofa can easily accommodate 3 dollars sleeping on it. TV, refrigerator, air conditioner are all available. Most importantly, there is a leisure area with a tea bar and tables where you can relax and have fun. Except for Sister Yun, who was relatively calm, even Xie was shocked. She had never seen such a luxurious lounge. Dao Lele was so happy that she almost fainted. Thinking back to when she was in Chiangmai, well, Even dogs wouldn't stay there. There is no harm without comparison. If there weren't outsiders present, Dao Lele would even want to throw herself on the sofa and roll around. Yang Xianlin looked at the surprised expressions of the few people and smiled. Not everyone has this kind of treatment. It's top-notch resources, so the lounge must be top-notch as well. Hearing this, Dao Lele suddenly felt that Ji Yuxingyi was not so hateful anymore. Dao Lele was still immersed in happiness until they came out of the lounge. At this time, the door next to her suddenly opened, and an elegant woman in high heels walked out, followed by a young assistant wearing glasses. When the woman saw them coming out of the next room, a look of surprise flashed across her face, and then she greeted Yang Xiulin. "Sister Yan, are you bringing someone to see the room yourself?" "Well, Lena, are you going out?" Yang Xianlin replied with a calm expression. "Well, I have a meeting this afternoon and need to go out." "Sister Yan, you are busy, so I will leave first." After Lena finished speaking, she glanced at Xie Xiao and the others, and without saying hello to them, she left gracefully in her high heels. "Let's go too. It's already noon. The upstairs is full of conference rooms. They are usually not used except for company meetings. I won't take you there to visit. Let's go directly to the artist's apartment. You put your luggage down, and then we'll go eat. I'll treat you." Yang Xiulin turned around, with a smile on her face again, and spoke to Xie Xiao. Xie Xiao just felt that she was too enthusiastic. Xie Xiao had a good impression of this company today, except that it was a little strange that some people were obviously much more enthusiastic towards her. Sitting in the elevator, Xie Xiao suddenly asked softly, "Minister Yang, are you familiar with Ji Yuxingyi?" After asking this question, she clearly saw that the smile on Yang Xiulin's face suddenly froze. Is this really the case? Xie Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. "Fortunately, I was the one who received him when he came here, and I have been following up on the cooperation, so I am more familiar with him," Yang Xianlin said quickly. Xie Xiao just replied softly and stopped talking. The group went downstairs. Yang Xiulin was still driving her grey Mercedes in front, while Xie Xiao followed slowly behind. As soon as Dao Lele got on the car, she spoke heartlessly about the good things about this place. It was not until Sister Yun gave her a look that she suddenly realized that Sister Xiao seemed to be in a bad mood. "I was obviously very happy before. Sister Xiao, what's wrong with you?" Dao Lele asked curiously, leaning on the front seat. "I'm fine, Lele, please continue. Is this okay?" Dao Lele was confused and turned to seek help from Sister Yun. Sister Yun smiled and said nothing. She could tell at a glance that someone was jealous.